What is? Log in. Alright. Welcome, guys. How's it going? Yeah, and that's like some people that try to scam people with my name. Be careful, guys. How's everyone doing? Let me set this up here. Okay. Let's go. Dropped Frames podcast starting now. Oh shit, wait. Which one? Where? I wasn't aware there's a podcast right now. This is also on this one. Uh-huh. Who's hosting it? Co-Carnage, Sis, Ezekiel, and it's me, JP. Apparently. I don't know this one. Okay, we can watch this actually, if you want. I guess they're gonna talk about PoE mostly.
Nothing. Here, I'll just we'll just do the intro like normal, and then I'll work at the same time. Hey Ziz, welcome to the show. How's it going? Glad to have you here.
Good. A little bit sick
Oh,
still,
the
but
missing
mostly
one.
over it.
There's a
And,
black
yeah,
camera.
thanks so much for having me.
Obviously, everyone's playing PoE 2 right now. You've got access to it. All the other content creators I've seen have access to it on Twitter. There's guides and everything out right now. What's going on?
Oh, I see we are going to talk about this. Okay.
What's happening right now? Yeah, how's it going?
Okay, that sounds like a good start here already.
Months, I've been like borderline harassing GGG and being like, please don't give content creators access to the game. We borderline have to say yes, but like, and when I've asked any other content creator, they're like, yeah, we don't want it. We don't want it. Get them to not give it to us.
Sure.
So I'm like, most of us, everyone I asked don't want access. So I've been like spamming them, like, please don't do content creator early access. And yeah, I like, it seems to be mostly
it's a good move
on,
though,
like,
to not give
traditional
access.
media.
Like this happened in Diablo, and I
they
think
have
it's
a
just
rule
bad.
not to
honestly.
make guides or content. It's supposed to be for reviews. So unless your name is
We got
Fixer
to
Life,
fix the footage
most people seem to
yesterday
be
as well.
adhering to that.
Yeah.
And I think just to add, one of the big problems
is
we now live in this day and age where content creation and traditional media
Echo?
have blurred. So now you essentially have content creators who come. Oh God, why am I echoing?
You're not doing it. Sorry, I'm doing too many things at once. Please continue.
Are we good?
Yeah,
I'm gonna wait because I don't want to. Okay, chat, we're good. Can I get some?
Good.
Okay.
Okay, good. Okay. So, but what's happened is we've now entered this age where like traditional media used to be professionals. They would double check embargoes. They would be sure not to get them if they thought about like they were a lot better at it. Let's be real.
Yes.
But now we live in this day and age where content creators are now blurring the line between traditional media and content creation. So for those that don't know, what essentially happened is one of these blurred line organizations that most of Twitch knows about for various reasons, called FX for Life, they released a whole bunch of information on PoE 2 way before embargo. And it was up for a while, and then they had to, of course, take it down. Now, of course, everyone was like, well, we know the history of this website, like literally just scummy practice after scummy practice after scummy practice, low quality guides. Like they're known for this. They have a reputation for this.
Yeah.
So everyone, of course, jumped all over them. What are you doing, you assholes? You've ruined yet another thing. Please just leave everything related gaming forever. No one wants you here. However, just to add confusion, GGG then goes public saying we did give copies to people. It was specifically for reviews, not for making any guides. And then the part that's just like, is they then said that it was their fault
Which, yeah, I don't know
Extra
why.
Life released it early.
That's weird.
And the thing is,
Yeah, no one else released
even
anything
if
early,
it
right?
was, if you have something like PoE 2, and I do this all the time, you always double check embargoes. It is not a situation where you put it out and ask forgiveness. That's the worst thing you can do. So, like, there's in my mind, there's absolutely no question that something was told to them that was a gray area, and instead of them confirming it, they just went with it because they knew that if something went wrong, that they would have to qualify, they would have to claim the ownership.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
And the worst part about this, the worst part is they just made a video a month ago complaining about not getting a review key for Dragon Age.
Yeah.
And it's like, you're going to be the one that breaks the next big...
I forgot about that. That's right.
Oh,
You're
man.
totally right. They did
Oh
do
my
that.
God. It's just like,
This is
like
glorious.
I have to say this. If any professional company is looking at this situation and considering continuing to give them keys, that is an uninformed decision.
Yeah.
Now, it gets
I
better
don't
than
know-
that
I
because
don't know much
in
about
the
them,
tweet
but
where
it's funny.
GDD does take some responsibility for what went wrong, they also say that, like, these are for review copies. They're not allowed to make guides or walkthroughs. On the Extra Life wiki, there is a full walkthrough for PoE 2 up already.
Yeah, that went live this
It's now
morning,
been,
right?
like, it's been hacked or something. It's been removed and deleted now, but...
Yeah, I saw that one live this morning.
Dude, somebody just said this in
Yeah,
chat. and I
maybe they
couldn't
didn't
agree more with them.
specifically
If Vex
say,
was still
okay, you
there-
can only release this after a certain date or something, right? Maybe this was GG's fault, yeah, but
Probably right.
at the very least,
There's been
they are
numerous
abusing it, right, for their own gain
Information dumps
that they
she has
shouldn't do.
managed, and we've never seen this before. And this was egregiously...
Wait, how the hell does this work?
Yeah,
You can press on these things. Look.
that's probably true. That's probably true. Bex is best in class, without a doubt.
Bex is
fuck?
actually, I don't know if you guys know this, she's actually a goat. Not even the goat. She's so goat, she's just a goat.
It's true. It's true. Yeah. Yeah. So that's that. I guess that's kind of the drama for it. I guess the other question I have, and I'm
baited
glad
them.
Ziz, you're the
Oh,
perfect
that's a
person to
five-head
answer
move.
this. The other day, I saw a handful of creators that were able to download it, but what was that? Was that just early access? Was
That
that
was on Xbox, no? You
was
can
I
just download it
completely
again.
wrong
About
that
that.
they were doing it, or
I haven't heard anything about that. It could be like a pre-download thing for Xbox
Yeah,
or something.
what are you
Oh,
talking
it's
about?
it's the Xbox preload.
oh,
Okay.
that's what it was. It was Xbox preload. Okay.
And a lot of people are worried that people would be able to data mine through that.
That's what, yes. DS Lily is whose
Oh.
tweet I saw, and she was downloading the Xbox, or had an image where there was the Xbox download occurring, and people were talking about data mining it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Interesting.
that sucks. Hopefully we can
Real
make
quick,
it till
just
Friday.
real quick, if I may, like, just ask us a quick question. I've always said Fextra Life. Is
I think it is.
Extra Life?
I think it's Fextra
F-
Life, but it's more
it's-
fun to say F Extra Life.
One of the people who runs it is named Fex. Fex.
Ah,
Oh, really?
So
Okay.
I think that's where the thing
Yeah.
is.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not
No,
for
I
the,
had
for
no
the record,
idea.
and
I
a lot of
just
people don't
wanted to
understand.
clarify.
FX for Life is, or Fex, whatever. They're a company.
Yes.
There are a couple.
Well, it's not just that, okay, you can say that, other content creators are more upset because they didn't get access, they can't make the guides, they have a disadvantage, blah, 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 right? Of course, the content creators are more upset, I guess, than most other people, but it still is also like a problem, like, for the company. They don't want certain data to get leaked, they don't want certain info to get leaked beforehand. They want to, kind of control the flow, right? And they want to say, okay, you can do this at that time. And, they want to preserve the untouched nature of the game as much as possible before the launch. So I can definitely see it from GG's perspective as well. It just kind of sucks that suddenly there's like this video out, people know things that they should know, and these kind of things, right? Because that's like a one-time thing that they will never get back. This is the first time people will get to play the game. So, yeah. Like, it's not content creators defacing Fextra Life side over this, it's the player base. Yeah, a lot of people just kind of keep shitting on the site. I personally have never heard anything good about them either. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. I have never looked at their site, and I don't want to. But, yeah, apparently they're not good. At least that's what I get in various ways. And there's also like this view botting stuff going on and whatever, so...
So, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I don't know about this case though. Maybe this is,
Yeah.
and I don't know if this has been confirmed. Maybe this is encrypted, to a point where they can't do that. I don't know. But,
I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah, and like me and Steele were talking about this, but like we call a lot off stream, and we were like, how great is it that we don't know anything? Like we're sitting here, like we're
Yeah.
reacting for the first time to everything. We don't know what builds are going to be strong. We know nothing, and it's so nice because for me as a gamer, a big pain point was the Diablo 4 launch. When I watched videos like a few days before launch, where creators were like, guys, the game comes out in less than 5 days. I have over 1,000 hours in the game already, and I'm like, bro.
Yeah. But here's where I say the reason that I think it would benefit GGG to do that is so many people are going to open up Path of Exile 2 for the first time and want a guide and not have it and bounce off the game because of that. So they're like, from a business point of view, I feel like people will just wait a day or two.
We'll see.
Till Ziz comes out and's like, you should do this. And then everyone's going to jump
but
on
there's
that.
solutions for that.
I don't
There's
know, man.
solutions for that.
Yeah, and also we have seen kind of a revival in the new player experience in this game. So, I mean, there's a huge amount that is so much friendlier for new players in PoE 2, just for what we've seen.
Sure.
I mean, there could be entire other mechanisms, things that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
They've also made it incredibly easy to respec. So, like, I think there's a lot of things that would lead it to hopefully those players.
Well,
Way to get air too. What's up, Ziz?
well, you did say very easy to respec. There is one thing I'm curious how you guys feel about this. Respecing is seemingly generally easier, but ascendancy is now a permanent choice.
Yeah.
Which, in my interview tomorrow with Jonathan, that is definitely something I'm going to push back a little bit on. I'm very against it, because it's a choice you make very early. So to make a permanent choice that early, I think is very rough.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I would agree too. That's right.
I don't know how. I mean, I guess I hope they don't introduce a currency for it, but I hope you could like run it again, and every time you go to ascend, you can do something to respec your point. I don't know. They might have a philosophy for why they don't want to do that. So I'll be interested to hear his answer tomorrow when you ask him. But yeah.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to hear.
I think that there's a lot of stuff, a lot of changes just across the board from that whole like 2-hour unveil that they had, that because it's launching into early access, they're going to be able to be like, all right, that was a mistake. We're going to change it to do this. We really like this. We're going to change everything else to kind of work like that. But it's a pretty big shakeup, I think, for everything. And most of it is good. There's still a lot of things where I'm just like, I don't know what that's going to do. I don't know how that's going to work, but sure. Let's just see what happens.
So I had a question a bit ago, and I wanted to ask this about this. You said that you were happy that content creators, for the most part, aren't getting like any early looks or early access and stuff like that. And I'm curious as to why that is.
That's a great question. I do feel like
I actually discussed it with this at some point as well.
to some degree have ruined gaming. Like, there's been benefits too, but like I loved that like era when I was growing up, and there wasn't guides everywhere, right? There wasn't like a full walkthrough for every game, or there were literal helplines if you got stuck, right? You'd have to call in and be like, "Hey, can you like walk me through this part of the game? I'm really stuck," or you'd have to talk to your friends. And I think content creators to some degree have removed that, but also, as a content creator, part of the reason why I'm happy is it creates such a different dynamic for me with my audience, with whether I'm seeing something for the first time and I get to genuinely have that like, oh my god, I just got one hit, or like I just a smackdown, or seeing like a really cool thing for the first time, versus going in with like wait till you guys see the next zone. It's so cool, it's so beautiful. You guys are going to see something really special. Like that's such a different vibe for me. And it also I think it, at least for some players, creates like a little bit of discontent with the content creators are above regular players. They get to see things earlier and be more of a special part of things. I really, it's part of why I'm against like pay to win in gaming too. I really like that in gaming we're gamers. We're equally as gamers, and I really like that.
Yeah, I echo what you said. It also doesn't happen all that often that a game, like a new game comes out and it's not figured out a week before release. And so this is probably the best possible chance to have that. Because I remember like even, we're all playing, a lot of people are playing WoW Classic right now because of the hardcore stuff. but that was the only time that WoW wasn't solved. Because after that, every expansion, Wowhead or Thoughtbot or I forget the other website now, but they would data mine it. And so like everything when that expansion came out was already known. And it completely, Alakazam, yeah, that was one of them.
I was using Alakazam for the first EverQuest expansion for that stuff.
MMO Champion, that's the one that I was thinking of, visualizing in my mind. All that stuff was like, it was all out there. And so hopefully we can make it till Friday and like none of that stuff is leaked.
Because like it gets solved so fast anyway. And it's so cool to have something spread like wildfire. Like, you guys need to see this build. And like everybody's thinking like, have you seen this? Or like, you guys need to see this new unique item. So back in the day of Path of Exile, it's so long ago that I'm like 95% sure this is what happened. But like before there was data mining, they would have like added 7 new unique items to the game. And we would have to find them. We didn't know what it was beforehand. Now they just released like, we're adding these 7 new unique items to the game and we can see them before they come out.
Yeah.
But then it would be like, is this a new item? And people are like, no, it's an old item. And they're like, oh. So I don't know. It's the feeling of discovery is like the most fun about gaming for me. So
they just need to work on the encryption, man. It's just like encrypt the data so that no one can data mine it. I'm not sure if that's
the way
possible,
you're talking about it reminded me of that weird Destiny expansion, Destiny 2 expansion. I don't know if it was how many years ago, months ago, whatever. But like the community came together and it was just a huge puzzle, and everybody was like sharing notes.
Yeah,
and shit like that, and how like excited the people in Destiny got about it.
I'm not trying to make a crossbow.
I get what you're saying now.
Yeah, there's definitely like a buzz and excitement level that can only happen once, and if all that stuff is leaked, like
remember playing WoW for the first time, no guys,
D4 launch.
man.
Most recently it was the D4 expansion, right? Like, the week prior, there were videos that was like, this is the best guide for Spiritborn, and this is the strongest build, and Spiritborns are X% better than every other class, and like they were right? Like I think they ended up saying that 60% of 60% of classes for the most recent D4 season were Spiritborn. So like, it's the new expansion class. So yeah, that's going to factor into it. But those guides definitely permeate the player base, and it matters at the end of the day. And also that's a lot of what like Ziz's content is too. So that's by design, right? Like Ziz makes so many build videos every single PoE league, and so many people follow him because that's kind of the business that we're in. So now the videos are going to be like, hey, I just found this thing. Is it good? I don't know. We're going to find out. It's going to be really fun.
I'm very excited for that.
And it won't just be like, it won't be the tip top players finding stuff. It'll be everyone in the community. You're going to be checking, Reddit or Twitter, and people are going to be finding like a new unique or even new currency. Like, we have no idea what any of that is at this point.
I think that's also why I like being one of the people to speak up against it too, because I'm one of the people that benefit from it the most.
Yeah. So it carries a little bit more weight.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So is there like, you talked about data mining? Is that just the way it's always going to be now? Like, data mining is not something you can avoid?
Well, it is. Data mining can absolutely be avoided. Yeah, exactly. And you can also not preload, which is another option. So there's lots of ways to avoid it if companies want to.
Okay.
And PoE may be one of those companies. It all depends on how this preload stuff is done. But also it's important to mention that sometimes, Microsoft may screw up or other parties may prevent it from happening. And it only takes one messing up for the whole thing to fall apart, unfortunately.
Yeah. And maybe that's...
that was my concern. Like, you can put all the safeguards in the world, but one malicious person or just the dumb shit, like, can ruin it
I'm not
for
sure about
everybody.
the guild stash.
And also, to put it bluntly, we also now know that there's a lot of copies out there in the wild.
I know the
now.
personal
And
stash.
granted, they
though.
are in a previous version. We can tell from the screenshots if you look at the flasks and stuff. But it's still, there's absolutely information out there that could be put out, in the right circumstances. So, that's another decision they had to make and deal with.
Yeah. And that's a great jumping off point to talk about, preload, no preload, blah, blah, blah. Ziz, how do you personally think servers are going to hold up on Friday? Is it going to be an absolute mess? Is it going to be fine? Have they learned from so many Path of Exile expansion launches? Or does it not matter because there's so many people now?
It's a coin toss. Like, they have really, really smooth PoE 1 launches now. They haven't had a bad launch for... When was Ultimatum? The last time there was a bad launch was not even server related.
CET,
it's like
I think it's 8 p.m.
3 or 4
Friday,
years. And the last time that happened, that was actually not server related. They had like forgotten to transfer characters to standard, and it clogged something up, right? So server wise, they've done a really good job lately. Hopefully, they're able to continue with that. I am expecting for every game I ever play, unless it's something super niche with like less than 30,000 people, I'm expecting that everything will go completely wrong at launch.
Yep.
Now, like every PoE 1 launch, I'm expecting it to be smooth, right? And that's been fine for the last few years. They've done so well at the PoE 1 launches. So like there is a chance that things go well.
No.
I'm not expecting that at all.
See, now I'm on Camp Hopeful.
I love you guys' optimism. There's absolutely no chance in hell. There's no chance in hell this is going to go well. This is one of the most like people have not been playing PoE 1 for years.
That's true.
Waiting for PoE 2. And not only that, but just as not only is the player base hyped, the people that like Path of Exile are hyped. But there are people that have never played PoE 1 that are insanely excited for PoE 2 just because of how much more friendly it looks. It's going to be a huge cluster. And not only that, they've already announced that they had to push it back because they had database issues. So we're talking about all those database issues getting like more people than they've ever been able to stress test on them with the login servers, like with oh my God, no, it's going to be a mess. I'm calling it now. And I am not here on December 6th. I'm out of town until the 9th. I am hoping when I get back on the 9th, I will be able to play.
You shut your whore mouth. It's going to work.
No, he's hoping he'll be able to play by then.
No. He's hoping.
I'm hoping I'll be able to play.
Servers will be down the first 3 days.
No. None of us can play till he gets back. That's what he's
trying to say. Really smooth
that's right. Did you listen to me before you said that?
I know.
Like the original D4 launch was a fucking miracle. And Vessel of Hate, it wasn't even that bad either. It was just like a few hours delay or something, and then everything was fine.
That when I get back, I'm like,
no. I am hopeful when I get back on the 9th and I play at 8 a.m. that I will be able to log in and play. I am not expecting to. I am expecting to get back on Monday the 9th at 8 a.m. and not be able to log into the servers. I will be so happy if I can. I will. I'll be thrilled if I can.
To be fair, for me...
Go ahead.
I'm going.
I was just going to say, I know it's not the same thing, but like Netflix couldn't handle their shit when their like servers were tested.
I'm not sure what Co is usually streaming.
I mean,
do you think like I don't know if there's a way? Like, can you
the silver lining here? The silver lining here is GGG has done big releases every 3 months. If there is a company that could potentially do this right, they've essentially had a mini MMO release every season, where it's like you get this huge influx of users on your servers, and a week later it's a fraction, and 2 weeks later it's a pittance. So, and they've done this 4 times a year for years. So even though I am still convinced it is going to be a giant cluster, there are few companies that are as well positioned as they are to potentially handle this properly. So that is one tick in their like potentially okay column. For sure.
I agree with that. And personally, I'm more forgiving of server issues than anything else, because if it was easy, nearly every company ever would mess it up, right? Like I feel like whenever we're close to like 500k plus players or 200k plus players, nearly every company messes it up, and it's probably not because it's easy and they don't want to do it.
Well, and the thing is like when you have that many clients going that many, there's so, imagine you're looking at basically a wall of gears, of hundreds and hundreds of gears. And every single one of those gears needs to function perfectly or the entire machine breaks. And that is essentially every MMO release. It's never the same issue. It's never the same issue that happens between these releases. They're all failing for a variety of reasons. So it's literally like a house of cards they're building. And then they just throw 50,000 people at it and hope it doesn't crumble.
So,
And hopefully the $30 entry fee will help the servers a little bit there.
Yep.
And at launch, it's going to be free, so that could be.
That was
round
one
two.
thing I saw. A couple people in chat. I'm curious if you can expand on it all. Is someone said that like Steam ran out of early access keys?
So what can happen is that companies purchase on a certain amount of keys from Steam, and then they have to prepare them. So I don't know if they're limiting the keys, but Steam running out of keys happens somewhat frequently. That's more of a like, we want you to prepare this many.
What?
Oh yeah, I've done like sponsored streams where we've run out of keys during the stream. Like that does happen.
Wow.
Yes.
I didn't know that could happen.
Yeah.
I don't use Steam.
They have to
client for
request
PoE
them.
myself.
There's not just an endless amount of keys. They have to petition Steam and be like, we want these
Right.
copies, we want these keys, and then Steam has to deliver them. So sometimes they just don't request enough.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've not heard of any situation where they can't request more though.
Right.
So
Right.
that might be new. Most of the time they just have,
People in chat are saying, yeah, I bought one an hour ago and it was fine. So it seems like
so I'm guessing
it's
it was probably just a request thing.
Yeah. Jonathan, I think, did say that he was a little bit like he's done a ton of interviews. I know Ziz, you're interviewing him tomorrow, where he's kind of nervous by how many copies they've sold of early access already. I think it was like top 10 on Steam and has been since all of it went live. So
I'm gonna check what it is right now.
it might be 7th or around there is what people in
Can you
folks
see that
were
somewhere?
saying.
Steam
It was,
charts or
top,
something?
it was top 3 at one point. If
Oh,
not
this is
top
United
1.
Kingdom, and then it's top 4.
Okay. Yeah, so that's
And
that's
just remember,
also a little worrying when
not only is it
Jonathan's
top selling,
surprised.
but there are tens of thousands of people who don't need to buy that are also going to be playing. So it's like and those are the ones that you can pretty much guarantee are going to be playing it.
Yeah.
So there's
Yeah.
even more than that. Yeah.
Because they have a standalone client too. Not everybody's gonna play on Steam. So
Also
That's true too.
Yeah. And
Every time you say that, he just cringes a little more over it. GGG.
well,
You're
it's
right, there
also
is more.
launching on
Oh, there's-
consoles, right? So it's
There
like
you
a
go, too.
multi-platform all at the same time.
Yep.
Which is
Yeah.
kind of rare for them. They usually stagger the console release by a week or so.
So
Yeah.
you said you could pay the money up front, and then when after that does it go free?
They're expecting
don't
a
really know.
6-month EA, a 6-month EA minimum, but they said they will release it when it's ready. So the EA, it's what I've been saying to make sure it's super clear, because this is for some reason caused some contention. So Path of Exile 2 EA is not a free product. PoE 2 retail will be free to play. PoE 2 EA is not free to play. It is a $30 product. Or you can have $480 of cosmetics in PoE 1, in which case they give you a key. But people calling PoE EA free to play is weird, and they shouldn't be doing that. Like the EA is a buy-in. So
now,
Okay.
it is worth mentioning as well. When you buy the $30 key, it does come with 300 points, and you can use those points to buy stash tabs and stuff like that. And any stash tabs and cosmetics you have in PoE 1 gets transferred over to PoE 2 as long as it is applicable.
Yeah.
which is awesome.
And
That's an important thing.
stash tabs is inventory, right?
Stash tabs are. Go ahead, Ziz.
Yeah, it's like you have like a stash, like you have your character inventory, which is like what you're picking up and putting in your actual character, and then you have your stash, which is like you can expand on that and organize and have like one tab for like armors, one for weapons, for different currencies and stuff like that, and you can like make that larger.
Yeah. And
All
not
people are
to
getting
praise
free
them
key.
too much,
What
but
do you mean
like
with that?
it's fucking awesome that they're allowing that transfer, because they totally had no reason to do that. And a lot of other companies would be like, no, this is a different game. You have to buy new MTX in this different game, and they're allowing all of it to transfer over for free. Like if you bought it in PoE 1, you're going to have it in PoE 2, which is crazy. Like that's honestly crazy.
So stash tabs are one of the ways they make money then.
Yep.
Yeah.
Stash tabs, MTX.
A good way to think
ton of
about
stuff.
it is if you're going to play Path of Exile 1 or 2 for any period of time, you're going to want stash tabs. But a good way to think about it is if you've played enough for it to matter, you've probably already gotten the value for how much they're going to cost you. And when by the time you buy stash tabs, you're invested, and you will get probably a crazier value for those stash tabs if you continue to play than any other purchase in gaming that you've done. Like, it doesn't cost much. You can get pretty much everything you need for 20 during a sale.
Yeah, I don't
And-
think the
and
guild
that's-
tabs
and
are
you're done.
transferable
That's
because
all
you
you
won't have
need
the
to
same
buy.
guild and
And
stuff. I'm not sure how that's
then
gonna
you
work.
can
So
play
someone
for
asked about this
thousands of
earlier.
hours and not need a
Jimmy, I
subscription.
think. Yes.
Maybe a new stat
So I don't think you're gonna transfer those over.
You know, is a, but
I
but
don't
they're a
remember
few bucks
anything
a
about
piece.
it.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
and
it's
if
one of
you-
those
if
very
you
worth
ask-
it things.
If you ask most Path of Exile players, whenever I ask my chat this, most seem to agree that like they overspend on cosmetics just to look cool because they feel like treated so well by GGD, right? In this day and age, we don't by most companies, right? You almost get like bullied into buying things in a lot of games, and you don't really feel like that with GGD. So
Yeah.
it stands out a lot.
I would be very interested to see their like God damn it. Is it KPI? What's the industry term for like how happy your community community sentiment, I guess is what I'm trying to say, of that game compared to every other game? Because I bet you it's incredibly high by comparison with something like Blizzard or something like League of Legends or Riot or anyone. Like I don't know of any other company that has people that are willing to spend that much money and like are okay with it.
From an outside standpoint, I would say that the players and players of Path of Exile and the players of Warframe are probably like talking to them are the most happiest consistently overall. Maybe a little bit of Final Fantasy is in there as well. Final Fantasy 14.
Sure. Yeah. I think I didn't think about Warframe, but that's definitely true. That's another great community.
It's a pretty big overlap there
company.
with PoE players in Warframe.
Yes. Yeah. Also true. Yeah. So we'll see how all that stuff goes. They I think Ko was saying, or maybe Ziz was, they did delay the release of this by 2 weeks because that transfer from PoE 1 to PoE 2 was not going as planned. So
and super cool of them to be so transparent about all that. Like
Yeah.
I've really appreciated them, all their transparency during the development process.
Yep.
Been awesome.
It's been so nice watching like their Q&As and their interviews. It's so different from when I see other companies do those. 'Cause it feels very natural and it doesn't seem like pre-scripted and stuff. And like whenever I have done interviews and stuff, in the start I would be like, is there anything I can ask? And they're like, no, at worst we'll say like we don't have an answer or skip, but like ask whatever you want, which is great.
Yeah, anytime we had Chris on the show, he was the same way. We haven't had Jonathan on before, but he was always like, ask whatever you want. Doesn't matter.
Speaking of which, we're gonna ask Jonathan.
I want to get Jonathan on afterwards.
Yeah, man.
He is. That's one thing that is.
He's not really busy right now, is he?
Well, that's what blows my mind. Is Ziz like has him on a show tomorrow and they launch on Friday, and he's like, I'll come on and talk to Ziz for 3 hours and answer all these bullshit questions. You know, I don't have anything going on. Like, I'm not busy. And he'll probably be doing that till, I think he was on like a show this morning or this afternoon. Like he's been doing podcasts nonstop. Granted, you know, that does win a ton of sentiment with the community and it's, you know, getting the game out there. They've done a lot of press. I saw they did it was a decently long video with now I guess former Sony employee Shu playing PoE 2 on controller on the PlayStation. And that video was fascinating because Shu has played a little bit of PoE, at least what he said in the video, and they were just like playing on PlayStation, showing kind of how the local co-op or the couch co-op thing worked and how they had to build basically 3 versions of the game with like the PC UI, the console UI, and then the 2-player console UI and 2-player PC UI, which is wild to see function.
Almost like
because
they
you can
bullied
both
that.
have your inventory open at the same time. You can both have your passive.
It's actually
skills
crazy.
open
Like
at the same time.
every day, basically, there's like, you know,
Particularly
another
on
Jonathan interview
it's
popping
crazy.
up or something because he's going somewhere or he's having like a talk with
This is
someone and
honestly,
so on.
like,
It's really
that's a
cool.
question I have for you, Ziz.
Yeah.
Are you
There's
gonna
like so
play
much stuff to
solo or
learn
are you gonna
and
play with
watch.
Steel when you're leveling up for the first time?
So for lunch, we'll be playing solo.
Okay.
Right? I definitely do plan to do couch co-op stuff. And one thing I have already been talking about that I want to do, I'm on an esports team called Shopify Rebellion, and I was like throwing around the idea of, well, why don't we do a couch co-op event where we fly everybody out to LA, fly out like 15 to 30 streamers, and we do a couch co-op event.
Yeah.
And they were like, that sounds
Damn.
so fun. Let's do that.
Yeah, you can do like pros with pros and Joe's tournament, right? You get you and Ludwig
even just
or
raffle
you and
people.
random people, yeah. Or have a draft for it. There's tons of content, for sure.
Yeah.
Even, you know, for me, Gassy Mexican, my neighbor and or streamer, has never played PoE before. And I'm like, dude, download it on Friday. We'll start off and I'll like help you learn the game for the first time because the co-op actually looks genuinely impressive and not, I wouldn't say it's an annoyance in PoE 1, but it looks vastly different. Yeah, it looks vastly different than PoE 1.
I think the speed of PoE 2 really lends to people being able to more comfortably play together, which looks to be very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was talking to a few Destiny streamers at the LA event, so like total, by the way, I've played slightly less than 6 hours of PoE 2.
Okay.
So it was 4 hours at the LA event, and then 3 40-minute demos. The first one was at ExileCon 1, and it was a completely different game.
Yeah.
So and PoE 2, PoE in general is a really bad game for 40-minute demos, right? So the only one I like really got to play was the 40-minute one. Because in the 40-minute demos, it like auto-picked your skill tree and stuff. So I was like, I'm not really getting anything out of this. But the Destiny players, they had said they had struggled hard with PoE 1, but found PoE 2 a lot more accessible because it's sort of like limited choice. Like, without clicking the like unlock all gems button, it only shows you like 3 skill gems. Instead, where in PoE 1, they're like, yeah, you can, from this vendor, you can buy like 119 skill gems. Have fun. So it should be more streamlined for new players.
Yeah. And I think, wasn't Jonathan on record saying that they do plan to add some sort of like in-game build tool? So you're not like doing a PoE builder and another monitor or another window, like it's all in one client. I think that'll be massive whenever that gets implemented.
Dude, wait. So
Can't remember if they confirmed that. I think they're only gonna do pathing for the tree.
Okay, it's only gonna be pathing. Gotcha.
One of the things that I remember talking about way back in the day is how amazing it would be if you could load path of building builds into PoE and then just see them on your passive tree. But I was told many times that PoE has said specifically they were never going to do anything like that.
For at least PoE 1. I think chat's saying they're entertaining the idea. I heard that, I think I remember reading something where Jonathan said like they're looking into it. It already exists in PoE 1. Yeah, it exists in the PoE 1 Chinese client, I think. Or like a version of it, and always had.
Strange.
So
and it did in an early access version for the Bowl of Oriath early access.
Oh, it did. They had it. Okay.
Now for the layperson like myself who doesn't like, what I heard was like, is it like deck like copying a magic deck and putting it into your arena, like uploading it like that? Like
Not
a
really,
build, like taking a build and going, this is the build.
It would,
and then you can fill it in as you go.
I think what they were talking about was like having like a template that would like overlay to like show like here are the nodes you would have selected.
Yeah.
Oh, Pompey Hammer says Jonathan
you guys
did
want something like that?
They're looking at having it.
Is that something that you're looking forward to, if that's a thing?
To follow, but it will not show items, etc. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
It won't be like a planner like Path of Building. It'll just say like these are the nodes that you've suggested that you should take.
Yeah. That alone, I think, would
that'll be huge.
Help player retention.
Like it's not going to. Yeah. It's not going to say like you will do 6 million damage at the
boss on average
right,
in PoE 2.
Right. Just like following a line.
I expect very good players will get there in maybe 1.5 hours.
Player retention bouncing off in Act 1.
But the first time around, I expect most people probably more like 3-4 hours.
Comments and
or more.
People are labeling them as reviews, but there have been a lot of, let's say, comments about PoE 2 saying it's very hard. There's a lot of like Dark Souls, Elden Ring comparisons in terms of difficulty. From the people that have already played it, alongside other like grandiose statements as like the best ARPG ever made.
It's like the Elden Ring of ARPGs.
Yeah, there's a ton of hype right now around the game, so take that stuff, carefully. But people are excited.
I'm very, very curious because I played at the LA event, and I'm hoping maybe that it's a little bit easier than that, because that was exceptionally hard.
Yeah.
So obviously at the LA event, we had some of the best players in Path of Exile, and watching like people like Ben, like Shane die, and like listening to like El Kaiser talk about it, like he almost sounds like a victim, right? He's like, you guys aren't ready. You guys don't know. Like you guys don't know. So I'm definitely I think it will be like a bit easier and a bit tuned down from that. Because if it is that hard for like the veterans, then new players are probably just gonna have a really
we're gonna get obliterated. Yeah.
Well, that's
Yes,
the thing.
completely
We
obliterated.
actually at the event we actually saw several press people leave because it was too hard, and they got hard stuck on the boss because you can't corpse rush them. It starts over.
Right.
They just left. They were like, it's too hard. So
Yeah.
I do think it'll be tuned down from that. But it'll be
Oh,
really
no,
interesting,
exactly.
I think.
I
And,
saw-
I
Well,
think it'll be
finish
pretty
this thing.
refreshing.
Yeah, I think so too.
Big same.
There's a content creator that actually put out a video a couple days ago, and I'm blanking who it was, but I think he was talking about the LA event where like he started as a mercenary and got to the first boss and was like, this is a fucking nightmare. And then he rolled Sork.
I'm gonna
and
start Merc, by the
found
way.
a staff that had like +4 lightning skills
Most
or
likely.
something on it. And he just walked into the boss and like 5-shot him.
Yeah, it's subtractive.
Subtract him. Okay,
So,
yeah.
So it could just be massive balancing issues and not even difficulty.
Yeah, it's also I remember I had a similar thing where like I didn't find an upgrade, but then on my other character I did, and it is very night and day. And from what they've said, right, that's something they've changed a lot from the LA event. Didn't find a single currency, I think. And now they've said like you're gonna find multiple exalts and multiple, like a lot of currency. You're gonna be crafting a lot.
That's good.
So
They said, like,
that'll
you would
give
be
so much more
finding-
power.
What did they say? Like you'd be finding like multiple exalts per few maps. Like when asked like how much? Yeah, it's gonna be like the new chaos.
Don't have
or
bans or extra
something.
points in PE too.
Yeah, so they're
I
very.
remember hearing
different
something about that. There
crafting
was like some
nodes.
choice you can do somewhere
I'm not too worried. I
For
with
act.
like region and some other
yeah.
stuff.
And also
Probably like
per
an Act 2 or
for,
Act 3
for the
somewhere.
LA event, we were in a rush, right? Like we wanted to see like how much of the content can we explore.
Mhm.
So we were going slightly under leveled or on level. And like normally, right? If things are too hard in Path of Exile, well, do the zone over once. You'll gain so much power.
Yeah. So we'll see. Again, this is all stuff where we don't know, and that's why I think everyone's generally so excited.
It's so exciting.
'cause-
I'm so hyped for that.
Yeah, we don't know how it's gonna go. And the other thing is, we don't even know if we're gonna play.
True.
It,
Now-
it may hit Friday. I messaged I'm lucky enough to do a sponsorship for it, and I messaged them and it's like, so what happens if I can't log in?
You and about 50 other streamers right now. Yeah, what do you want us to do?
How does that work? What are we supposed to do
Yeah,
for that?
I can't remember what game did it. It might have been New World with Amazon, but I remember a company had that the 2 hour sponsored was specifically spent playing the game to cover stuff like that.
Yeah.
That was quite smart.
Yeah.
So it's like you can say yes at your own risk, but like you're sponsored to play the game for 2 hours, not sit in a queue.
Yeah, my only request and hope and honestly pray is like, please don't do a streamer queue again. Don't do that.
Oh, they learned that. No, they learned their
Yeah.
lesson. They tried a streamer queue and they turned it off
Yeah.
like soon.
It
So
was
I
bad.
don't think they would never do that again.
It was
that
bad.
was
It was real.
Yeah.
Why is it bad?
Too bad.
Why
It
was it
still
bad?
has
It's
Okay,
bad for two
so-
reasons. Oh, go ahead, Ziz. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically what happened is
Here,
that
I'll
they
be right
had
back real
forgotten
quick.
to transfer existing characters from the current leagues, like the ones that recur every 3 months. They had forgotten to transfer those to the permanent
Liberator
realm
of break
standard.
class Giga
So
chat
that
queue.
basically had to happen as the servers went up, and that caused like a huge like bottleneck. And like some people, probably like 10 to 30,000 maybe, got in instantly, and then it was letting in like I don't know 100 or 10 people per minute, very few. So like barely anyone got in, and then people started saying like, oh, there's some sort of streamer queue, and I was like, no, there isn't. And then somebody showed me a clip of a streamer logging out and back in. And I'm like, uh-oh. And then I tried it, and I was like, uh-oh. And then I messaged them and I was like, hey, please remove me from this thing. But people were really unhappy, right? It kind of is similar to what I said before, where it creates this weird perception that like streamers are above other people and stuff. And I get it from the GGG point of view, right? Because you don't want to waste like hundreds of thousands of dollars in sponsorship money for people just to stream the game for 2 hours. So, like what I've talked about afterwards, I've always said like streamer queue can make sense for streamers that are like just gonna play a few hours and do the sponsorship and then leave. But especially for people like me and anyone that's gonna play long term, they should obviously never have streamer queue, right? So I'm against streamer queue for people like me, but for people that are sponsored and are only going to play a little bit and aren't really going to affect the grand economy or the rankings, I personally don't really care. I think that's better than people having to just stare at nothing. At least that gives people watching something to watch too. But I think probably GGD felt like that would make the long-term streamers mad at the sponsored streamers. But I still think that's preferable.
Here's a big thing though, and this is something that I think honestly is there's two sides to that coin that are very important. Allowing a streamer to have a streamer queue of any kind during a sponsored portion, especially in PoE 2's case, where people will need to pay for that product, that could be considered false advertising. Because what they're doing is they're showing on stream, hey, look at me play this product. Double click, logged right in. Man, I'm playing and having a great time. This is a $30 game, better go get it. And then all these people go and spend that money, and they're not able to play for the next 72 to 40, 120 hours.
I have not thought about the
It keeps
$30.
getting longer,
And that
man.
honestly,
don't agree with
there's
that.
Every time that Co thinks, like the server's gonna be on fire, it keeps getting longer.
the only way. Anyway, no.
We almost did an
A
entire
streamer
week
queue is
now.
a given. Here's the thing. That's why I would argue that's
Preferential treatment
completely
for
wrong.
paying you money. They want to show off their shit.
But they're showing something the person buying the product can't do, and then saying you can go buy this product to do that. And that's a problem, because a lot of people are going to go buy that product and be very confused. Now, here's the thing. In a perfect world, if every viewer understood the situation, if every viewer understood that they're watching somebody play and the queues are full and they can't, that's fine. But the problem is we don't live in that world. And there's no way that we'd be able to properly give that information. So there's a real schism
more
that I think that honestly, like GGG needs to understand, like what they need to do is if they're going to do a sponsored push, they got to wait a few days until the servers are stable. They can't be doing it the first day.
I'm not going to assume that you've done a stream like this, but I know I have, where they give you a version of the game and the character that you're playing has a bunch of skills that you have to wait hours to get.
Sure.
Is that the same kind of false advertising? Because it's like, look, I'm going to jump right in. Look at all this shit I can do. And then people
this is pretty normal,
jump in and
right?
go,
Like a lot of, I also done this in like many games. Give you like some boosted character and you can play endgame stuff and show it off a bit. But is that a problem, guys? I don't need to feel like this.
If available, some advantages, and one of those being better gear or faster login time.
I think that's kind of a slippery slope, because then you're just talking about like time played of the game, and so like if it's the kind of thing where they're just I think it's different being able to actually use the product you're buying as opposed to not being able to while watching someone using it and enjoying it. So I think if you're talking about like different states inside the game, that's one thing, but I'm more talking about the binary: you are able to play it or you are not able to play it after giving it money.
Yeah.
And honestly,
I get that too, but it's like
I'd say there's certain games that would apply.
It's like standing in line at a club and you see people going like, "What the fuck is that?" It's like, "Oh, they're friends with the owners." Like, "Oh, me personally be like, I get it. If they're friends with the owners, like if I was friends with the owners, I'd fucking go right in too."
One point that I would say that you are kind of on tune with here is sponsored promotions that then have like DLC or deluxe edition items that they then like request the person use. Where it's like, okay, if someone goes and buys the game, they're not going to have those deluxe items they're seeing on the streamer. Like that kind of plays into it a little bit. But in that case, they could just spend more money to get it, which is still scummy as hell. But at least they could do it. They have a choice to. But like with the PoE 2 stuff, like they would not have the choice. There would be no power of the consumer.
I know. I think this entire argument is kind of whatever. I mean, I agree the streamer queues incident was kind of a shitty move. But I also understand they wanted to preserve their sponsorship stuff, and I guess they've learned a lesson. They're gonna not do that again. They're gonna find other ways to handle promotions, and that's the end of it, right? But this entire argument here is kind of weak anyway, even what Co is saying. It's like, yeah, okay, you know,
Ruin the
the
progression.
people watch you play the game, but then they can't log in at the same time and buy the product. I don't think that's
Especially
false
in a game like
advertising.
this, right?
It's just the
Especially
fucking
in a game
servers
like
are on
this.
fire.
I
You know,
will
come
say,
back
regardless of
tomorrow
what side of that
and log in, you know?
argument you
Like,
fall,
is it such a big deal?
the
I don't think so,
entire
man.
process of
This
that
is a
streamer
game that you're supposed to
situation,
play
I'm
for
still,
many hours, you know, many years even,
dealing
right?
with is a strong
So,
word, but
yeah,
I'm still
who cares
seeing
about
the
like
effects
1 or
of
2
that
days?
today when I go on Reddit
Oh, yeah.
or when I open up anything and everyone's like, oh, they got streamer blah, right? Like it just creates the idea that there is this like secret thing, this
Yeah.
agenda
Yeah.
that everyone is against
I-
the common person. And I
You
hate
have to
that.
defend yourself against that shit anyway.
Yeah, yeah. But this just emboldens
Oh.
it, man. It emboldens the
But I
streamer
will say-
client,
Yeah.
streamer loot, all that shit.
It's
Just
used
for
to
the
be
record,
4
somebody
servers.
said, isn't what Co's saying the exact same as people playing games or doing sponsor streams before release dates? The very important difference there, I would say, is A, we always talk about the release dates, it's part of it. And B, if you went to buy the product, you would see that it's not available to play.
Yeah.
So that, and then you would factor that into your purchase decision.
Yeah.
Very different.
all different,
Very different.
nuanced situations.
There's a lot, yeah, there's a lot of nuanced
It's an
situations.
interesting
to this, for sure.
discussion.
Yeah, yeah.
What were you saying though? Like, so for a very long time in Path of Exile, people would say like, "Oh, that guy has streamer RNG, right?"
Yeah,
people
streamer
would,
client.
Like basically
Streamer
treat
client,
that
yeah.
person like a flat earther, right? Like they're just be like, "Oh, you're crazy," like you're crazy. Whereas after stream,
it's-
Now it's a
People
real
like-
thing, dude. Now there's
people are
It's funny because I
"Wow."
actually will have a sponsorship for
Yeah,
PoE on
those
Friday.
same people, that never happened.
Hashtag sponsored.
No.
They have video.
I have to
You're
check
making that
actually
up.
if what they say exactly about the availability and servers and stuff.
Dude.
I can just imagine. It's like,
Yeah.
no, the streamer queue definitely happened. Here's
shit,
here's the PoE
although-
guys addressing it. No, it's all fabricated, man. That's deep fake.
Yeah,
it's all
so
deep fake.
it-
Deep fake.
it is
Never
really
actually happened.
interesting. And I actually like several
Deep fake.
times I've had like discussions with people. And I've actually convinced a few people like that it doesn't exist. My favorite was like I was like, well, I said if streamer RNG was the thing, then there would be at least one good player calling it out. Right? And he
Mm.
was like, but I am. And I'm like, well, like one and then he was like, okay, give me a list of good players that aren't streamers then. And I made like a list of like 50 or 60, right? Of the best people like Embu, Dan, and stuff like that, right? And he was like, you know what? That's actually a really good point. And he was like, you know what? You're right. That's pretty rare for people to do that. So
Yeah. And you're right, actually. A lot of times the first people to call out crazy things happening within the game are like the best players. Like they'll even like call the other members of that best player group out if there's
Yeah.
something that's
And,
fucked
like,
up.
Steel didn't stream for like 8 years of playing the game, right? So you would have noticed like a big difference.
Yeah. So question for you, Ziz. I saw this pop up a lot on Twitter and different parts of the Reddit. Are you starting softcore or hardcore?
So for the longest time, I've been like, there's a 0% chance I'm starting softcore, or I mean, starting hardcore. No chance at all. And then Steel Mage was like, "Oh, are you a bitch?" And then I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna play hardcore." And then
All it took was
And-
one call out,
That's-
and you're just like,
that's a good-
okay, you're right. I don't want to play.
Well, I mean,
it's from my best friend, so it hits different. But then
and he's got a
Ben-
point. I mean, that's a very good point.
It's a good point. But then Ben was like, yeah, I'm not dying to like server disconnects 4 times on day one.
True.
And then I died to a server disconnect in WoW, and I'm like, yeah, I can't handle that. I am
Ooh.
starting
that was
software.
your omen. That was your omen. That was your gimme.
Yeah.
The universe
So
is letting
I'm
you know.
starting softcore, and as soon as it
Nice.
seems stable and if it seems balanced enough, I will go hardcore.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Which is interesting because I've never played softcore in PoE 1.
At
Did I
all, ever? Oh, you've
Just for,
always
like,
you've always
events that
been
only
hardcore and
exist in-
SSF and not SSF. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's true.
Like, I'd play BPL and stuff on softcore, but like there's no hardcore version of that.
Right. And then I guess the second question, I get asked this, I don't know, probably 20 times a day, and I'm not playing in the Path of Exile director at all, so I can only imagine for you it's hundreds of times a day. What are you starting? Do you have any idea what like class you're gonna go first? Are you drawn to another one?
so-
Like
Yeah, so I've thought about it a lot, and the first thing I really wanted to play was like the demon girl shapeshifter thing. Looked really cool.
Yeah.
But that also looks very softcore, and my intention is to swap to hardcore very early. So I think I'm going to basically play the exact same thing on softcore and then remake that on hardcore, because then I'll know exactly like how tanky it is and stuff. It'll give me a big advantage.
Yeah.
So
planning
I
to do
am
something
most
very
likely
similar,
going to. I'm leaning towards like a totem warrior right now. The only thing that's a little bit off-putting to me about that is that the totem doesn't scale with your weapon. Like it scales with
Off
the
the
gem.
Yeah.
So that's a little off-putting to me. But that's what I'm leaning towards right now.
Okay. How many times is that going to change between now and Friday, you think?
I don't
Let's
know.
ask him after the interview tomorrow.
Yeah.
The thing is, I don't think there's a. I'm assuming that most things will be a similar power level. So I don't think there's a huge. Like, either way, that sounds like something that's going to be tanky because we don't have life nodes on the tree anymore. And strength is one of the big ways to get health. So I'm leaning towards something like melee and tanky anyway. And I think recovery is going to be like such a huge survival element in PoE. So I'm pretty locked in on being some form of melee warrior, or not even necessarily melee, but like some sort of like strength stacking warrior tank.
Got it. Yeah.
Let me ask you, Ziz, what goes into your like decision-making process as far as, is it just putting up numbers and the best build, or is it like, does fun come into play later on, or does it come into play like right away? Like, because I know you've done all the builds, you know, you explore everything you can, but like when it comes to like first builds, is fun even a factor?
So I would say winning is fun. So I'm
fair.
usually
No, that's fair.
competing.
That's absolutely fair. Yeah.
Yeah. So I really like competing. So that would normally be how I approach it. And in hardcore, you're shoeboxed into things a lot more. So I would say softcore is infinitely better for content creation. Like I just like if I was not a streamer, I would only play hardcore. There's definitely a big part of me that's considering transitioning to softcore full time. I think it's infinitely better for content creation because, like,
Really? You don't think
yeah,
people find more enjoyment like watching for that big death and, you know, all the clips that go around from it and stuff like that?
I don't think that makes up for the amount of content I can't make.
Interesting.
Like,
So yeah, you're
looking
talking
at,
from
like,
like a content creation aspect rather than a viewer aspect.
Yeah.
I was thinking the numbers. Like does that factor into your
I think I get way more numbers if I was a software streamer with how I make content. Way more. Infinitely more.
Interesting.
Like looking at the
Very
type of
interesting.
content Empyrean can make, the type of content Metal can make that I just can't do. Like I play hardcore. I've played hardcore since accidentally Diablo 1 because I played online and my internet connection was so unstable, so I would disconnect and lose all my gear a lot. So like I prefer hardcore. But I probably like I will probably play hardcore in PoE 2 mostly too, but there's a lot of arguments and like Viral, my like content manager, is like, you really should just swap to softcore. And I'm like,
Yeah, I get that. I never thought about the reason, like the very Mathel's allure is that he can play so much different builds and do different things because the threat of dying is not one.
And death sets you back so much.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, right? You get that spike in viewership when you're alive. And people will tune in and they'll watch your death. You might get an extra 100,000 people watching your death, right? And that's great. But then when you're re-leveling, you might tank 80% of the viewership while you're re-leveling.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because people always want to see the new, and if you're dead, you know, it's going to be a while. So I get what you're saying there. Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
It's a lot of hard choices, but I mean that means that like, yeah, there's not necessarily a wrong choice.
Sure. Yeah. What are some of the things in PoE 2 that you're most like, I guess, on the fence about that we know that they've shown? What are things where you're just like, I don't fucking like that, or I don't know how that's gonna go. We're gonna have to check out and see like where are your curiosities, where do they lie?
So again, I am very open to everything, right? It's a new game. I'm gonna go in with the mind frame that it is a new game, and I'm not going in with like, this isn't PoE 1, it sucks, right? Because then I think I would have a bad time. So I'm going in with a very open mind. That being said, there are things that I'm like, oh, this looks fucking awful.
Please
Like
expand.
for example, the fact that you have to click on the well to refill potions, I'm like, is there a need? That is just, it seems very like, why? It's like, what? How does this benefit me?
Okay.
Not being able to respec ascendancy.
Okay, I
I'm
tried to
like,
look for my
we already have a
contract a little
permanent
bit
choice with our-
that I have
with our
for the
class.
sponsor
Do we really
stream,
need a
but I couldn't
subclass
find
with
like
permanent
any
choice
clause
as well
about like,
in
you
a
know,
game
server
where people
issues and stuff like that.
already are
Maybe I didn't read
super
it carefully
against the
enough
fact that
now.
we don't have alternative leveling.
So guys, I
And
guess
obviously
if I
they've
sit in the
said
queue
that
for
they
2
are
hours,
locally
that's
and
it.
have fixed this problem,
Thanks for
with
watching
YouTube being a lot
on
more
Friday.
of an exciting campaign.
Unlucky.
Is it realistically going
Try
to be
again next
exciting
week.
enough after we do have 1,000 or 5,000 hours in PoE 2, right? I'm not convinced that it is. So a permanent choice there. And I'm especially against that in early access because this is when people want to try out the most amount of different stuff. And a lot of people don't like starting over. For a lot of people, it's already a big deal that the game basically starts over every 3 months or whatever anyway, right? So those are definitely the main things I'm a little bit worried about. Another thing, I wouldn't say I'm against this.
Yeah,
I'm really
at this point I'm definitely
curious
gonna play
about this,
regardless. But you know,
is the
PoE
fact
for
that you
example
can only
lately,
have one
and the last
super
like, you know, 1-2 years since I was mostly
per
just like
character.
only
Like, I
D4
can only use
creator
LMP on
basically.
one
They have
gem.
been sponsoring a lot of
I'm
D4
really
creators to
curious.
play
It might
PoE
be
1,
awesome
and they did the
because
same now for PoE 2 launch. I guess long term I
things
cannot
like
really
that
expect that anymore.
are like they are there for a
And you know, these
reason, right?
agreements
Like, for
they get,
example,
you
when they
know,
had
set up like
Soulbound
months in
in
advance, you
Sanctum,
know.
it was
Like,
there
you know,
so
2
that
months
they
ago,
could
for
add that
example, I
much
also
more
didn't
power
expect
to
that
it,
would
right?
be
It's not
so
just a
hyped for PoE,
downside.
and you know, this would be like such a big thing as it
I'm
actually
assuming
is
it's
now,
the
right?
same with gems,
It
right?
seems
Like,
insane.
if we could have
And
more lifetime
I can definitely see myself transitioning as like a real PoE creator.
because of it.
But
So maybe this
yeah,
is
this
like
didn't look
enough
that way,
yeah, you
right?
can only have
With
one
like, you know,
release,
D4 and
but
everything,
so much stronger.
actually getting relatively strong back then.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if that will get changed over time with the not only being able to use one support gem because it could. I think
it's
from
the
like
ball, by the way.
GG side, it'll force people to be creative and like actually utilize and play with all the other tools in the toolbox. But it also could just suck. Like it could just not be fun. And
That's
you
an
wanna,
option.
Yeah, you want to utilize all that other
So
stuff.
and I mean that's the beautiful thing about the early access, right? They can change a lot of things.
Yeah.
Very true.
The flip side,
And they'll be getting lots and lots of feedback.
Oh yeah, they definitely will.
Oh yes.
They definitely will. What about the flip side? Is like, what are you stupidly excited for? What are some of your most exciting things you're looking forward to?
It still seems surreal that we're gonna have 36 ascendancies. At the end of the day, that's so crazy to me. It's like we're gonna have 12 classes. All of those classes are gonna have 3 ascendancies. How are they gonna balance this? Like, that's so crazy.
And constantly be updating and constantly be adding on to via leagues, and every one of them will have to be touched. So it's like wow.
Yeah, it's so crazy. And GGG have done a really good job of making most things viable. Like, obviously, like some things are going to be a lot more viable. But like on softcore especially, right? There's very few things you can't do all the content with. So I think that's very exciting. And there's just so much. There was more content than I was expecting in the early access. I love that there's an Uber. I love the rune stuff. Looks so exciting to me because like runes and rune words were some of my favorite things in D2. So and they seem to have expanded on the Val Orb in a way that is even more like the way the Project Diablo 2 mod and Path of Diablo is. So I think that's so cool. I'm very excited. I personally hope the uniques are at the point like they are in PD2, which I recently played. It's like a mod for Diablo 2, and it's so fun. But there I had a rule like the item doesn't exist until I val it. And that is like so fun. And actually, and the thing I love the most, which makes this more possible, is the fact that there are no sockets on items anymore. So if you find an upgrade, you can put it in.
You don't have to wait.
A quick side bit on that, and this is something I'm going to bring up in the interview tomorrow, is this is why they're doing sockets away from gear, right? Like if you find an item, you can put it on. But the new runes, they also kind of make that harder again, right? Because you can't take a rune back out. So I want to have a little bit of a discussion, a little bit of pushback on that. Like, doesn't that sort of invalidate the easy change? if you like, yeah, I can wear this, but I have to find the runes for the sockets unless they're super plentiful.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit worried about that. Like there is a case where
I guess for
runes aren't
campaign
an
it's true.
issue
You
for a
just equip
switching
whatever you
player.
find. You don't care. And
But
later,
they could be an issue. So I want to hear Jonathan talk about that because I love the idea of you finding an upgrade and you're just slapping it on.
yeah.
Don't have to worry about it.
Later,
You
I
have
would
to
expect
port, go
actually
change
that
the
the
socket.
gear is way harder to get than the runes. So it's like, you know, you find like one item upgrade every like, you know, a few days or something. But the runes you're probably gonna find here and there, and they're gonna be like good enough at least
A
or something.
fundamental change in how GGG wants players to approach exploring the different options. So especially, again, going back to the new player stuff, being able to just like flip this in, use it for 5 packs. No, it's cool. Go back. Didn't lose anything. Didn't lose any time. Like that's going to be huge. That's one of the reasons, like all this stuff that Ziz is referring to. This is one of the reasons I'm very excited to go in without any knowledge and no build guide. I think there's going to be enough mechanics to where it's going to be a really good time. I'm not going in with that same fear that I have in PoE where it's like, oh, if I go down this branch, it's going to brick this character. Like I don't feel like that nearly as much. Knowing how easy it is to respec, knowing about the stuff that Ziz just talked about, being able to test and try that stuff without having to spend resources. That's big. That's a big change for this game.
I really hope that they've really managed that part because in PoE 1, like there's so many big traps for players. Like for like a quick example, right? The amount of times I've like helped somebody with their build and they'd be doing like, let's say ethereal knives or something, right? It's a physical based spell. And they would have a wand with like 30 to 50 flat physical damage, right? And 110% increased physical damage. And to anyone that hasn't played the game, they would be like, yeah, that seems like a great weapon for a physical based spell. But none of the stats on that weapon actually affects it because those are all if you're attacking with the weapon. But that's very unclear in the game.
Yeah.
So hopefully they really, really nailed that and made it very easy to tell. Like I feel ARPGs are probably the single worst game at this, where it's really hard to tell, like, how do I scale this? Like, how do I improve what I'm playing right now?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so
Also
much
take
of it
on
is just
backspace and having to pay for it.
depend on the community to like
That's
help
fine.
shape all of that stuff. And
You
I'm
don't
sure
pay-
like
you don't pay more than
Jonathan
for other
said that
games,
as much,
basically.
right? Like
So
they're
it's okay.
waiting for the community to go in there and break stuff. That's the whole point of this being
Yeah.
in early access.
Yeah.
I got to think from
And if you're
from
really
a
like a
like
try hard
developer
and you want
point of
many
view, for
stats,
them to
stats,
go
then you
back
can get that
and,
as well,
and
which is nice.
start PoE 2 and in a lot of ways like simplify things. And you can kind of see it through what they've shown at Exile Con to even now where they've just taken away complete systems, no more sockets on gear. And now it's like, well, we actually will have sockets on gear, but it's not going to be these. Like, I wonder at what point they're just like, fuck, this is too complicated. We can't, like, we got to the most complicated stuff in PoE 1 and we saw people be like, I'm going to wait for PoE 2. And now they're already starting to like take systems away, but also add others. Like, I wonder how much give and take there is when it comes to the development of that stuff. It's got to be super interesting.
Well, dude, I mean, when you think about their approach to QOL in PoE, I can only imagine what the last 3+ years of debates have been like behind closed doors. Like, I mean, because
Yeah.
a lot, the answer to your question, like, what happens when it gets too complex? Well, you make a new game, and that's what they did.
Yeah, that's true.
They like a lot, you know, like a lot of times they say like MMOs get to the point where the damage numbers are so ridiculous they just have to reset.
The stat squish.
That's PoE 2. Like that's essentially in a lot of ways what they're doing. They're bringing it back to the core basics and then growing it back out again in complexity. We all know PoE 2 in 10 years is going to be probably worse than PoE 1 is now in terms of how deep and complex it is. So they needed a reboot. And honestly, watch, we're going to see 5-6 years. PoE 2 gets that same way and it's like, oh, cool. Now we're talking about PoE 3. It's just going to like, we're going to see these like resets come and it's just going to keep going. But yeah, I think PoE 2 is a big answer to that question.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And I've heard so many people have said that as well. Like I have viewers that have watched me for like 6-7 years and they haven't played PoE yet, which is kind of crazy to me, but it's fun. And a lot of that is like you said, they're waiting for, so many people are waiting for PoE 2 to get in on the ground floor.
Yes.
Right? They're like, oh, I missed the boat on PoE 1. It's too complicated. Zizrin is posting 6-hour-long guides. Let's just wait.
Yeah, that's true. Are you gonna? I guess as a content creator, what is the first thing you're going to focus on when it comes to content creation, and like how are you going to balance that as a super fan at the same time when you're like, I actually need to do my job.
That's a great question.
Or on a flip side, are you just saying, screw it, this is for me?
Yeah, like where is your mind for all that?
That's a great question. The thing is, I kind of like enjoy playing content the way I stream anyway, right? Like, I very early made the choice that I didn't really want to have a different personality on my on-stream persona than myself because of the amount of hours I stream. And I really thought about having like a character because I'd seen other people doing that. And I think that makes
Bug
like
out,
any
man.
negative criticism a lot easier to handle. But I was like, but also I want to stream for like 20, 30 hours. And keeping up a character for that long.
Wait, hold
exhausting.
on. So you're telling me that you didn't go blue hair to copy Ninja?
No, he's Swedish.
That
I
was
had blue
all
hair
you?
first.
Okay.
I had blue hair first.
Okay.
I was
all right.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure if we check the
Okay,
timeline,
all
if we go check the
right.
videos, I'm pretty sure that's his
I
hat
was
at
just smaller.
first.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
So
Norway? Oh,
I
Norwegian,
will
sorry.
actually be running a subathon at the launch with my wife. I
Oh,
usually
nice.
don't do these, but I've done one before, like 3 years ago, maybe.
Yeah.
But so many people have actually been asking, like, are you going to do something with your wife again? And we are. So that's pretty exciting. And then I am basically hoping to rush down the Uber, the new boss.
Okay.
Don't know if I'll do that in softcore, but there's Steelmate as well was saying, like, most likely the first person that kills it in hardcore is going to kill it in softcore first. Because we don't have practice characters, right? And it looks like boss fights are so hard now that we might be just going. The first person that goes in on hardcore, if they haven't practiced on softcore, there's a big chance they go in and they're just like dead. So I'll probably see after 3 to 5
Funny,
days.
because
how far
exactly
I
that
am,
happened
how
to me in
things
that
are
epoch,
progressing
right?
With if anyone is playing hardcore at the start.
I mean, I did 2 characters on hardcore, and then I got the
but,
second kill on my second
I'll
character.
be making videos. and
But you
stuff
know,
like
I
that.
died on my first character being the first to attempt, basically.
Recording it while you're in the
Yeah.
process. Okay.
So I'm pretty sure the same would happen here as
And
well.
it's like, yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, like, for the people that don't want to do this without the helping hand, what do you suggest? Wait a day? Wait till later the first
you don't
day?
really
like,
need to wait at all because somebody that is a content creator is likely going to be ahead of you anyway. So you can literally watch them live, or like most people are multi-streaming on YouTube now.
sure.
Going through the VOD is so easy on YouTube. If anything, put on a 1 hour delay on yourself, and then you're seeing like where to put points, like where to do everything. If you do want that hand holding, right?
Yeah.
Like, and streamers will be playing a lot of different builds anyway.
Sure. Okay. And then I guess the other question, like, it definitely has already happened with PoE 1 when you see, you know, how do I classify it? You have like the content creator YouTube video of like, hey, here's my build guide. And then you have the like, what is the big build guide website that starts with an M where a lot of content creators.
Maxroll.
Yeah, like Maxroll.
Maxroll.
Like, where do you see that
Maxroll name dropped.
going? Do you think more and more content creators are going to partner up with that site? Do you think they're going to stay their own thing? Do you see any like pushback from viewers when it's like, I don't want to go to Maxroll, I just want to go to your YouTube? Like, how is that shaping up?
So that's a great question. I haven't really talked about this publicly. I am part of Maxroll.
Yeah.
And this isn't really publicly announced yet, but I'm now the branch leader of Path of Exile.
Okay. Congrats.
So that's me. Thank you.
Yeah, big congrats. Can you tell us what that means?
Yeah. So that's me and Crouching Tuna. So me and Tuna are doing that. And then one of the main things that I didn't like when I joined Maxroll was that there would be unoptimal guides and stuff on the website. So one of the things that I wanted to change.
Did you
is that
say
literally-
unoptimum? What was that?
Unoptimal, yeah, like just
Okay.
not perfect.
Gotcha.
And guides don't have to be perfect, by the way. They just have to be framed perfectly. Like there are several of my guides that are unoptimal, right? And I've told this to Ko as well. Like sometimes when giving Ko a guide, I'll be like, this guide is better, but this guide is better for a new player, right? Because telling a new player, hey, you need to weapon swap every 6 seconds, like
They're going to be like, cool, what's weapon swapping?
Yeah, why the
Yeah,
fuck do I want to do that to my
Oh.
Yeah, why-
hands? Like,
Why
what?
would I ever want to do that?
So one of the things I've started to wanting to change was to make sure that like every single thing, like instead of saying like, well, there's some unoptimal guides and some optimal guides on Maxroll, I want to get to the point where like everything that's there, you're gonna have a good experience with. So we've been bringing on like more players, right? That I'm very confident in as well. So like we have Garatha joining, we have Havoc joining, we have kind of throwing him under the bus here, but Steel Mage is joining. We're gonna have Steel Mage doing some
all the announcements.
We're gonna have Steel Mage doing like some sort of like content review where he will like help other creators and look over guides a little bit.
Nice.
To like really like keep this to a whole new standard as well. And so like especially Garatha as well, in my opinion, is like literally one of the best guide creators.
Yeah, he's great.
So,
I've used his stuff before.
Yeah, and he does really unique stuff too. So I think like getting some of those like really, really good players on and everyone helping each other, I think will really take that to the next level. And the main reason I wanted to join personally is I've always wanted to do written content. And I actually hired a guy called Enki to make written content for me.
Nice.
For the Path of Exile forum, but that didn't work because I couldn't monetize it at all. So I was just bleeding money for no return. Whereas through Maxroll, we can monetize through the ad revenue, right?
Sure.
So it actually makes sense. So yeah, that's like for me at least. So I think things like that will be a really big part of it, and I think there's still like a lot of room for just like I'm still going to be doing.
Sorry, but I will not tell you why Rob is
People
not on
want
Maxroll
different
anymore.
things, right? Some people want written guides, some people want a video guide, some people want long in-depth stuff, and some people want just like, here's the skill tree. That's all you need.
It's a very big topic.
Because Path of Exile is a very unique game where there are literally, and I'm not joking for people that aren't familiar with Path of Exile, there are people with over 3,000 and 5,000 hours in the game that feel like a new player. I'm not joking.
Yeah, that would probably be me.
I consider myself a PoE noob. I'm not very versed. If I look at Path of Exile right now, my played time is 911 hours, and I would say that I'm a relatively new player at the end of the day.
Yeah. I have 25, maybe 26,000, and I definitely do consider anyone under 3K. There are exceptions, but I do consider most people under 3K a very new player. There are exceptions, like I'm Exile. When he started, he would have very like, I'm going to learn and master this game approach, and he became one of the best players in less than 3,000.
Yeah, it
You have
depends
to have, like-
on the personality.
It's such an astronomical amount of time. I love how you're like
True.
in less than 3,000 hours, dude. That's like
It's
years.
a big game.
Like it's like he became an ancient master after only training for 55 years.
Yeah.
One thing also I will say, I'm going to make this comment only because I've said the exact same thing, but I love so much as a streamer that this was like, so I've always wanted to write guides, so I hired a guy to do it for me. And I do the exact same thing.
Bro,
It's a very streamer-minded
I thought about
thing. Yeah.
well,
I do the
to be
same
fair,
thing. I hired a whole team,
like-
to be fair. So
it helps a lot. Well, we ghostwrite them, so I'm in Discord with them. But yeah, it's a little bit easy to get out of touch as a streamer. I'll never forget my first podcast ever was with a guy called Ziggy D.
Yeah.
And
who is in chat right now? Hi, Ziggy.
oh, awesome. And this is the time where I was streaming roughly 450 hours per month at this time. And on his podcast, I say the line, casual players that only play 8 to 9 hours a day. And Ziggy was just like, he was like, what did he just say? And I didn't even think
I mean,
about
this is
it.
PoE standards,
At
man.
the time, I was doing 30-hour sessions. So I was like, yeah, 8 to 9
I'm not a
hours.
noob in
that's
Ziz's
pretty
eyes,
casual.
man. Look at that.
That was- that was
3,700.
around. Yeah, we've grown since then.
Yeah.
I think we've all been there. We've all been there.
I mean,
in our
it's just
different
in-game, it
ways.
doesn't
Maybe
count
not
PoE,
that
I
way,
guess.
but in our different ways.
It happens. It happens without question. Well, cool. I know you got a ton of PoE 2 stuff. I know you've got that interview with Jonathan.
Oh.
I told you before.
I've seen multiple questions. When is the interview tomorrow?
Yeah.
8 p.m. GMT, so that's 40 minutes from now tomorrow.
So,
So
3 p.m.
3
Eastern.
p.m. ET tomorrow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. And it'll be on your Twitch channel live. Is that okay?
Yeah, add on YouTube. I multi-stream now.
And then I'm sure VOD on YouTube and everything like that.
I've removed the VOD on YouTube now.
You don't have. So wait.
Really?
Wait.
Yeah,
you mean VOD
I'm-
of the live stream?
Yeah.
So then you
I'm not
post the
sure how to
VOD of the
feel about
video,
it.
right?
Okay, the reason I removed it, at least temporarily, I don't know what to do. It's actually, it does cost me a lot of ad revenue because it is a significant amount of ad revenue leaving it up.
Do you not turn ads on them?
What?
No. I have the ads on them. The problem is I'm now hiding them because I looked at my own channel on my phone and I was horrified because I could not see my own videos that I was
Because the
posting.
live videos were
All
everywhere.
I saw was Zizarin live, Zizarin live, Zizarin live. And I was like, well, this is awful.
Yeah.
You
I
can
get
hide
that.
that.
You can also,
You
yeah,
can have it. You can have it so they don't send those out. We don't.
It
do
doesn't
that.
push to sub boxes. Yeah, you can hide that on each individual video.
Right.
And
I
also,
might
you can
need-
monetize them. There's no question after my testing. There's no question that monetized YouTube VODs make way more than Twitch VODs. Like per.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, yeah,
Way
like
more.
0 cents to
Significantly.
actual money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I
if
might
it's the
need a
kind of
quick
thing where.
tutorial- I might need a quick tutorial on how to keep the VOD up, but not spam people because it was so bad.
Yeah, Maximilian dude went on Twitter about it recently, so that's where
we can take this offline and do all sorts of stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I saw that tweet and I couldn't really figure it out except by doing what I did. So
Yeah. Anyways, I told you before the show that I was going to have a question from us added to your interview question list. However,
All right.
Zeke is going to be the one to do it. Me and Co will not
Okay.
be adding a question. So
I like
please, Zeke, what should we ask Jonathan, the game director on Path of Exile 2?
I mean, you put me on the spot here, dude. Like, you
100%.
could have like prefaced it before the show started and said like, get my
No, because
creative juices flowing for a good question.
no, we're not professional here.
Zeke, I think the less you think about it, the better. To be blunt.
Yeah.
Okay. Is the game why was it a conscious choice to make the game more difficult than PoE 1?
Holy shit, a real question. Zeke, you were supposed to say, how can I play this by smacking my penis on the controller?
That's true.
that's a really good one.
And will
Why
you have a
was
control
it-
scheme for that?
Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
There you go. Ziz is adding it into the list. Fantastic.
That's a damn good question. That's like
A
an
really good
actual
one.
legit great question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was fully expecting it to be something that I could answer.
Okay, can I
That's really
go?
good.
Can I go back to doing what I do now?
Oh man.
PoE
I
2,
love on the
good.
spot. Fantastic.
Good question, yeah.
The other thing, just complete topic swap. You've been playing some hardcore WoW. We all talked about, or I guess we all saw your death. We haven't done a show since the passing of Zizzer and the Mage. But yeah, DC death. How was that?
Yeah, I really thought that we would avoid that by playing in a duo. So obviously me and Steel were playing together, and we actually have the same ISP, but we do live like a little bit apart. So yeah, I was hoping there would be no DC death, and we pulled like 13, 14 Murlocs, and then suddenly we're just running and nothing's happening, and I'm like, oh okay, excellent. So we died like level 37, 36, something like that.
Oh, I thought you were hired. I thought that was like in the 40s, but no. Okay.
No. And we were having a blast. Like we were doing like 28-hour sessions and
Wow.
so much fun. And
Yeah,
like huge shout out to Soda, who's
Dude,
probably
it's crazy.
one of the few, if not the only person that can pull this off.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah,
just
dude.
so fun. And I really enjoyed it. I hope he makes it a regular thing. I will always play if I have time and there's no crazy PoE launch
I
happening.
hope to jump in 3.0.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's wild how I don't obviously like collaborations are the lifeblood of 2024 Twitch, but like I have not seen a collaborative effort on on the platform that is this scope and has this many different people from such different backgrounds all playing the same thing. And of course it's got to be World of Warcraft, which there's
Yeah.
like a beauty in that as well, but also from just the beginnings of live streaming, there's also a beauty in that. But
It's so fun.
it's so good. It's such a fascinating collaborative thing.
Tyler one
to
playing
just
WoW,
take
I saw
part
that
of.
as well.
And I hope they continue to build on it. I hope it
Yeah, there's
becomes
like
an annual
OnlyFans
event or a
thing.
biannual event.
Yeah, I mean, it was
a-
super fun for us. The reason we went so high
Such a big event.
was Streamer Ego, because Soda made a list of who are the sweats and who are the non-sweats.
Yeah.
And we got put on the non-sweat list, and we definitely took that personally.
Oh,
We're
I
like,
100% knew you would.
Oh God, Ziz, I'm
Okay.
sorry. Are you okay?
No. I even
man.
asked during the meeting. I was like, I've been awake for like 28 hours. Can I be moved to the sweat list? And they just laughed at me. I'm like, all right,
Yeah.
we're running another 28-hour session.
And that's my favorite part about it is Soda is in this position where, you know, he has command over like 500 plus people, all of varying sizes and egos and all that shit. And he doesn't give a fuck. Like he's the only person that could do that, I think, on this entire platform and not have
All this
You
talks
know,
is money.
the ego
No, he's
that I
definitely
think could
quite a
very
business
easily
guy,
be
I guess, to
obtained,
some degree.
or the like,
Oh,
But he's also
the
very
like
likable.
pompousness of being like, oh no, you're so and so. That's completely
brother,
fine.
you're thinking about this wrong. It's not that his ego is so far beyond.
You think it's
everyone-
an ego
oh,
beyond
God.
everyone
He
else?
is on a
Oh.
level that is unattainable by others, and therefore, anytime there is a challenge, it's just an overwhelming defeat. Like there's no other, which I think
Yeah.
is how he's handling it so well.
It could be.
So, Soda was actually one of the reasons I started streaming, and I used to have like
Sure.
this like recurring sub message when I resubbed to him about me being a marble, and he would just like he would read the message and then just be like, "This guy's so fucking stupid."
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's something to be said when there's like
Soda pop
drama around this, because of course there's going to be drama around a World of Warcraft guild. When there's like drama between two massive, really pillars of Twitch, and one of them is just like, dude, you're being a fucking bitch. Like that is a literal line to the other
Yeah.
one. And he's just like, I'm fucking done with this conversation. I'm going to move on with my day. Like, it's crazy to me that that's the same
Yeah.
kid that I saw on X-Fire, 15 years ago saying the most heinous shit I've ever fucking heard. And now he's just like, nah, I don't have time for this fucking shit. So
Yeah.
It's-
I
it's
really
lovely.
hope he
It's
keeps
awesome.
doing
It's
it.
yeah.
I really liked the whole like Harry Potter theme to this too, with making it into basically different houses.
Okay,
and
that's
having
like
them
the
compete.
PG version. This is like straight up race wars. Like this.
Yes, but I'm on somebody else's podcast, so I'm like, can I say that I really enjoyed the racism? Like,
Yeah.
it was really fun.
Dude, it's hilarious. Like Imaru, who's like the most
That's-
wholesome streamer of all time. She's like, all right, here are some new racist terms that you can use for all of the races in WoW on our daily news feed for OnlyFans. And then just start saying racist terms.
I think
Yeah.
Ziz may have just said his most heinous quote, out of quote context ever on this show in the last
well,
20
see,
seconds. I
I've
love
really
it.
stopped caring about that because with AI now, anyone
This is
can make me
great.
say anything. So I'm like,
True.
I don't. That's
Yeah,
actually
true.
I actually said something worse.
And it doesn't exactly hurt that you have a very unique voice. So that just makes it easier. The more unique
Yeah.
your voice sounds, the easier AI has
Well,
with it. So
Yeah.
So for those that are new and aren't familiar with me, the reason I sound like this is just because I'm sick. I actually have a very deep and pleasant voice normally.
He sounds like Pirate Software. He uses the same
Yes,
software
exactly.
that
Yep.
Pirate actually uses to
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. Well, I think that's good. I think we'll let you go on your way. What's on the docket before Friday? How much? Like, what do you besides the Jonathan interview? What's your day to day like till Friday?
Definitely some stalling and farming viewers, like just looking at stuff.
Yeah.
And getting. Oh, I'm also gonna like figure out subathon goals and stuff.
Hmm.
One of them's gonna be a tattoo. That's
Oh, you're
that's
gonna.
what-
One of the goals is going to be a tattoo.
yeah.
Is it going to be a Ziz tattoo or a PoE tattoo?
Either Gauntlet or the PoE logo. I mean, I feel like at this point, PoE has like completely
Nice.
changed me and my family's life. So,
Sure.
Yeah.
But I'll be doing a lot of calls and talks with other streamers, like mini podcasts and stuff. I like talking to people. So,
Yeah.
me and Ziggy is gonna do a talk. Me and Woody, the other people as well.
Cool.
I think you should get log in and have your nipple be the O.
Definitely not that. Definitely not that.
I'm gonna pay
All
PoE
right,
tattoo.
look,
Come on.
Zeke, you get a
Great
question
suggestion.
in the interview. No,
I mean, at some point PoE will have shaped like, 2+ decades of his life, I guess.
JP, I'm doing
And basically made him what he is, and made his entire,
You think this man
Fortune as well, right?
What are you drinking?
No, it's all
It's fine to get a PoE tattoo for this, I believe.
He doesn't have his own handler.
Oh,
Anyways.
I didn't know we had a handler.
Oh, we've got a handler. I send you the invoice. You just sign things. You don't even look anymore. That's where you're at. Go.
You're a cheap date.
Ziz, do some shout outs.
Yeah.
Where can people check you out?
Yeah, I'm Scissorin on everything. I will be streaming loads of PoE 2. It'll be my life for the next foreseeable future. And I love that description. That's funny. But yeah, thanks so much for having me, and excited to explore the game with you all on launch. And I'm going in blind as well, which is great.
Fantastic.
Love it.
You can just close the link. You can make a silly face. It'll capture your last frame on the video and say goodbye. Thank you so much for
Appreciate you being here, man.
tuning in. I will ask, do you
Yo.
want us to keep the podcast on your stream, or are you going to stream? We can shut it down very easily.
No, I'm not going to stream. You can keep it there. Also,
Okay.
my mom wanted me to shout out that I'm from Norway.
Hey, cool.
Hey, Mom.
Real quick, we're gonna probably be contacting you soon in the future because we're gonna need a post PoE 2 like recap episode.
That's right.
Sounds
Get ready.
great. I'm down.
Just get ready.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, you don't need to take it down. So I just close the link.
In what,
Yeah.
like next October when he's finally comes out of his like haze and-
No, don't worry. He can play during the show. He can just keep playing PoE and just do Discord on his side and just call in and we can do the whole show. It'd be great.
Fantastic. Yeah. Yeah. Just make a funny face and close the links. That's all you got to do. Easy peasy. Love it. Beautiful. He got the objective.
Oh, that's
right.
fantastic.
Fantastic.
That's
Yeah.
fantastic.
We are going to keep the stream up if you're watching live over on Ziz's stream. So welcome to it. And if not, we're done with the PoE discussion. We're going to talk a little bit about news and everything else going on in the world of gaming. And then a little bit about what we've been playing. But first, we didn't get a chance to do this because we jumped straight into PoE.
Wait, Ziz in your chat. I wasn't told it was gonna stay there.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's literally what I said.
I thought that literally is what you said. Yeah.
I mean, it's not like we're not gonna
Great, man.
manipulate the image.
Do
or
you
anything.
have
Yeah, I didn't know this
picture
podcast,
of
so
a
it's always
hot
those three
dog
guys, and they
I'm
invite like
asking
one
for
dude,
no
or
reason
how's that
in
gonna?
particular.
How's that
I
working
can
actually?
get one if you would
That would
like.
be.
Let me.
I don't know. That
let's-
might be that. I mean, I could. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen that
Oh,
Cool
let me
Carnage
not-
like
okay,
once
hold on.
or
I almost
twice.
typed- I almost searched hot dong. Let me hot dog.
Yeah, don't search hot dong. No,
Yeah,
no.
no,
Oh
no,
no!
that was,
do not Google that.
yeah, that was,
For any non-English speakers at home, do not Google that.
That
please.
was almost an oopsie, but it wasn't. We're good now. Yeah. Ziz, while I'm or not Ziz, Zeke, while I'm doing this, how's your fucking finger, man? What the hell happened? I looked over.
Oh yeah.
I'm grinding WoW for like a 12-hour
Right.
stream, and I see
Yeah.
Code in the drop frames chat, and he's like, "Dude, Ziz, are you like, or Zeke? What happened? What happened? I don't know why. I still got Z
Yeah.
on the brain. What happened? Why are you in the ER? Like, is everything okay?" And I'm like, "What the fuck went out? Like, what happened? How'd it go down?"
What happened was the whole trip to Billings was cursed, and I was completely unaware until the curses kept falling upon me.
Oh,
The first curse was as we were leaving, we hadn't gotten snow here in Denver for like weeks. Like we had one a couple of, a few weeks ago, we had a little bit of dump, but like blizzard, like immediately when we're going to go, when we're going to leave. Thankfully, like it didn't last like until like we got out of Colorado and got into Wyoming, and it dissipated by then. But it was like our first thing was like just dumped on blizzard, like fog, like all in front of your face. It was shit.
Classic.
So we get out, and then, sorry, I'm gonna lead up to the finger.
okay.
Oh no.
But we get out of there, and I tell my lady, I said, driving through Wyoming is terrible. It's awful, because they have the Wyoming Highway Patrol has nothing better to do than to pull people the fuck over for very, very minor infractions.
Sure.
And so we actually committed one of those minor infractions by not there was a highway patrolman who had pulled over somebody already, and we didn't merge to the left lane as we were passing them. Apparently that's a law, not just courtesy. That is a law.
Oh, weird.
So-
Okay.
Yeah. If you see a vehicle, emergency vehicle on the right side, pulled somebody over or helping someone with stalled vehicle or whatever, you must pull over to the left lane or you get a ticket, which we did. which I was like, oh, it's not going to be that much. It was $240. Like, Jesus Christ.
That's
Like,
crazy.
I know. I was like, God damn, dude.
Never going to
Yeah.
that state. What the fuck?
No, Wyoming is terrible to drive through because they have nothing better to do than to pull people over. It's the least populated state in the union for a reason because it sucks out there. I'm from Montana. I can say
Sorry
that.
from anyone
Fuck
that's
Wyoming.
watching from Wyoming.
No. Fuck Wyoming.
Yeah, he seems
Oh,
very
no.
Montana's way
intense
better.
about
Move
this.
north
It's
or move
okay.
south to Colorado.
Zeke, I'm big in Wyoming. I'd like you to slow down a little bit, please.
Oh, with the 3 people who actually have internet out there? Oh, good.
It's
Okay.
7.
Sorry.
Fantastic.
Anyway, so we got our ticket. We were both pissed, and we went on our merry way. We got to my brother's house, who we're staying with in Billings, and he has 2 dogs. We have 2 dogs, and one of the dogs can be very nervous around other dogs. Like, he's great with humans, but he can be very nervous around other dogs, and got into like a little growling, like snapping match with one of my dogs. And I went to separate them. I grabbed a snout, and I grabbed
Snoop.
I'll
the
be a big
snout at the
one,
wrong time. And my finger wrapped around and got caught underneath the tooth of one of them and just went like a stapler. Just went like straight through my fingernail.
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. So like I went to the sink, and I'm like dropping blood the whole way. And Katie didn't know what happened because I was just like, oh, that was the only sound I made. And she was like, because we got them apart, we got the other dog kenneled. And she was like, what happened? Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Is that your blood on the ground? I'm like, yeah, probably. And she was like, let me see it. And I went, no, you cannot see this. And she goes, is it bad? I'm like, I wouldn't go to the hospital, but I'm going to let someone outside
like
of
your
me.
finger like hanging off of like the rest of your finger?
Yeah.
Yeah, go to the fucking hospital. Like,
Yeah.
How would you
yeah.
not go to the Like, what?
that's classic
What?
American bullshit right there.
No, it's just like if you can avoid going to the hospital, you do in the United States.
That's how it is in the U.S. Yeah.
Not
No.
wrong.
Yeah.
So I drew a little diagram on my finger here.
Okay.
So this part of my finger was
gone.
almost off.
Yeah.
Like completely off.
Yeah.
Because it chomped right through the nail, and it like there was a little flap of skin, like right there, like holding the chunk of my finger on. And I was like, "Oh, we can just glue it or whatever." And she was like, "Let me
All right.
see it." I was like, "Okay." She's like, "We're going to the emergency room right now." I was like,
Yeah.
"All right, you made the call."
100%.
However, good part of this story, I have never ever in my life been to a hospital, a walk-in clinic, anything that was this fast. So I'm going to give a shout out to St. Vincent's in Billings, your ER. I was in and out of that place with stitches in like an hour and 10 minutes.
Damn. Okay.
It was
Oh my
insane. It
That's
was
pretty crazy.
It was
yeah.
the Wednesday
insane.
before Thanksgiving. And I thought I was going to be in there for 5 or 6 hours at least.
Yeah.
Dude,
What-
I had
I
to go
got
to the
in,
urgent
they're like,
care
check
for
in.
pneumonia.
Yeah.
I wasn't out of there for 4 hours. And they weren't that
Do we
busy.
still want to listen to this? I guess not, right? Let's move on here, I guess.
No, it was insane. Like I've never been
Why
into
is
a
this a
hospital
face
like
there?
for a visit or
Yeah, so he
anything
was on
like
the
that.
podcast, and then they said, okay, make a grimace, and then they're gonna freeze it, and so he's just like eternally stuck now. But yeah, I think we can move on here. That's not talking about PoE anymore anyway, so let's just leave it, I guess. That was pretty good though. He left his own channel. You guys enjoy. I guess he's taking a break or something. How long has he been streaming? Well, he was doing a lot of WoW the last week and stuff, so yeah, now he actually just started. So he basically started the stream for this, actually. It looks like. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, there's like a new mercenary video from Ziggy that I want to see. So let's do that actually, guys. Some actual gameplay and stuff. Mercenary Grenadier. So this sounds very close to what I'm planning to start actually. So let's see if he learned something here. He restarted the stream for the podcast. Ah, okay, I see. I wasn't aware. So I guess he had to like set something up or something with them. And going exactly this, Mercury idea. Nice. Yeah, that's probably gonna be something that I will be doing as well.
Ah, smell that burning sulfite. G'day folks, Ziggity here. These are the glorious sights and sounds of a mercenary grenadier.
I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
Just one of the many playstyles possible on the
There's like this oil grenade, right? That it can like ignite and then it has like this burning covered ground.
very flexible mercenary class. Now just a note before we continue, this footage is from Act 1 and 2, filmed hands-on at the GGG studio when I travelled there to host the Q&A just last week. This isn't a build guide, it's way too early for that. Anyone giving you a build guide is kind of like yanking your chain a bit. I, like many of you, want us all to explore the beta and figure out builds together. Consider this instead just a primer, a showcase, just a taste of one playstyle of the mercenary that might inspire one of your builds or help you decide what to start as. This video will contain some minor spoilers like minor boss fights and locations, but no story elements. Also keep in mind that while this is some of the most fresh Path of Exile 2 footage you'll see, until the beta is out, it's still subject to change. Also, I did want to note that there was a bug here that's likely already been fixed as I'm recording this, where the mercenary doesn't turn when reloading or winding up an attack. It's kind of just a visual thing, it didn't really affect the gameplay, but it doesn't quite look right, and Jonathan specifically pointed it out to me. It was working fine in earlier builds, but something broke and they had to fix it after I left. And with that, I'm very excited to share some of my experiences with the Mercenary and Grenadier playstyle in Path of Exile 2.
Always some sort of ritual going on,
Most of the time in PoE 2, you will choose your own skills through the Uncut Gem system, but the first skill is pre-made for you on the beach, and for the Mercenary, that's Fragmentation rounds. Effectively, a shotgun. This shoots many small projectiles.
I mean, what Wonka says, I think that, you know, GG will have a large success here, right? So as much as like they have Tencent in the background and there might be like, you know, let's say business pressures or something like that, it looks like PoE 2 is going to be extremely successful financially, regardless of, you know, how much they do not cater to casuals or like the majority player base or something like that, right? And I don't think they should even try to necessarily compete with Diablo 4 on like the same, like, you know, level. I mean, you know, this is never going to happen at this point anyway, right? Like the game is basically nearly done. And I also don't expect that it's going to go anywhere close to like Diablo 4 territory. If anything, it's going to like further distance itself with like at least complexity wise and stuff. But it looks like, you know, they have done everything right, basically, right? Despite keeping their integrity and despite sticking to their design philosophies and everything. And it's still going to be like, you know, ridiculous success, basically, even with that. And that's very good to see, you know. So there's definitely room for these like more hardcore RPGs. And maybe in the future we're also going to see more that will go in this direction. Can they maintain the popularity and player count? Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, right now it's like the start of it, and there's like the big hype wave, and everyone is excited and whatever. But, you know, eventually they have to, you know, get into the seasonal model again, right? It's different selling like early access copy once and then later saying, okay, we're gonna make the game free, by the way, which, you know, now they also can't take back anymore, right? There's no way they can say, oh, by the way, we're not gonna make the game free or something like that, right? There's no way they can do that. So they definitely have to keep going with the existing business model, and they're like, you know, 100% on that lane basically. And we'll see, I guess, how it will go in like a few years or something. Never say never, money does strange things to people. Yeah, I mean, I guess like all the decision makers, let's say, that at least I know of in GG or something, they're all basically set at this point, I imagine, right? So, you know, like Chris Wilson, Jonathan, whatever. So I don't think they really had to make a PoE 2 in the first place if they cared about money too much. Or like, you know, or not, right? Like, I don't think this is really like a big concern for them. So yeah, I think they will stick to, you know, what they have promised, and they will not go like, you know, much the like casual route or something like that. Yeah, exactly. They just stuck to it, and it has been working out, and this also gave them the trust of, you know, a good company, right? Like GG has earned so much trust with their player base over time, and even if people don't play it, people still respect the company, and that's really worth a lot. You know, you hear this all the time about Blizzard, for example, right? Blizzard always has like these, they have like these scandals like some years ago, and then, you know, they do this, they do this, they do the early access for 4 days for the Diablo 4 launch. And, you know, it's obvious that this is just like, you know, how they conduct business, and it's like completely different atmosphere than in like GG, for example, right? Yeah, and people don't really have the same trust with something like Blizzard or something. They are doing things right as well, you know. I wouldn't say that everything that Blizzard does is bad. They are very mindful about a lot of things and whatever. But they also have done the fair share of like lots of shitty stuff. So yeah, it is what it is, I guess. Why don't start Ranger? I think Merc looks a bit clunky. I'm quite tempted for Ranger as well. It might be my second character. People love to hate Blizzard. Yeah, I guess one thing is also that Blizzard just has like, you know, such a large range of, you know, different games, and, you know, like a long history, and you know, different player bases, and, you know, like, you know, even like single titles like, you know, WoW, for example, have shifted so much through the decades at this point. So you're always gonna piss off people and whatever, right? And there's just like so many pissed off people now that don't play Blizzard games anymore because there were so many people that played them in the past, you know? It kind of makes sense as well. But on top of this, there's also a lot of things that are just not really going the way they should sometimes, I guess. GGG is seen as a David to Blizzard Goliath. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe people still have that notion. I wouldn't really say that GG is like, you know, behind anymore, right? If you look at this, it looks like GG is making the you know, the bigger, the better game and so on, if you look at this. And they're also not a small studio at this point, right? Like, I'm not sure how many employees they have, but I don't think there's like, you know, such a massive gap between like the development team on D4 versus like PoE 2, for example. So yeah. GG is the Goliath here. The GG Goliath. It is massive. Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, either way. So I could imagine Blizzard still has like a bigger like workforce in terms of like just Diablo 4 team and stuff, compared to like GG's whole office or something. But yeah, I would definitely imagine this is a pretty large office at this point. Yo, thanks Melhite, thanks for the prime. Jonathan said that PoE doesn't have near the level of polish animations in their games compared to Blizzard. Yeah, but it does look good anyway, right? Like, I know that there are a lot of little details that a lot of people probably never really notice in, for example, Diablo 4. There's like so many little details, and if you pay attention to that, I think people actually, you know, find tons of stuff where, you know, okay, this must have cost them so much time to make, and, you know, there's like this little thing that is completely overlooked. You know, like graphics, art, and all that kind of stuff. Like, you know, this is like very well done, and there's like never really a question about it in Blizzard games. And the thing is that it doesn't necessarily matter to most people, right? People also want content, and people also want challenges, and those kind of things, and this is what PoE delivers. So PoE 2 looks, you know, on the same level at least, I'd say, with D4. Some people say it looks better. Like, personally, like, it has like mildly different art style, but it looks like overall the same quality to me. But I'm not really an expert to, like, you know, compare little details or something. But it looks good enough, at least, you know. It looks like a game that will look fine for the next, like, you know, half decade at least, or something like that. So this is good. And yeah, exactly. You know, some people say PoE 2 looks better, some people say D4 looks better, as I said. For me, I don't see a big difference, to be honest. And there's like, you know, like different stuff I guess they're focused on here with some of the you know, maybe spell effects or monster effects and so on. Yeah, but it does look very high quality. So it's not even that, you know, PoE is really behind at the very least. No, at the very least, I would say PoE is not behind on the art quality and the sound and everything. Like, it's also, you know, extremely well done. So there's like this big argument that people usually have for, like, you know, Blizzard delivers like a good quality on that end, but they're not even like the only ones anymore, right? Compared to Last Epoch, right? Last Epoch came out and it already looks like a game from last decade. And some people just don't want to play that. When I was streaming Last Epoch, people literally said that, like, hey, this game looks old. What is this, man? And I don't want to install this. You know, this is actually what some people say, because they care so much about the graphics. And yeah, it does look like a game from like 2008 or something, right? It's just what it is. So, and yeah, I mean, you can't blame people for that, you know? It's just like the standards rise, and some people just don't like it. I feel like the visual effects look better in PoE 2 than Diablo 4. Yeah, they definitely look really cool. I guess maybe one thing about like the less polish is also like sometimes there's like these minor graphic bugs and these kind of things that I think seem to appear more often in PoE 2 than in D4, but again, this is like pre-early access, so it's just like some stuff I've seen. But for example, when I was playing, I also noticed like, you know, some little things, like the lighting was a little bit off. When there was like, you know, an explosion, there was like an obstacle that would, you know, cut the light or something, and, you know, the vision would look a bit weird and whatever. But overall, you know, this were like minor things. Or like, you know, some textures would like clip into each other or something like that, you know. So I noticed these kind of little things there, but I guess they're also gonna like hammer them out over time. And this is probably kind of the level of polish that we're talking about, which like takes a ridiculous amount of time to fix. And, you know, it's definitely done in like D4, right? Like the engine, the graphics and so on, they are very polished. And maybe this is a bit like lacking here, but overall the quality is very high.
In a spread that can indeed shotgun if you get closer, and the damage is substantially better if you do get up point blank, unless the target is huge, in which case you're probably going to hit them anyway. Fragmentation Rounds has some fun interactions with frozen enemies that we'll talk about later, but it serves as a good intro to how the crossbow works. And fundamentally, this class plays very differently to any other. Crossbows are preloaded, but mostly fired nearly instantly. Every other weapon, whether it's a bow or a hammer, have some kind of wind up to them, right? But with crossbows, you're already loaded and ready to go, you just click the button. The downside is, of course, that you do need to reload, and each skill is effectively an ammo type that you can reload or swap to separately. Default attack is an ammo type, and so is Fragmentation Rounds. Pressing the load button will either reload that magazine or swap to it. A loaded magazine of a skill type, like Fragmentation Rounds, will persist even if you swap between multiple different ammo types as well. So you can preload everything and then swap between it quickly. This has a pretty few interesting effects. For example, you pay the mana cost when you reload, not when you fire. Again, very different to most skills. So you can spend mana reloading before you even begin combat, effectively investing your mana into preparing for the upcoming fight. And I put emphasis here on preparing, as that's really the Mercenaries' main theme in a nutshell in my mind. Preparation. Mercenaries usually have an arsenal of weapons and tools that will be prepared and expended over the course of the fight as needed. A well-prepared mercenary will do well, while one that is unprepared might find themselves overwhelmed. You load ammo types by pressing the load button for each skill, but to fire your crossbow, it is all the same skill, the same button. The fire button. It takes a moment to kind of adapt your mindset over to this unique playstyle, but I found it very natural over time, and in some ways, simpler. If I wanted to shoot, it was always the same button. I just use other hotkeys to change what my shoot did. Other skills like grenades do get their own separate hotkeys and don't use this like ammo loading system, so you do get a bit of a mix of playstyles down the line, but the fundamental crossbow experience is ammo swapping and blasting. Whenever you fire the final round, the character will automatically reload unless you do something that interrupts the reload, like for example a dodge roll. And I did find myself doing this a bit at first. Each skill has a different amount of shots before a reload too, so the shotgun style skills typically have just one shot and then they'll reload. They get that pump action kind of feeling, while the spammier skills can have many shots before they need to reload. Some crossbows and passive skills can give you additional shots to any reload skill though, so that's a really big deal on things like Fragmentation Rounds, where gaining one additional shot means halving how often you reload. You know, you get to make a double barrel shotgun instead. There's literally a support gem called Double Barrel. The first 20 minutes on Mercenary Crossbow is, as you probably suspected, a little bit awkward. The combination of adapting to such a different playstyle and having only a few skills with pretty frequent reloads means that you do have to be pretty careful to not get overwhelmed by enemies. You may also find yourself dodge rolling or swapping ammo types before you auto reload, leaving you with empty skill magazines when you kind of need them. Take things slow and steady at first and try not to spam your skill hotkeys like you do with other classes. Crossbow mercenaries reward a bit more of a considered non-spammy approach. Things get way smoother as you go, as you'll get faster reloads, various support gems that can help in a bunch of different ways. You'll get more rounds in your magazines and utility skills that will also change things dramatically. And also there is just that element of getting used to this playstyle. I was pretty nervous in those first couple zones in Act 1 that I was like, I don't know if I'm going to like this, but I ended up loving it by the end. You get your first uncut gem in town where you can make your own choice of skill, and while explosive grenades is very tempting, I went with permafrost bolts and I highly recommend it as your first skill. I'm not telling you what to do, but this is basically an ice shotgun with a huge multiplier to freeze build-up. And Mercenary doesn't, by default, have any mobility at all, except for moving while shooting, right? Especially in the early game. You can take things from other class, trees and stuff like that, do like a weapon swap, leap slam or something, but in the early game, you just walk around with your crossbow, right? But what you can do is stop everything else from moving. Freeze is incredible in Path of Exile 2 in my opinion, thanks to the freeze build-up system. Everything will get frozen eventually. You don't have to do some mega hit of damage and bypass some sort of threshold to have a percentage chance to freeze or something. Each shot builds up more and more freeze from 0 to 100% and then they're frozen. It's as simple as that. More cold damage and freeze effect just gets you there faster. Permafrost bolts are wicked satisfying and you can run around with them just blasting away by themselves. They do a bit less damage than the fragmentation rounds, but freezing and shattering everything well makes up for that in my opinion. That said, when you do freeze something, you can actually swap to fragmentation rounds for their true purpose, to make explosions. Even before we get any grenades, we can begin exploding. Frag rounds detonate the ice on a frozen enemy, creating a pretty powerful explosion. It's great for blowing up packs of enemies, but this does remove the freeze and let them start moving again, assuming they survive. So I actually found it better to not always detonate the freeze on a single target like a boss. The main strategy I enjoyed was blasting primarily with permafrost bolts most of the time, and then whipping out the frag rounds to detonate when there was a frozen enemy or two in a pack of other enemies. Freezes last a long while, so a lot of the time you can freeze one enemy, then freeze another, and then detonate both of them. As soon as you get a choice of support gems, which is pretty early on, I recommend putting Piercing on Permafrost. Being able to hit and freeze multiple monsters far more effectively makes this skill go from okay to amazing early game. After that, anything that interacts with freeze or adds cold damage is going to be great. Added cold or ice bite, which adds cold damage to all of your other attacks when you freeze an enemy, really good. But early on I used Frost Nexus, which creates chilling ground to slow enemies when you freeze someone for even more crowd control. Fragmentation rounds I didn't often use too many supports on in the end. I just used it as a detonator skill. But it's probably best built for damage. I used double barrel just to get an extra shot to detonate more frozen enemies before I had to reload. It costs you some reload speed, but it's kind of an okay trade-off here. Something like bleed or just any added damage would work fine as well. So you can get explosive grenades pretty early on, and these do what you imagine. They explode. After a fairly long timer, they do a nice explosion that deals physical and fire damage. My early experience with them was that they have a pretty long timer and do supplemental damage at best. This is something that Jonathan mentioned is possibly kind of changing a bit. Damage-wise, they might be going up. Early on, I found them only really useful for larger groups of enemies and for preloading some damage before you engage with a pack. You can kind of pop them out and then run over and then shoot them with your shotgun, and then the grenades will start blowing up. As soon as you can grab multiple projectile support though, which lets you shoot out 3 of them at a time for substantially better overall damage and area of effect, they do start to shine a bit more. Added fire is also good, but you can use the less duration support too to lower the timer and make them detonate faster with no downside. Explosive grenades get better later on when you get poison grenades to combo them with too as well, so we'll see more of that later. Now, far better early game, and when a grenader started to feel like a thing for me, was when I got the flash grenades. As soon as you can get these, do get them. They deal physical damage in a large area, they have a short timer, a massive increase in stun effect, and they blind enemies.
Blind him!
With multiple projectile support, they are incredible at stunning huge groups of enemies and even bosses in 1 or 2 throws. So you can get a lot of those heavy stuns on bosses to get some nice damage cycles off. They do only have 1 charge to begin with, but later on you can get an extra cooldown with the Grenader passive, which is just incredible. The skill has a small downside though. You blind yourself with them too. It's kind of funny. With multiple projectiles and increases to area of effect, you will blind yourself all the time. I certainly did. But I did actually just find it to be not too major of an issue. It's like, you do lose some evasion, and accuracy didn't really seem to matter. I was still hitting things just fine. Certainly, it's not ideal, and you're trying to avoid it when you can, but I did find it a worthwhile trade-off for how strong the skill is. Flash grenades with multiple projectiles quickly became a main skill for me, and were used off cooldown as much as possible. The stun, the damage, the area, the speediness of their detonation, all amazing. I did use some stun supports with it too, but because they're already pretty high stun effect, it's probably better to use things that increase damage or area or cooldown instead. It's just the area of effect support, for example. Now, here I am teaching you how to blow things up in the Path of Exile 2 beta, but I know many of you are already planning on blowing up your job, your career, your future livelihood, etc. as you sink deep into the loot grind, you know. Missing call after call from co-workers, bosses, family members, and emergency services. As you try each of the 36 Ascendancy classes as they add them to the beta, testing every skill in the 7 different endgame content like pillars that they're adding, not to mention more of them later, over 100 different bosses. And then there's like off-classing hipster builds and weapon swapping builds, and emerging from this beta as a functioning human it's going to be tough. But I do know a solution. You could learn back-end web dev with my sponsor, boot.dev. Learning programming languages like Python and Go, and getting started on a career in back-end web dev might seem pretty daunting, but boot.dev turns it into an RPG. So it tickles those
like
same
2 days ago or
reward
something.
centers, just like getting a level up or a Chaos Orb drop.
Bloody beautiful!
You could, for example, do a zone in Path of Exile, get a level in a gear, and get some feel-good feelings, and then do a couple steps on a boot.dev course and level up
in anticipation of the
You'll get
PoE
that
2
sense of
launch so they can
progression
play on their
both
own.
in-game and out of it. I had no background in code, and I found the practical just kind of write this code and see, look.
It might be best to skip the early access as there will be bugs. I mean, there will be bugs, but it looks pretty polished, to be honest. And, you know, like, I guess most of the like big stuff will probably be fixed very fast. But I don't think that's really a good reason to not play the early access, you know. I would go in now, you know, everyone is like waiting for this. You're gonna start with everyone else, you're gonna have like this, you know, community feel.
Of your life, and smile upon the carnage, knowing that it's okay, you've got a plan. If you do end up liking the look of boot.dev, you can use my code ZiggyDGaming for 25% of your first month or year, whichever. Grab a month to learn a specific skill like coding in Python, or grab
my
a
code
year
wudijo
for
for 25 off.
and get yourself a solid beta backup plan for your life. Back to the video. Once you get flashbang and explosive grenades going, you can almost fully go Grenader mode at that point, especially just kind of supplementing with permafrost and fragmentation rounds for some extra explosions in between. I did, however, end up experimenting with armor piercing and high velocity rounds. The armor piercing rounds is a machine gun fire skill that chips away at enemy armor. At first it's a very small amount, like 1 or 2 armor for the lowest level, but each level of the gem makes it destroy more and more armor per shot. This of course makes its damage ramp up itself, and enemies also will take more physical damage from any other hit. It's just going to be nice in parties for sure. When an enemy loses all of its armor, it becomes armor broken, and that's where high velocity rounds comes in. It's a big penetrating sniper shot that consumes the armor break on the enemy. It's a little strange, I know, but it does so to deal a large amount of extra damage. Don't ask me to explain how you can consume broken armor on an enemy which somehow returns the armor to them. It doesn't really make sense, but just don't think too hard about that. The point is big damage go boom. I found these skills pretty good for rare monsters and bosses, but not that useful for swarms, obviously. The faster attack support on armor piercing is obviously great for reaching armor break faster, and high velocity is all just about big physical damage, so anything that just scales up the damage is going to be great. While these skills were pretty good, they're probably for other playstyles. I think for the Grenader playstyle they didn't really make too much sense, as they were more focused on physical damage combinations. Lowering their armor doesn't really help you much if you're doing a mixture of damage types, like you're probably typically going to be doing with most Grenadier setups. So 2/3 of the way through Act 1, a side boss can give you your first uncut spirit gem, and they drop every so often after that point too. There are a few good choices here, but I wanted explosions. So I went for Herald of Ice.
Can I see the
This
tutor of this?
reservation, but I wanted
Yeah. While active shattering enemy with an attack, it will cause an ice explosion. Okay, so you have to basically kill a frozen enemy basically, and then you get the boom. That deals attack damage to surrounding enemies. The damage seems relatively high, like 100 damage. Seems very high for like Act 1.
explosions. So I went for Herald of Ice. This reservation buff makes it so that whenever you shatter and kill a frozen enemy, they explode, dealing cold damage to enemies. This does nothing for most bosses, of course, but it's amazing for clearing groups and super fun, especially early game when you're using lots of that permafrost bolt. It can be supported with added cold damage for free too. It doesn't like cost any extra spirit, and that just makes the explosions deal more damage. Great. Other support gems like accuracy support, for example, can work to boost your global accuracy, like adding an effect to the aura. It's quite neat, but those sorts of supports do increase the spirit cost, so that'll require some investment or getting extra spirit to use. Long term, I could see having Herald of Ice on most of the time, and then having a defensive spirit skill like Arctic Armor, Grace, or Wind Dancer to swap on for bosses. An interesting utility skill that popped up around the end of Act 1 was Rapid Shot. This channeled skill has a bit of a wind up to it, and then it rapid fires out a huge amount of bolts that also build up heat. Each stack of heat gives 10% extra fire damage to the skill. More importantly, however, heat also adds 6% of damage as added fire to any grenades fired. Heat does rapidly drop off when it's not in use, so you kind of get this unique combination of heat.
Wait, what the fuck? They buffed this. Last time I saw this was something like 2 flat damage or something per heat. Now it's 6% like of all damage as extra fire. That's actually nuts. 17 heat. So you can get it more than 100% basically when you have full heat. And then rapid shots gain 10% of damage as fire damage per heat. Charge for 8% of attack time before firing if used when you have no heat.
Heat does rapidly drop off when it's not in use, so you kind of get this unique combination of trying to fire a lot of these shots and build up the heat, and then very quickly put out as many grenades as you can with those empowered grenades. You can literally see the grenades, like, and then
You
very
can see the
quickly,
debuff here on the top left, by the way.
combination of trying to fire a lot of these shots and build up the heat, and then very quickly put out as many grenades as you can with those empowered grenades. You can literally see the grenades like catch on fire from being empowered by the added fire damage. Pretty spicy combo, but the wind up and channeled nature of this does make it kind of difficult to pull off in dangerous boss fights, except when you get a stun or freeze, which thankfully we're quite good at here. So it certainly does work, and is a good way to punish the bosses when you get those moments. I used this for quite a while before dropping it in favor of the easier to use explosive shot combo I'll show you soon. But supports for rapid shot would likely be things like faster attacks and then anything to add damage or debuff the enemy. Gas grenade is where you start getting some more grenade combos, and it's a pretty fun piece of the puzzle. As a baseline, it's a grenade with 3 charges that releases a poison explosion and then a lingering poison cloud that grows. I'm sure there will be some poison-based setups that focus on those parts of the skill, but I'm excited about its other application. That poison cloud is highly explosive. Any burning ground effect, or including enemies burning ground effects by the way, or any of your skills or allies' skills tagged as a detonator, or that apply burning ground, can cause the gas cloud to explode, dealing a large chunk of damage. Explosive grenades work well for this, and it gives you more explosions per explosion. What a deal. Another fun bit of tech here is the bursting plagues.
That's kind of funny to see here.
Support gem that I kind of stumbled on here. Linked to the gas grenade, this causes enemies poisoned to also build up plague. Initially I was like, okay, it's poison stuff, not relevant. And then I saw explosion. When the plagued enemies die, they explode. So good. And they explode for physical damage too, which is quite nice. So you can get explosions on your... And then I saw poison support gem that I kind of stumbled on here.
Support skills that can poison enemies, causing poison enemies to gain plague over time, exploding and plague bursts on death. Triggered an enemy poisoned by support skill dies, dealing physical damage around them based on the build-up plague. It's up to 100% more area effect with maximum plague. This skill is triggered when enemy dies with plague on it. Uh-huh.
Linked to the gas grenade, this causes enemies poisoned to also build up plague. Initially I was like, okay, it's poison stuff, not relevant. And then I saw explosion. When the plagued enemies die, they explode. So good. And they explode for physical damage too, which is quite nice. So you can get explosions on your explosions alongside your explosions. Now we're talking. And speaking of explosions, some of those grenades do have kind of long fuses, and sometimes you want a bit more immediacy when it comes to your explosions, right? You don't have to.
How many different skills has he introduced already, by the way? we had 17 minutes and probably almost equal amount of skills.
Wait, that's what explosive shot is for. It's a heavy hitting fire crossbow bolt that explodes on impact. Its real beauty though is that it also detonates any grenades in its area of effect. You can throw poisoned and explosive grenades on top of each other and then pop a quick explosive shot before the enemies leave the area and detonate everything. It's a useful tool to give you a bit more immediacy when needed, like against faster enemies that are charging you, and to kind of just reduce reliance on things like less duration support for grenade fuses. You can support it with any gems you want to make it faster to fire or reload, increase its area of effect, or give it more damage as a bit of a finisher skill if you want. But even unsupported, it's useful for popping grenades when needed. A handy little tool in our tool belt. So with explosive shot and a wide array of grenades at this point by the end of Act 2, I didn't really need any of the regular crossbow skills anymore, and I became a fully fledged grenadier. I did still kind of use permafrost bolts on occasion. I just kind of love it. Once again, this isn't a build guide, but I'll show you what my build was looking like towards this end of Act 2 period. In the end, I ended up linking my build was looking like towards this end
6 to 10 cold damage, 12
of Act 2
fortress.
period. In the end, I ended up linking explosive grenades to added fire damage and area of effect. Combined with the poison grenades, they were a spammable damage dealer in between flashbangs. Explosive shot was linked to execute as a pseudo culling strike against nearly dead enemies, and also to pierce, which I found quite helpful as it helped it explode where I wanted it to and not on enemies earlier, so that I could detonate. Quite helpful as it pseudo culling strike against nearly dead enemies, and also to pierce, which I found quite helpful as it helped it explode where I wanted it to and not
Pierce an enemy. It's one pierce, man, holy.
on enemies earlier, so that I could detonate grenades easier. Flash grenade was my MVP skill for sure, so we got the prized trophy of the multiple projectiles support. I was still using overpower for it at the end, which is fine, but in hindsight there's probably more effective options, given that it's only 50% more stun build up on a skill that already has 400% more. I mean, that's still a 12.5% increase in stun, but
It should be a multi, no? It's more.
I imagine something just like area, cooldown, or damage related might be better in the end. I guess I could still see overpower making it into a setup with more support slots. I still had rapid shot with faster attacks and ruthless, but I mostly stopped using it because I always had grenades to throw. Gas grenades were linked to
He told me, what did he tell me? Shift? The combo playstyle is cool, but might become tedious. Yeah, but it keeps you on your toes, which is kind of cool, and I like this, you know, and there's also like, you know, you can combine many things. Like, for example, personally, I was trying to go for the incendiary rounds and go more for the ignite stuff, and then also use all of the grenade stuff, but for example, I wasn't planning to do the poison grenades there, but they do seem pretty good for the support, the plague, what's it called, bursting plague support or something. Seems very strong. So, yeah, I guess we have to see a little bit. Funny thing is, this looks like what the D4 devs wanted from D4 combat, slow and tactical. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, first time I played D4, long time ago, it felt a lot more like this than, you know, what we got now, basically. Which is kind of funny. The piercing in AoE with Merc is lame. I'm not sure what he meant exactly, Shift. It's not Friday, unfortunately.
Bursting Plague, and Inspiration, as they're actually pretty mana hungry. And finally, Herald of Ice was linked to Added Cold and Frozen Vortex. Although Vortex could only proc if I froze an enemy with another skill that then got shattered by Herald of Ice, only proc.
Create a chilling vortex on shattering an enemy. So basically you need to freeze at least 2 targets, kill one of them, Herald of Ice procs, and then can trigger that. That seems kind of oof. I was also planning to go Herald of Ash, actually.
Proc if I froze an enemy with another skill that then got shattered by Herald of Ice, so it wasn't super effective, just kind of like a free slot that I was testing.
I wonder how many
Later
like skill gems you're actually going to get to like, you know, swap them out and try out stuff. It seems like they are relatively plentiful, but I guess you can't just like, you know, swap to whatever skills all the time. So you probably have to be a bit mindful about it. But it seems like you also get a lot of them, and then you can just like, you know, pivot into other setups.
Probably try and work in accuracy support once I've got some more spirit, especially since I'm blinding myself half the time. For the passive tree, I tinkered back and forth a few times, and I definitely changed things a lot more as once I had more chance to explore. I traveled through Remorseless for a nice extra stun build-up and damage. Grenades do count as projectiles, and I think they scale with projectile damage, but I'd need to double check that in-game, which we'll have to wait until the beta, so take that with a grain of salt. I'd actually consider going through attribute nodes at the beginning of the tree too. I always kind of wanted more dexterity and strength for gems in gear, and the health from strength is legit too. But I definitely still get volatile crystals because area and cooldown is just immense on grenades. You want as much of that as you can get. The Ricochet node is not a long-term node for Grenadiers. I probably should have dropped it by this point, but I needed to highlight it because I do recommend taking it on any crossbow merc, at least initially. The shotgun projectiles that you miss with will like hit a wall and bounce back to the enemies. It's very satisfying, it looks super cool, and it's super worth it. Honestly, if the numbers were any higher on this notable, it would be an Ascendancy node. I traveled through some knockback, which was okay, on the way to some serious grenade nodes. This grenade cluster gives a bunch of nice small nodes and 2 amazing notables, so it's probably a must take. Cluster bombs gives you an extra grenade, straight up like a baby multiple projectiles. The downside is increased duration, which makes the fuses longer. It's a downside for sure, but explosive shot can detonate them anyway, and you can scale it down in other ways. It's pretty tolerable, honestly. Well worth the trade-off, I think, in my opinion. The other node, Grenadier, is a no-brainer, and it's good enough to name a build after. An extra cooldown is pretty nice on things like explosive or gas grenades, but it's insanely good on single charge one like the flashbangs. Throwing 2 sets of 4 flashbangs when you've got multiple projectiles and that extra grenade projectile is often enough to just outright stun a boss or delete whatever monsters happen to have you surrounded. Preparation is the name of the game for mercenary grenadiers, and this lets you be twice as prepared with twice as many explosions. The Adrenaline Rush node down here is some nice in-combat move speed, a big fan of that. And Volatile Grenades lowers the fuse time, and it's right on top of a jewel slot, which is very nice to get. On the left-hand side, I was headed towards Perfect Opportunity. This node looks very good. A lot of stun and lucky damage against heavy stun enemies, which if you don't know how that works, it rolls your damage twice and picks the higher number, so it averages you up. I think this is definitely something that we'd want to get if the flash grenades continue to overperform as they have been. There's a ton more stuff to explore here, obviously, that I didn't have time to look at. Though I did spy the Authority node, which has some big AoE and cooldowns, so I'd likely end up heading there. At some points we'll have to consider defenses more, but not worrying about life nodes on the passive tree was really nice and refreshing. Definitely enjoyed that. And I mean, explosions are a nice layer of defense anyway, right? For the Ascendancy choice, honestly, Gemling Legionnaire and Witch Hunter both seemed very valid as a Grenadier. Gemling just gives a ton of value across a lot of skill gems, which is kind of perfect for a cooldown grenade combo build, so if you want to use as many different grenades as possible, it's definitely worth considering. But the Witch Hunter is so freaking cool. The moment I saw it added another explosion to the build, I knew I was sold, right? Zealous Inquisition gives 10% chance to explode an enemy, dealing their full life as damage in a very large area. It's those big white X circles that you may have seen in my gameplay. It's very satisfying.
Those are the explosions.
It's those big white X.
Oh my god. What? These are the explosions in Ascendancy. They're fucking insanely large. Look at this. I thought they would be way smaller than that.
Explode an enemy, dealing their full life as damage in a very large area. It's those big white X circles that you may have seen in my gameplay. It's very satisfying and effective. Whenever that triggers on an enemy, right, there's a good chance that it has similar friends around it, which means that 100% of its life is often enough to kill the other ones around it. If I had to say what I'd get later on from this Ascendancy, definitely have to test Sorcery Ward, which it lets you turn evasion and armor into a shield to protect against elemental damage. Probably a pretty big deal. You can likely push it to some pretty high numbers too, from what I've seen. It's good to feel near immune to elemental damage, but we'll have to test that out at endgame. Witchbane might be my favorite node, behind Explosions, of course. We have some really nice crowd control between freeze, stun, and later electrocute on Grenadiers, and adding concentration breaks to that mix sounds amazing in boss fights. The node behind it lets you scale damage pretty nicely too. Concentration just effectively lets your damage lower enemy cooldowns, which can be amazing in boss fights. Nearly all of the scary boss moves are generally cooldown based. Culling Strike and Decimating Strike are nodes that let you kill things faster. Pretty hard to go wrong with that one. They're just flavored in a pretty fun way. And that last node, Choice Weapon Master, is 20 weapon passives, which lets you split your passive tree more between two different trees for weapon swapping. It's an unusual one, but grenades do seem like a potentially good candidate for weapon swapping. You might have one crossbow for crowd control effects to amplify those dramatically, and then another crossbow oriented around damage, for example, or maybe even like a spellcaster weapon to have some support spells. I don't know, it's really hard to say how good this will be until we like know all of the skills at our disposal and see how that all feels, but overall, I'm definitely a fan of the Witch Hunter for the Grenadier. After all, it's got explosions, and just about every node seems to be worth taking. In terms of gearing, I tried to get myself added cold damage wherever I could. Even just a little bit with the Permafrost rounds was very effective in the early game, and I definitely found myself prioritizing socketing added cold damage into my weapons. I do keep an eye on crossbow type implicits. In particular, some of them give some nice bonuses to allow you to shoot more shots before reloading and things like that, and later on some nice grenade things. Move speed boots are huge on the mercenary, so you definitely want to get yourself some of those. And I did find myself always in need of more dexterity and strength for gear and skill gem requirements. I don't know if this is just kind of like nature, dexterity and...
Damn, look at that rune. In the weapon, nature's 3% of physical damage is life. That's a pretty big rune, actually, to put in a weapon. Also here, armor 25 life.
Strength for gear and skill gem requirements. I don't know if this is just kind of like nature of...
Wait, is this...
dexterity and...
Okay, it says martial weapons, so it's not spellcaster weapons. So specifically, spellcaster weapons cannot have runes in them, basically, for that reason. So you would think, okay, you can get spell leech here, but you can't. Unless you don't use a spell weapon, but then you're not going to do damage. But yeah, technically you could use like, you know, a dagger or something. Maybe get some stats on it that help you. And use a rune that gives you like spell leech or like life leech or something.
And strength for gear and skill gem requirements. I don't know if this is just kind of like the nature of these hybrid classes potentially, but if you find a really nice like pure evasion piece, it can be hard to wear it unless you've got a lot of extra dexterity. So getting some of those can be quite nice. And I found that with the inspiration support on gas grenades and maybe just like a little bit of mana stuff on gear, just kind of picked up incidentally on jewelry, I didn't really have any mana problems on this build. I barely had to use my mana flask, and I always had charges if I did need to. So it definitely seemed very manageable, but it might have also just been down to kind of incidentally getting a fair bit of extra mana on my gear, for example. The only unique I ended up finding was Black Sun Crest, which is an attribute scaling armor helmet. Gives a lot of armor, and a fair bit of attribute scaling potentially is nice, especially for boosting that life. Competed pretty well against the rare helmets that I'd found at the time. But I wasn't doing anything like super boosting that life.
What the hell is guard? Gain 19 guard during effect. What is that?
I've competed pretty well against the rare helmets that I'd found at the time, but I wasn't doing anything like super unique with attribute scaling at this point.
It's probably like
the things in general to prioritize most are move speed on boots, damage on your crossbow, and gloves and rings if you can get it, and making sure that you have enough attributes, and of course resistances in life as always. Now my gameplay strategy on this build at the end here was to open with a flashbang, and then follow with gas grenades and explosive grenades right after, and then some explosive shots just to detonate things, followed by another flashbang if needed. This keeps the enemies in place, lays down a large area of death and blows everything up, and then kind of like keeps them there a bit longer if needed to finish the job. But I will say, moment to moment, it felt pretty fluid. Once you kind of get familiar with your loadout and the different tools you have and in which situations they work well, you naturally find yourself using things kind of tactically. Like for example, preloading gas grenades on an essence monster before releasing them. Now, I didn't really have a chance to incorporate it into my build too much, but right before I logged out, I had like a spare minute to just do a sneaky little look at one more skill. Just for a second, I had to. Voltaic Grenade does a lightning blast that builds electrocute on enemies, and electrocute is basically another hilarious form of stun. Being able to add this to our kit alongside flash grenades and potentially things like freeze is very exciting for this idea of like a crowd control grenadier. You could also use it to build up shock to amplify enemy damage taken, and you can use things like the innovate support to add lightning damage to the rest of your grenades. There's a lot of potential here for sure. I can see it working its way into the kit. Anyway folks, I hope you enjoyed this early look at the mercenary and grenadier playstyle, and maybe have figured out if it's a playstyle that you want to try, or I don't know, maybe it smoothed out your early game for you a bit. I'm very tempted to kick off beta with this build and see if there's like a lot of potential here for it to be a real banger beginner build like I suspect. Maybe something that I could make a guide for. It'd be really good, for example, to put up a beginner guide to a build that's just really fun for blowing up monsters for some of the new exiles joining us. But then again, maybe I should be playing one of the classes that's like polling as getting less attention, like the sorceress. What if not enough people are covering them? I don't know, I'm definitely struggling with this deliberation. Let me know what you think. But that's it for now. I'm Ziggy D, and thanks for watching.
That was nice. Oh, that's me. Okay, interesting. So that's a lot of things kind of similar to what I had in mind. Besides the start, where we went for the cold stuff instead of the fire stuff. And then the plague grenades, I did not really like the gas grenades. I'll probably experiment with those as well. You get essence that early? Yeah, apparently you can find essence in Act 2, yeah. But there's ritual in Act 1, and then there's Act 2, like the essences, and I don't know, probably more. There was early essence in PoE 1 too. Yeah, true actually, I think. Don't think Merc is for me. Does PoE2 have a spin class or channeling disintegrate type style? I'm not sure about the disintegrate thing. I mean, it will certainly exist, but I'm not sure if it's already in. And spin to win is gonna come later, I guess, when they introduce Marauder and Berserker and stuff like this. It's not in, it will come with swords. Oh, with swords, even a cyclone. Yeah, okay, and it's a cyclone. Gazi just uploaded a Ranger video. Okay, we can check that out as well, since I'm quite interested in Ranger. Okay, Gazi. This. Play this if you want to go fast. Okay. He seems very confident. Thoughts on the wage? The demon form looks so cool. It does look cool, but I think I will not explore the wage too much at the start. I'm probably gonna stick to like mercenary, warrior, ranger, I guess, and then probably at some point hunters will come in. You plan to start a stupid, sexy demon lady. What's the difference between Ranger and Merc? One is bow, the other one is crossbow. So they play very differently.
Here with another Path of Exile 2
and you'll see
video,
it here now.
In this one, I'm going to tackle the Ranger and its 2 ascendancy choices that we'll have access to in December 6th, early access Path of Exile 2. Do keep in mind that GGG has said that they're going to be introducing a lot more content during the time that we're going to spend in early access, and upon launch, all of the classes will have 3 different ascendancy class choices rather than the 2 we'll have access to play on the early start of this. The Ranger class has 2 ascendancy choices, being the classic PoE 1 Deadeye,
Why does a crossbow
focusing
shoot
on
mace
adding
again?
projectiles.
Wait a minute, I can explain. So in earlier previews, like I don't know, 2 years ago or something, when they first announced the mercenary, they actually showed off that I think basically in your offense slot, you would put like a grenade launcher, like an attachment. You know, it was like your offense, but it was actually kind of like attached to the crossbow. Similar to how it works with like, you know, assault rifles and, you know, grenade launchers. And this was kind of the idea, but they did away with that. And now it's just like the crossbow is just a weapon. There's no like extra item anymore, and the grenades are just a skill. But this is how it works, yeah. And now a crossbow can actually shoot bolts, shotgun, machine gun, and grenades. this sounds about right, no?
The general speed for the player, and the Pathfinder
I saw the
is
facts of
the
that video,
second
yes.
choice, which yet again is a PoE 1 classic, often referred to as a flask finder, as in PoE 1 it heavily amplifies the effects of flasks. PoE 2 has taken a drastic turn when it comes to flask management, making the approach of the Pathfinder very different from what we've seen in the past. Before we continue with the video, I'm going to have to ask you guys to actually hit that like button and subscribe for more content. Do leave that up.
Okay.
Do me a favor, hit those buttons. Review 3 for now, and starting with the Deadeye. Sadly, we only have access to 3 of these nodes, and there are some interesting images displayed on the actual ascendancy card. The first node is called Endless Munitions, and this makes its skills fire an additional projectile. Now, this is where I was talking about how the PoE 1 classic ascendancy choice of the Deadeye is allowing you to focus on speed, generic clear speed focus, and adding projectile-based type of amplifications on the ascendancy classes. Now, we don't know what these other nodes are doing, and the Endless Munition actually has a two-choice menu option here on the node before, which again, we have no idea what it is. The second choice there, or node that's been revealed, is called Eagle Eyes, which gives you the...
Did you not see the Factor leaks? I know what these nodes do. Wait a minute. I know what they do.
The modifier that you have no accuracy penalty at distance. So essentially, when you're shooting things at a distance, you have no accuracy penalty. What exactly accuracy penalty mean is a bit vague from what I've seen. I was unable to find any direct information on this. Maybe someone in chat has found any comments in this, but I was unable to find it myself. And this is a 2-point connector. My understanding is that you're basically not going to be able to need accuracy. That seems to be the most obvious choice based on the interview me and Darth Microtransaction had with Jonathan Rogers. Which this allows you then to have modifiers from your gear as well as from your tree to be invested elsewhere rather than helping you gain accuracy.
Yeah, I think this can potentially be like a very powerful node actually. Eagle Eyes, this might be like overlooked with how powerful it can be depending on how much accuracy you actually need. Like in PoE 1, you actually have to invest quite a bit into accuracy in order to hit 100% chance to hit in late game. So usually that is somewhere in the range of like precision aura plus 1 big item or like 2 medium item rolls or something like that. Or precision aura plus, you know, 3-4 passive points plus some medium roll on a gear. And if you can completely ignore all that stuff, then this is potentially worth a lot actually, and worth more than most other ascendancy points actually, I think. This is just 2 points, there's no prerequisite, you know, in like another node or something. So I think Deadeye could be very good with the Eagle Eyes, depending on how hard it is to get the accuracy.
We have no idea what the top side of the ascendancy is doing, but the third one is Gathering Winds. This gives you tailwind on skill use, but if you get hit by any sort of enemy attacks or spells, you will lose all of the tailwind. Now, tailwind in PoE 1 is giving you action speed, which essentially helps you do actions faster. I mean, movement speed and attacking, it basically scales in anything and everything. What it will do in PoE 2, we don't know if they're changing this, but we are assuming that it will be something similar, if not identical, to that of PoE 1, which makes this a very effective way to have for a build that potentially stacks something like evasion rating, so that you have less chance of being hit in the first place, and being as immobile and agile as possible when you're playing this kind of game. Now, there is, however, a skill in the game that we haven't talked about much, and that is the mount. In Path of Exile 2, there will be availability to ride on a Roa mount, and you can shoot abilities from your bow whilst riding it. This obviously emphasizes the idea of evasion stacking and not being hit, simply because of the fact that whilst you're riding, you are easier to be stunned, and if you do get stunned, you're getting dismounted and basically you're stunned for a longer time. This allows you to have the potential.
Yeah, I guess you can actually make up for that with the charms, right? You can just go like a triple charm that gives you like, you know, stun avoidance or stun recovery or something like that. There's like a charm for that, and then you just go with the mount and you're chilling. This might actually be pretty OP actually for later game, I imagine.
Potential, at least. Look at the Deadeye having a Roa mount being the gameplay, running Tailwind so you can run away from enemy hits, and just try to avoid being hit as much as possible to amplify and scale that generic clear speed focus with not having any penalty of shooting with your bow whilst moving. It'll be very interesting to see what kind of the other nodes are doing on the Deadeye once we get access to the game, but I'm actually very curious to see what we can come up with once we have all of the information. However, we're going to move over to the Pathfinder. As mentioned before, the Pathfinder is essentially the...
Interesting. So the Roa mount is actually also classified as a minion. It's a spell and a minion. And there's actually like some nodes on the passive tree that are pretty powerful. It says something like, for example, you know, with at least one nearby ally, you get like a certain effect or something like that. I've seen some stuff like this. So this would technically classify as a nearby ally, I guess, since it's a minion. I wonder if it does that when... I think they actually showed it, right? Where it's like, you jump off the horse and then it's still attacking enemies on its own and stuff like that. So I wonder if it counts as a minion, as an ally when you're on it. Resource 50 spirit, oh, that's quite a lot of spirit.
The Flask Finder of Path of Exile 1. However, in PoE 2, it's going to work a bit different. So we're going to start with a fulminating concoction node that was revealed, which looks like this, which has 5 different options, which seemingly is that you're going to be granted a skill on all 5 choices, and that choice is going to give you an elemental version of the actual flask usage, which gives you a concoction skill, which is a throwback to a Path of Exile 1 ability. There's a poison concoction, for example, has been a very popular build in PoE 1. In PoE 2, however, they're only showing so far the fulminating concoction, which seems to be some sort of shocking approach. There seems to be a bleeding concoction, which basically is a skill that's going to consume flask charges from your character whilst dishing out damage as a resource from your flask charges. And this one seems supposed to be a shock one, and this is a bleeding one. How effective these will be is impossible to tell till we see more information, but this is the part where the Flask Finder or Pathfinder is diving into the idea of playing around with flask usage and building your entire build around that kind of ability. Now, you don't have to take this choice. There's plenty of options around the entire Pathfinder ascendancy. Moving over to the second node here on the right. Second node is called Contagious Contamination, and it does the most damaging poison on enemies you kill is spread to other enemies within 1.5 meters. Essentially, this is an on-kill effect for poison proliferation, which will help generic clear speed if you're doing a build that focuses on actual poison application. Now, this is yet again something that is very on point when it comes to the Pathfinder from looking at different type of variety options for builds in Path of Exile 1. Moving over to a connecting node, which is right after this one, it's called Overwhelming Toxicity. This doubles the number of poisons that you can inflict on enemies, but 35% less poison duration as a downside of this. Now, this allows you to obviously stack more poison effects on enemies at a faster rate of that, but they will have a lower duration. Whether or not this will be a net gain or DPS can be then played around to design the character to actually benefit fully from this effect where you're doubling the approaches of poison stacks enabled. This will obviously help you faster kill lower HP target enemies and might not be a damage increase for single target, since poison duration is a very, very, very strong modifier to ramp up the peak damage of poison application in general. The fourth node, however, is called Running Assault. And what it does is that it gives you less movement speed penalty when using a skill whilst moving. Now, my understanding is that if you use the mount I referred to before, that you would have 0 penalty of moving whilst you're using bow skills. Obviously, you will have the downside that if you happen to get hit whilst doing so, there's a higher chance that you get stunned or thrown off the mount, which can be very, very deadly. In this case, the Pathfinder allows you to have a reduction of the movement speed penalty because you can move and attack at the same time, and this will allow you to be more agile and more mobile, similar to that of the Tailwind approach to some degree, without requiring a mount, and still lowers that penalty. It's a very interesting node. And there's another node right after called Relentless Pursuit. We don't know where it's going to be. The educated guess is, in fact, that it's going to be connected to the running assault. And what this one does is it makes you it renders you immune to slow effects altogether, which again emphasizes on the idea of the character being a very fast, mobile, and agile combatant on the battlefield. Now, obviously, this seems to be the trend for the Ranger class itself, not just the Pathfinder or the Deadeye, but those are the only two ascendancies and the nodes we've seen so far. So it seems very much like they're doubling down on the approach of being very mobile and agile. Needless to say, we do lack a lot of information when it comes to the nodes not revealed, making it literally impossible to pre-plan builds prior to the launch of early access. But the general theme is there, and it sets the tone for both of these choices. And leave a comment down below if you decide to play a Ranger come December 6th for the early access. Until next time, Exiles, as always, stay safe, keep rocking.
Yeah, I didn't find this video very good, to be honest, especially with that title, but alright. It's definitely exciting to try to play like a Ranger. I might want to do it as my second class. And then we'll see either like the poison route with Pathfinder, with double the poisons. Like this node is really strong. If you can apply the poisons often enough, then it's gonna be very good. It's great, everything is a mystery. Yes. Yeah, I guess CGD has like the most comprehensive stuff out there. Like this mercenary video we just saw, this actually has like, you know, like good information of his like progression and stuff. It's kind of good to hear that, to get a bit of an idea, I guess. But that was about it. Anyway, I wanted to check this out here. There's like a nice comprehensive list of all major changes in PoE 2. I'm gonna link this as well, so for those who are curious about it, in case you haven't like kept up with everything. I wanna see if I missed some stuff there as well. I mean, it's like a pretty fast read actually. But it seems to have links everywhere. Yeah, it has like, you know, various links of like probably like interviews and live streams and stuff. Who's the guy for sword builds for PoE 2? I don't know. I'm not sure if there's like many guys for certain build archetypes, really. I mean, okay, someone like Gazi, I know he's like a very minion-oriented guy, so maybe he's gonna do mostly that. But I mean, I guess most of the big iconic creators will probably like focus on, you know, multiple classes at least, and multiple playstyles. Like I definitely, okay, I don't like, for example, minions very much, but I know I do like melee, I do like range, I do like spellcasters, and like this, you know, I like 70% of the builds out there. So it's probably kind of similar for most other people. I would like to drop PoE 2 Conan, but I have nothing to go on, so this happens. Yeah, but at least give it a better title, you know? I think this title was a very bad choice, but okay. It could have been named, you know, like the perks of Ranger or whatever, you know? Alright, Flask Reducer 2, new charm system. Travel nodes that you pick what you want now. One starts in the middle of the tree, removed cluster jewels. I wonder if they're coming back actually. What is he linking to?
And
I want to hear this actually.
I think I did miss this actually. So cluster jewels are a thing or not a thing? Are they? They've been kind of replaced by those
Yeah,
radius?
we replaced them with that almost like rollable timeless jewel kind of thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
At least for now, there's like so much passive tree there, and the jewels accomplish the kind of off-build thing anyway.
You
Like,
hardly need to add the extra passive trees on your passive trees.
yes,
yet.
yes, we do. Yeah,
That's after launch.
We made the passive tree implicitly bigger, so you know.
The cluster
But
jewels
yes.
are in the tree already.
That's again, I talk about like year 3 features. That's around a like year 3 to year 5 feature as well. So
Yeah, we got another.
Okay, so I guess they might want to do something like that again. Sockets only need linking. All gems are socket skills into gems. Just trade split sleep mechanics, better control support. Okay, video examples of what abilities do. Dedicated skill tree. For support and skill gems. Wait, what is that?
Even if you...
Ah, this is what I mean. Okay. You can choose what skills you want. You can easily add sockets. You can split a tree into 2 layers for 2 different weapon types. Each unique support gem can only be used once. Teleport is free. Buyback. Oh, actually... Yeah, true, actually. I didn't see that actually confirmed yet. Do we still have like the same like confirmation window actually, in like the trade window? I guess not, right? You don't have like this like you open a trade with an NPC and then you accept the trade or something like that, right? But it's like you just like sell it and then you can buy back. So I guess it's like the like fail safe there. Each unique support gem can only be used once. Stagger bar, shield blocking, WSD, couch co-op, less currencies. More currency drops. Ah, right, there was like a currency thing that I also wanted to check out. So I made like a really nice overview there. This one. Of all of the currencies and crafting and stuff. So it's gonna be like a nice refresher. Okay, ways to trade in game easier. So I guess that probably means the currency exchange. So combat, mount, dodge roll, synergies, no crafting bench, better graphics, you can also start trading currencies, revive system. Less drops, better hitboxes. Very little, found 1, increased liveness on the passive tree, less noob trap options in the passive tree. Skill chips are tied to weapon types. Easy respec, simplified crafting. If you die, lose the map. 1 in 4 maps are boss maps. All the Americans are gone. The game pauses when you clearly see out of 4. I really wonder how well this will work. You know, what if you just like kind of lag out for like a few seconds and then another few seconds and then you DC or something? I guess you're dead, right? But if you have a full-on DC, I guess you're fine. That's kind of like how it works in D4, I guess. If you're full DC, you're fine. But if you lag, you die. But we'll see. Pretty huge that the support gems are unique to use of your skills. Yeah, I like the system a lot. It makes it very interesting actually to kind of try to, you know, you have multiple skills that, you know, you try to scale in the same direction, but you can't really just like add all the same supports in all of them. So you're forced to use different things and actually combo them, and you know, this like more easily allows you to make those combos, right? Should I get Diablo 4 co-op while it's discounted, or wait for PoE 2 for a couch co-op AFG experience? Oof, good question. Depends on how serious you want to take the game. D4 is very casual oriented and PoE is very hardcore oriented. Pause the game, accuracy goes up closer to enemies, anti-axe preview, less league mechanics, can freeze bosses. Tiers. Magic Find improves the chance of upgrading through item tiers. Apply the tiers progress on their own. Yeah, we don't really know how it works, but it will be interesting to see once you find out. Improved item tiers changes the items that drops of all types and not just unidentified items. Higher item tiers on gear removes the low-level bases and improves modifiers. Tiers 1 to 5 are unlabeled, tier 6 to 10 are labeled. Big numbers. 12 classes, 6 acts, infinite endgame. Okay, half bosses. Okay, so you've seen all that. Trials. Did they say what the third trial is gonna be? No, right? Breach, Expedition, Ritual, Delirium, and Pinnacle boss. So it seems like there will be one boss that is like above the others, right? With like this tower that you have to unlock from like 3 different sides or something like that. But maybe it's gonna be like the same level as like the, you know, 4 times upgraded other pinnacle bosses, for example, or something like that, I imagine. So they actually renamed Shadow to Assassin? Wait, how old is this thing? 3 days ago. Assassin and Gladiator. Warrior, Sorceress, Ranger, Monk. Okay. Okay. Act names. We're going to Oriath, actually. Ngamar Kanui. Other returns in Act 3. Mogam, Masteri, Agorat. Well, okay. Yeah, it will be prophetic. You're gonna enjoy that, I think. PA2 is gonna be very cool. Okay. Let's see this here. The cheat sheet for crafting. I like this as well. Can I explain a bit the basics? Like armor is universal. All mobs and bosses have armor compared to before, like vulnerable. I mean, we don't know exactly how armor will work, but the way this worked in PoE 1 is basically if you have more armor, you will disproportionately avoid physical damage from small hits more than from large hits. And for large hits, you need to have a lot of armor in order to mitigate them like at all, basically. So, you know, like a big smash from a boss that does like, you know, ridiculous amounts of damage, you need a lot of armor to overcome that. It's not like a flat percent that you just apply to all incoming damage, for example. So armor works better against small hits and less against big hits. So that's like one thing you need to know. Then there's evasion as like another base defense, which is just like a chance to not get hit. But it only works against projectiles and strikes and not against like AoE attacks, for example. And then there's energy shield, which is like kind of like an extra layer of life. You spent last week watching kitten cat noodle videos. Wait, for what exactly? Thoughts on Witch Infernalist? It looks kind of cool, but I'm not planning to play it soon. I hope that it can make like a non-minion version of it, at least, without the hound and stuff that is like viable. But I guess you can. The concept of it is pretty fun though. Lore. She's making lore videos. Okay. I'll start from left here. Anatomy of an item. So there's normal, magic, rare. Okay, that's like a nice overview of how an item works. 3 prefixes, 3 suffixes. I wonder if like prefixes are actually always like listed from top to bottom now, and then suffixes are listed from like the bottom half and the top half basically. I don't think this was necessarily always the case in PoE 1, but sometimes they would like kind of like be in random order. Or not random, but it wouldn't be like 3 and 3 basically necessarily. If I'm not mistaken. Enchantments or presets can be crafted like mods. Eines like default. Or edit via corruption. Fairly sure it was 3 and 3. Maybe I remember it. Was it like last epoch? I remember it is in some way this was not the case. Maybe it was indeed 2. Whatever. Okay, quality. Actually, I wonder what, yeah, I'm just thinking about like caster weapons, there's quality, but there's no damage on caster weapons. Caster weapons in general seem like very different. They just don't have damage. So they just have like an implicit, like a skill or something, or an aura, or spirit. And then I guess I can roll different set of mods. Yo, Yan Chan. Thank you so much for the donor. Hi, Gary, as well. You're assuming hardcore has better drop rates, etc., or is it pure challenge? That is like a very weird expectation. Why would it be better drop rates in hardcore? Then hardcore would be better than softcore. Wings and ambulance increases more depending on what type of catalyst is used. Yeah, what does he need to use catalyst? Dude, this breaching actually insane, by the way. 168 max on life. What the hell? Armor increase, armor evasion, energy shields. I have a slight feeling that basically all the stuff that they took from PoE 1 and nerfed it in going into PoE 2 is going to be kind of underpowered. And all the stuff that they, you know, kind of like carried over into PoE 2 is going to be pretty OP. Like, you know, energy shield, for example, I imagine it's probably going to be like absolute meta later or something. Because there's no life to invest in, no life nodes, and, you know, all that kind of stuff. Like, armor values are like super low. Like, I'm not really sure how that's going to work. But I have a feeling. Artificer's Orb. Add a socket to a martial weapon or armor. Max 2 and 2-handed and body. Attacks of 7 penetrate 15% elemental resistances. Damn. So transport is basically the same as before. Ringo Orb also seems like exactly the same as before. So it adds a mod. And then you add like another mod, make it yellow. I wonder if they can still make like one affix items into yellows with regals, or they need to have 2 mods. A Normand Orb. Wait, is that a thing? Does a null exist? Augmentation Orb. Plus one mod, okay. Yes, okay. So you have Exalts, Annuls, and you have Chaos, which is the both them together. But I suppose that Exalts and Annuls are probably like more rare than the Chaos. Chaos is probably gonna be like a much more frequent thing. It's like a much more gambling basically with the item, right? Not necessarily actually. I wonder how this will be. Chaos Orb used on rare items only. Remove one mod and add one mod. It's gonna be so much fun, man, to use Chaos Orbs. I'm really excited for that. Avoid that without 6 links, gaming will be less interesting. I don't think that 6 links are really very interesting though. I mean, you either have a 6 link or you don't. And then once you get one, you basically never go back to less than 6 link. And everything is gonna be expected to be 6 link later. So where's the interesting part here? True, you have the omens. Is he gonna explain them? I'm not sure if you know all the omens, probably not. Here comes the omens and essence as well. Essence of the body. Upgrades a normal item to magic with 1 life modifier. And then greater essence upgrades magic item to rare with 1 cold modifier. Wait, wasn't there also like an essence where... Ah, no. So these are the only 2 types, right? There's normal essences and greater essences. So normal to magic and then magic to rare. So you can use both of them, you know, one after the other. But then once the item is yellow, you can't do more essences, I guess. Okay. Still kind of cool though. And you can actually kind of like guarantee, or almost guarantee, like a certain thing you want. Like cold modifier on a pair of boots or something is almost, you know, always just going to be cold res, I guess. I want to create a minion melee 2-hander build. What does it cost resource-wise to run minions? You need spirit for that. And this comes from scepters and focuses. Which are like caster, weapon, and offhand basically. I mean, starting hardcore? No. Once allows some meta crafting obtained from rituals. I wonder if I can get them from the Act 1 rituals actually. When you do them. While this item is active in your inventory, your next installer will add only prefix modifiers. Only 1 element can be used per craft. Installing allows you to allocate notable passive on an amulet. Okay. I think it's gonna be very fun to kind of like try to build out a character like completely with like really good gear and then, you know, going for the meta crafting stuff, going for the instilling, using essences to get like the right mods and your stuff. It's gonna be very fun, I think, you know, with like the super slow progression to try to build up a character and get like really good gear and stuff. Kinda excited for it. Just a good overview here of what exists right now, and it's not really too complicated. You know, there's like a few different options. But then, you know, there's probably gonna be like, you know, 10 different omens or something like that, or maybe more. And then like this instilling, you can like, you know, find exactly the right anoint that you want to go for. Yeah, meta crafting, this is like a term from PoE 1, where it's basically like some kind of like advanced, more complicated crafting where like you block certain modifiers and then you add some other things and you have like certain rules and like how certain modifiers can apply when you do certain things in a certain order, basically. It's kind of hard to explain. But in this case, you know, this is what the omens do, basically. They replace that much more complicated PoE 1 system with this, while keeping kind of the purpose the same. Like, for example, here it says that the Exile alt will guarantee it will add a prefix modifier. So you can have like a yellow item that has like 4 mods. Let's say 2 prefix, 2 suffix. They can have 3 of each, so there would be a 50-50. Does it hit a prefix or does it hit a suffix? And in this case, you can guarantee it will hit a prefix. Now, why do we want to do that? I'm not really sure right now. But there might be cases where, you know, you can do like some smart crafting strategy and then only add a prefix before you add a suffix or something like that. So there might be like, you know, like the existence of this tells us that there's probably going to be other ways to like manipulate, you know, something like you only reroll the prefixes or you only reroll the suffixes or, you know, these kind of things. Default progression is better. You endlessly change the same GA and then brick the item. Yeah, amazing, man. I love the Diablo 4 crafting system. Yeah, I mean, there's like many of these omens, so, you know, there will be probably stuff like what I just mentioned. Like, they could do all kinds of stuff with these omens here, basically. So, this is just one example. There might be also other examples of, you know, not just exalted orbs being changed in what they do, but also the regal orbs, or maybe the augmentation orbs or whatever. So, you know, even like the prior steps in the crafting maybe can already, you know, influence what it adds and so on. And then probably some of these omens are gonna be more rare, some gonna be more common. So maybe some things just kind of help you to get going earlier, and then later when you do like the GG crafts, then that's gonna be some pretty crazy stuff when you consume like many different types of currencies. Maybe there's gonna be omens that, you know, guarantee you're gonna hit like a, you know, high roll or, you know, like a high tier mod or something like that. So that they can do all kinds of things there. You can't scour items? Nah, not in PoE 2. In PoE 2, there's no scouring. There's no going back to magic, to normal. I mean, you can go back to magic, I guess. I mean, technically, if annulls exist, then that's basically the same as scouring, no? Are we sure that annul like, orbs exist? Because you can just annul everything, and then you have a white item again, no? But yeah, apparently it's a thing. Here, the white one. You have a 0 mods rare item, so it will remain rare. True, in PoE 1 it also remains rare actually when it's just another thing, right? So you can't do like augment and so on again, so that's kind of a stupid idea, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Can we craft early? Well, the most important crafting currencies early on are going to be Chaos Orbs, Exalted Orbs, and then Transmutes and Augmentation. So what these do is, maybe actually have like the database here. Okay, so Chaos Orb is this one. So this is going to be one of the more common ones, I think. Removes a random modifier and adds another random modifier. And then you have... where are they? Transmutation here. They're called Orb Off and not Transmutation Orb. Okay, so Transmutation upgrades a normal to a magic with one modifier, so it basically goes from white to blue. And then you can do a second round, which is the Augmentation, which adds a second modifier. Magic items can have 2. And from there to continue, you need a Regal. I expect those to be much more rare than the other two. So generally, I think you're gonna find a yellow item and then either Chaos it or Exalt it to try to make it better. And I don't think you're gonna necessarily craft from scratch that much. Like crafting from scratch on a white base would be like Transmute, Augment, Regal, and then it's a rare. A rare will always have at least 3 mods. And then you can go up to 6 with Exalted Orb. Which is this one. So you can do 3 Exalts if you want to get 6 mods. And then if you don't like those, you can use a Chaos to like remove 1, add 1. So that's gonna be like the standard crafting, basically. Yeah, there's gonna be the essence as well to do that, but you know, these like 5 currencies, I guess these are like the the bread and butter, let's say. Didn't you say rares always have 4 mods, or did they mean that only for drop rares? I'm not sure. Maybe drop rares will have 4 at least or something. Best currency is gold, gamble. Yeah, I'm also planning to recommend that actually. Just like sell shit and, you know, gamble weapons or something, you know, or whatever you might need. It's probably like the play, at least early on, just to kind of like have a bit of a guaranteed item progression. Alchs used to have 4 to 6 mods and now are always 4 on the alchemies. This one, yeah. So you have to alchemy, and then if you like it, you can still go and exalt. Ah, there's actually more omens here and stuff. Omen of Maxroll annulment. While this item is active, your next orb of annulment will remove only suffix modifiers. So that is really nice. That is really nice. Omen of Greater Exaltation. While this item is active in your inventory, your next orb will add 2 random modifiers. That's kind of whatever. It's basically just like an extra exalted orb. Like, what's the point of that? It's basically the equivalent of an exalted orb, right? There's no other, like, benefit to it or something. Maybe it will bug out and you go to 7 mods and you have 5. Yeah, there will certainly be a lot more omens, but I think this one is pretty useless. Okay. Yeah, I imagine Orb of Alchemy is also going to be relatively plentiful, so you just pick up a white base and make it rare immediately without doing extra steps. Do like alteration still exist? Oh, alteration does not exist actually. Okay. So there's actually not really a reason to do anything with like transmutes and augmentations and stuff. If you have alchemies, you just use them. Then you can also skip the part where you can regal. I guess the main advantage is that you have like more attempts, right? You just pick up white bases, transmute, augment, see what you got. If it's good, regal. If not, throw it away. And you don't really have that with alchemy. You just like pick it up and try your luck. Yeah, so they really want you to find bases. That is gonna be very important actually. Pick up every single crossbow that you find, you know? Why Alch if you can put 2 essence into items if it was white? Yeah, true, but I don't expect that you're gonna like, you know, essence craft every single slot or something, right? And I mean, who knows how often you find these essences. So I expect those to be like fairly rare as well. And then the regals is probably also relatively rare. Like at least in PoE 1, they don't drop that often, the regals. And I would imagine them to be relatively rare now as well. I'm probably gonna start a mercenary. Can you use chaos or magic item? You should not be able to, I think. Yeah, it's only on rare. From the vaults, essences appear in first or second act. Yeah, but you might find like 1 or 2 essences in the entire act or something, I guess. You know. No, I'm not starting hardcore as death. There will be no vendor recipes. You always pick up white bases and convert. That depends on, like, you know, how much crafting currencies you have, right? I think late game, if you have like a specific base that you want for like your end game build or something, you'll probably pick up every single one of those and then just throw it in a stash, and then whenever you can, you're gonna start crafting on them, you know, essence, regal, whatever, right? Early game, I guess you just kind of take what you get. You'll probably mostly just work with the yellows that you find, I guess. I don't expect that you would really like try to like craft up an item from scratch that much while in the acts. In the early acts, I imagine you just are too poor for this. You know, especially regals, I imagine are going to be the bottleneck, because the only way to go from blue to yellow is with regal orbs. Like, you have various other ways of crafting, like magic items and, you know, rare items and whatever, but the only way to go, you know, all the way up from white item to rare is with regal. Or an essence, right? A greater essence, but they might be kind of rare. They might be like endgame only or something. So that's this here. So this would work if you have the essences. But I guess they're in maps or something. Yeah. Either way, it's probably going to be uncommon. So realistically, I think what you're going to do is like Exalt for the most part and Chaos. So these are probably like the two main crafting tools you're going to use for like the better items that you find. And just YOLO. And then there's also like, I guess the transmute and alteration. So sometimes you might just find like a really good base and you just like try your luck with like transmute and augmentation or something. Hello. How's it going? Oh, that doggy.
Hi, chat.
How are you?
Fine. Are you?
Mm-hmm. Did you walk home?
No.
No? Okay. Are you unleashing the beast?
Yeah. I don't think he can be more beast than he was. He hasn't stopped running for 4 hours.
Is he gonna continue now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Buzz. Hi, Wonkas.
Okay, Merlin, you need to listen very carefully. We're talking about crafting in Path of Exile too.
Oh. How many orbs?
And if you're not a good boy, I'm gonna use the Chaos Orb on you, okay?
Chaos Orb?
Yes.
No. How about the Omen of Dextral Annulment?
Yes.
Sounds very dangerous.
Yeah, remove the suffix modifier. Val him.
Maybe he becomes a cat.
He breaks into a cat, yeah. I imagine these are going to be very rare as well. The annulments. You definitely want to save these. Like, if you have the choice to use a Chaos Orb or Annulment Exalt, I guess you really want to use Chaos. And use this for like the meta crafting later. Like, this will be very useful for like making late game items. Especially when you can, you know, like choose to only remove prefix or only remove suffix, which greatly increases your chances later, basically, to hit the right thing. So these are probably going to be much more valuable. In PoE 1, they're also really rare, actually, annulment orbs. I expect the same here. There is Orb of Chance, actually. Randomly transforms a normal into magic, rare, or unique item. Perfect Jeweler's Orbs, Reaper Catalyst. Enhanced attack modifiers on ring or amulets. Okay. It's not a rare if you run hobby. Yeah, okay. Alchemy only goes on normal. So alchemy makes a normal item into rare, and the regal makes a magic item into rare. It's an important distinction. Because alchemies are usually much more plentiful, and regals are pretty rare. But regals allow you to, you know, decide at least 2 mods on the item. With, you know, making it a magic item first, and you see, okay, does it have good mods? And then you upgrade it, basically. Where the alchemy is just full random. Did you notice the 2 additional projectile support gem had damage penalty lowered from 66 to 20 on TKD's last video? I didn't notice that on video, but this is exactly what I remembered from like looking at the skill gems. So this seems just like how I remember it. Vigos should be more common. They said you could sell rares for hero shards. Ah, yeah, I remember that. Maybe it's not that bad. But I think you generally probably want to sell for gold and just gamble. At least from what I've seen so far. Maybe later you're gonna go more for the Vigos. Do Alg Orbs craft up to 4 or add 4? Alg Orbs go from 0 to 4 in one go. And nothing else. How bad will the servers be on the 6th? Well, let's just hope there will be servers. At least on the day after that. That was kind of interesting. 15 to Spirit. Soulcore. I like this. Seems very good, actually. What the hell does Quality do on a wand that doesn't have any damage? I really wonder. Is it gonna like increase the implicit stat? Like, what if it has like a certain skill rank? Is it gonna like increase that skill rank or something? Like, what the hell is it gonna do? I'm not gonna play with controller. Yeah, many people say the game feels like it's meant to be played with a controller. I can kind of believe that because of the, like, you know, attack while moving stuff. But I have no plans to play this with a controller. You know, it's been nearly 3 decades of PC gaming with mouse and keyboard for me. There's no way I'm gonna switch now. We're gonna release some PDR builds. Yeah, I'll be doing some PDR this week. I'm not sure if we're gonna release videos on it because I'm probably like full in PoE mode now, but you know, I'm gonna at the least do the testing. And then, you know, like in like 5 weeks or something, I guess at some point we're gonna release some stuff for the Fort again. It's a nice thought to play with the feet on the table. Yeah. For me, what matters is what is going to be the more efficient way to play the game. And that is going to remain mouse and keyboard, at least for me. I cannot imagine myself becoming adept enough with a controller anytime soon. Yeah, it's not exactly a meow, but yeah, still a bad. Yeah, we'll play with WSD. Screw hardcore mode, Merlin mode is what counts. Yeah, with Merlin on my shoulder. What do you say? Okay, it seems like the crafting is like, so far at least, relatively simple still. That's good. I wonder how it's gonna be with the omens. It's gonna be probably pretty fun to like experiment with the omens later on. And you still have to like, understand, okay, what are the odds of hitting a certain mod? Because they all have weights. What are the odds of hitting like a high tier of a certain mod? You know, there's like weighting of what is the mod and also what tier of the mod. And the way that I know GG, they probably have not prevented, you know, like very low tier mod, actually very high tier mods from rolling. High tier being the bad ones and low tiers being the good ones. So T1 is usually the best, and then like, you know, tier 6 or tier 8 or something is like the worst. This is how it works. And for example, in PoE 1, you could always, even on high level gear, you could always roll the worst stats basically. So there's like a lot of RNG in crafting later to try to hit like the high rolls. You can't outdo mouse zooting with controller. Yeah, I mean, for the start, probably not, but later when you have root filters, and you filter exactly the stuff you want, I could imagine that controllers kind of catch up a lot with efficiency there. What are my ambitions in PoE 2? Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely shooting for top ranks in like, you know, races and gauntlets and stuff like that. We'll see how we go. GG updated tiers being better in PoE 2, making it more intuitive. Ah. Okay, we'll see, I guess, when the time comes. Ugh. Would I play Soul Sapphire mode without trading? I can definitely see myself doing that, but I think for the start I won't, because I want to just, like, you know, explore the game as much as possible, learn the game as much as possible, and, you know, maybe I will not, you know, fully invest into, like, all of the different mechanics as much as I should in order to get the specific things I need or something. So in order just to, like, you know, understand the game the best and the fastest, I do want to not play solo self-fun for the start. I'll play softcore trade, which is like basically what most other people do. So I get like the same experience as most other people, and I have the fastest progression as well in order to understand the game. Can we get a poll for starter class? We can do that actually if you want. Let me set that one up. Polls can only have 5 options here though. So I guess I have to put 2 together. Your planned starter class. Okay, so we have, what is it? Warrior, Merc, Sork, Witch, and then what else is there? Ranger. Monk. Okay. Quick poll. I guess I can do a straw poll. Let me do a straw poll. That's better, I guess. I can include M1 if I get a choice. Okay, let's do it. Mr. Boss, thanks for 2 months sub, by the way. Appreciate that. Yeah, if you guys want to vote on the preferred starter class, do it. Vote, 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 vote. I'm kind of excited actually to see. Monka S. Yeah.
He wants to leave. Don't drink it down. There's not much here.
I don't think he wants to leave.
Hmm?
I don't think he wants to leave.
He needs to eat and sleep.
Was he running all day? Yeah, you can sleep here.
Don't be on daddy.
Yeah. You can't answer that poll. We're polling right now.
You what?
We're having a poll.
About what?
The starting class. What's your choice?
What is first?
What is your choice?
Sorcerer.
Sorcerer. Why?
Boom boom.
Boom boom.
Mm-hmm.
What about shotgun? Boom boom. No, okay. And which ascendancy?
The elemental one.
The Stormweaver.
Yeah.
Sorko boom boom, yeah. Well,
I was thinking of Witch, but Witch doesn't play with elements this time.
interesting.
Oh, look. Sorcerer is first.
Uh-huh. Monk, Sorg, Merc,
Witch
Warrior,
almost
Witch, Ranger. It's actually interesting how low Ranger is.
You're going monk or mercenary?
I'm probably gonna go Mercenary.
Mm.
Yeah, Monk is also pretty cool, actually.
They're very close, sorcerer and monk.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, add one more to sorcerer from me.
Okay. How to do this?
And you?
Yeah, for me it's probably gonna be Mercenary.
Yeah, can you vote or not?
I think I can.
You set the poll, no?
Okay, I'll add one for you. Thank you for participating. Okay. So now it's 22, it was 21.
Yeah.
She's
But
tipping the
was last
scales.
one?
No, it's still open, so anyone who wants can still do it.
Templar.
Templar. I wonder what he's gonna look like, actually.
Is there any totem build?
There are totems.
Hmm.
I'm just not sure. Is like artillery ballista already in the game?
Where is the poll? Have you pinned it?
It's not pinned, actually.
Yeah.
But I guess I can do
People
it.
search for it.
And that's little totem, Giga Chat. Well, now people are voting. The pin was helpful. Anyway, enjoy voting, guys. I'm gonna keep it open for a little bit. Is there anything else that we missed here now? No. Just like we don't know the quality stuff. There is GCPs as well, right? Gem cutter. Improve the quality of a gem, yeah. But we have no idea about this. They actually kept all the information about quality of gems hidden so far, right? Even in like the, you know, the Facts Are Alive video and stuff, we didn't see anything about it or something like that. So I wonder what that does. Would you make a class tier list including Ascension like Bandit? He did that? Based on what though? I think there's too little information to really make serious tier lists right now. So there's just like, yeah. Yo, we got a big raid here from Ellie. Hello Ellie, thank you. Welcome guys. Go, shout out. Funny emotes. The tappies looks funny. I like it. More poll voters. Yes, guys. I suppose you're also in PoE too. We were just like looking through like crafting and whatever. I have a poll running. It's pinned right now, but I'll link it again. What is your starting class, guys? I want to see some more votes. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Ellie. Appreciate that. I suppose you're also very hyped for the launch. Of course, of course. What is your starting class? Vote, vote, vote. Yes. So I had the results here. Seems like Sorg is in the lead right now. Ranger the dead last. Okay, Ranger I kind of expected. Apparently it's just not going to be that popular, it seems right now. But Sorg, there's a lot of Sorg enjoyers here in my chat, interestingly. I guess it might be because like all of the like, you know, kind of rogue enjoyers that I usually have here are like probably split between those two. And so, you know, the caster enjoyers are here, I imagine. Maybe this is why. Because if you don't know me, like everyone who just joined here from LA's stream, like I'm usually blasting a lot of Diablo. And I usually play the stuff like Demon Hunter, Rogue, and so on the most. The fast agile classes. And for me, it's going to be a mercenary start. And then I'll also look at Ranger, Monk, these kind of things. And I'm actually very excited for Hunters. Hunters might be my main later. Witch. So anyone has any ideas about what kind of build you want to make already? Besides the class? Sorg has great fantasy and the visuals and the effects. Yeah, for sure. Like they also post like this ball lightning. I posted this on Twitter actually the other day. This ball lightning little clip that they posted, it just looks so cool. Like it was here, this one. Oh, loud. Yeah, the skill animation looks really cool. There's actually low quality video here right now, you can barely read this. But yeah, like a lot of the skills just look so amazing, I think. It's Sorg. Yeah, sorry guys. Not sure why this is so loud. It also blasted my ears. RIP GPU. Yes. The RPG revolution begins on December 6th. We finally want a Sorg that has more builds than Lightning Spear. Yeah, that's true. There's gonna be like a lot of different options, you know, that you can like play all the different elements, you can combine those different elements. There's gonna be so much cool stuff with Sorg. I should maybe look more into like the spell gems as well and just kind of get a better understanding of like the possible stuff and like cook some more builds. And tomorrow I definitely wanna like not just react that much as I did the last 3 days, but also like do more cooking and maybe have like a few concepts at least ready to go. Hex Blast the Blood Mage, that sounds interesting. I like Hex Blast, I played it as well when it came out, I think. It was very fun. Druid is coming soon. True. Druid and Hunters I think are going to be the first classes to be added. I still have my cam on the left actually, on the right. Let me change that actually. I've been like, usually I'm here in the corner. But earlier we had like the podcast that we watched and stuff. Everything is dumped down. Yeah, I guess the contrast becomes pretty obvious, you know. Like I was actually blasting a lot of D4 because, you know, LE pretty dead right now. PoE 1 I just am not really in the mood for these days anymore. Besides maybe I check out the League Stars a little bit and stuff. And it was just kind of like in a like, you know, D4 grind set, I guess, and then just waiting. And now here we are, and now PoE 2 comes and it's like, you know, crazy, you know. I wonder if that's actually how other people feel as well. It's just like we just played Diablo 4 because this is what we had, right? I didn't even feel like I want to play much more PoE 1, but PoE 2 just looks so cool. Did you see a new tree you can allocate points? I saw that someone made like a version where you can click like this, yeah, but it's not like a path, you can just click the points. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, this is like mildly useful, but honestly, I think ultimately a waste of time. Look at how many red nodes there are that we don't know. We don't even know the small nodes. Like most of the small ones are like, we don't know anything about them in most cases. So it's also like, yeah. You can kind of get a rough idea like where you want to path, but when you play the game, it's going to look very different. So I wouldn't really worry much about it. But at least you can check a lot of the notes. I've done it the other day. You can like only check like, okay, look. Bottom part of the tree is pretty good. Yeah, but look at us still. There's so much red. Like this entire part here is red, for example. Look. I'll just wait and see until we actually have this. Building of weapon swaps in mine is gonna be such a cool new aspect. I agree. And it really opens up like a whole host of possibilities. You know, you can do like weapon swap to literally the same weapon, but you just assign like, you know, some different points in order to like, you know, maybe boost a certain skill a bit more, right? You can, for example, make like 2 crossbows. One is for your, you know, like shotgun and whatever, and the other one is for the grenade stuff. And then you just like swap around a bunch of stuff. Or you can have like, you know, weapon swap to like just use completely different skills. Like for example, I was thinking about the idea of like including leap slam. Just have like, you know, one-hand mace with a shield and leap slam around and then shoot with a crossbow. Like, yeah, you can have like, you know, 2 different elements with your staff, for example, on like a caster or something. That's so cool. Some of the nodes won't do anything since you don't have the bases. Yeah, fair. Some stuff is missing down. Yeah, I mean, some of these notes are, it's kind of funny, like these 3 notables are all known. Damage to swords, sword attacks, damage to swords, like... Where did I put that pole now? Here. Okay, still Sorg wins by a little bit, and then Monk, interesting. Monk also looks cool. Monk is really fun, to be honest. I actually uploaded both Merc and Monk playthrough. Those are the first 2 classes I ever tried when I played PoE 2. And I had a good time with both of them. Monk is really cool too. Now that I say it, it's going up. Did they explain if the other 6 classes change the passageway? No. There is 6 starting points with 2 classes each. So for example, we already have this here. The Witch and the Sorceress both start at the top. And currently no class starts on the top left. So they don't change the passageway anymore. Like the nodes are already there. Like here, for example, the sword nodes are already here, but we don't have swords. So they already made this. And the passageway is not really like, okay, there will be, you know, adjustments, but you know, the passageway is mostly done. On the left will be Druid. Druid should be here, right? Yes. Yeah, Druid will be Strength Int. And Templar, yeah. So this is Templar and Druid. Then this is Witch and Sorceress. This is Monk and Assassin. This is Ranger and Monk. No, wait, not Monk is here. Ranger and Huntress. Huntress is like the full dex class as well. Then you have Mercenary and Gladiator. And here's Warrior and Marauder. Yeah, they're gonna rename the Shadow to Assassin apparently. So the Duelist is gonna become Gladiator, and the Assassin, the Shadow is gonna become Assassin apparently. So they used to be Ascendancies, but apparently they're renamed. Yeah. I guess we'll see him. It's not like confirmed yet, but it looks like that's what's gonna happen. Dude, I really wonder like how close is like an assassin gonna feel to like a default rogue. If they're gonna like add like some kind of mobility in there, and you know like a shadow step or like a dash or something like that. It would be pretty cool actually if we had this kind of things and like actually have like like a melee playstyle. Imagine something like Twisting Blades in PoE 2, man. Holy. Login. I hope they're gonna make something close to that at least. It would be really fun, actually. I mean, this could actually be like literally like an ascendancy skill, right? You know, something like a dash or like a shadow step or something. You know, if they actually make something like, let's say, they make like the assassin class, and one of them is like the rogue ascendancy or something like that, and make it like, you know, very close to like the default rogue, for example, and there's like, you know, actually ascendancy skill like some of the other ascendancies have, right? Where there's like a mobility skill or two mobility skills, and you like jump around and go crazy and, you know, hit different targets with combos and stuff like that. Could be very fun, man. Deadeye Rain of Arrows for the win. Deadeye actually looks like a fairly strong ascendancy to me. Smoke bomb in the ascendancy would be so cool. Oh yeah. The stars are so similar. I wonder why they didn't just make 6 ascendancies per class. I think it makes more sense to make more base classes with less ascendancies than it is to make 6 classes, or like 6 classes with 6 ascendancies or something. Sounds like kind of insane. I mean, ultimately, it has the same outcome, right? It's like the ascendancies are basically what you play, right? That's kind of like, you know, this is the choice you make, and this is what you become. So it wouldn't make a difference if they combined 2 classes into one, but it does make a difference from like the choice and the like class synergy and so on, right? It's like gameplay wise, there wouldn't be no difference, but it would be very difficult to like make classes that are like so versatile that they can then change them into 6 different ascendancies. That would be much, I think. Why do you take the dog now?
We're going to sleep.
You're going to sleep?
All of us.
Oh. Goodbye, dog.
Early day tomorrow.
Soon. I wonder why they decided to release the EA. It's really like a full release, but they get more money, not free to play. It is still not finished, at least not to their standard. Yeah, on one hand, actually, it's like a good move. Like, they can say, ah, it's not the game, so you can earn money because people will buy copies. And I guess that might be a consideration there or something. But either way, you know, the price is extremely good for what you get. So I don't think anyone can really complain about that. And I mean, there will be lots of work to do. And I guess they just have like the standard of, okay, you know, we say it's ready when it's ready. There will be in 1.0, but at least we have a playable version, and we can like start having like a larger player base that, you know, lets us find the bugs and like hammer out those bugs more easily. Because there will be bugs, there will be like balance issues and everything. That's just how it is. And there will be plenty of those in a game like this. You know, it's a very complicated game. The building Frenzy mechanic and Barrage and Rain of Arrows together with different Frenzy nodes on Skillty and Ascendancy is going to be bonkers. Yeah, the Barrage stuff is very cool. I'm also very excited to try this. You can like Barrage Rain of Arrows and Barrage Snipe. I was actually thinking about stuff like that for like a Ranger. Could be very cool.
Can you give me a minute?
1 second.
Minute.
Okay, I'm back, guys. Sorry. Where were we? Nah, she wasn't angry. We just had to discuss something real quick about tomorrow. Bench. Okay, said a bite. Have a good night. EA will be a blast. Yep. What's happening here?
I'm throwing your stuff.
Okay.
Good night, chat.
Good night, Nini.
Off to bed. So am I, Zeta. Good night.
So you can cheese get us as well. She left. Finally a release where I'm not scared to be disappointed. Yep. Okay, you can do a wheel 2 in it. There's a keystone for that somewhere. Somewhere down here, I think. Where is it? Giant's Blood, this one. You can dual wield axes, maces, and swords two-handed. But they also have double the attribute requirements. So a lot of people seem to be very excited about this. But I think the reality is, you will just not have the fucking attributes until way later. In dual wield and monk, every class can use anything outside of, you know, what certain ascendancies offer specifically, you know. Certain skills, for example, come only from certain ascendancies, like the time stop from the chronomancer and stuff like that. But otherwise, everyone can use everything. But the thing is, this one in particular here, with the two-handed dual wield, is only for axe, mace, and sword. So you can't do like dual quarterstaff, for example, or something like that, or dual crossbow. That's just like, you know, not part of this thing. Cast on mini-dev, detonate that. Spell echo, does it work? Should work, I think. Unless spell echo says specifically it only works on self-casts. Dual wield shield, let's go. Yeah, I think maybe you can do something like Giga invest into like only strength, for example, and then go like double two-handed mace or something. And then go Giant's Blood with like a bunch of items that also give you strength, and then maybe get to the point where you actually have enough attributes. There's also an attribute cluster somewhere down here. This one. 10% increased attributes, for example, and stuff like that. Plus 3 to all attributes. Okay. Here's also this. I just have 5% reduced attribute requirements, so you can actually take all this stuff here, basically. 2% increased damage per 5 of the lowest attribute. Actually, this wheel here might be relatively good to pick up, even for a build like mine. I'll think about this. 10% increased attributes, it might be like, you know, 10 plus strength, 10 plus int, 15 plus dex or something. Then this stuff here, this stuff here. It's not bad. How many is this? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 small nerds. So this is 30 all attributes, that's a lot. Ah wait, this is requirements actually. Not terrible though. There's no cluster jewels. You have some ideas for some unconventional builds that might work. I don't know what unconventional means in this game right now, so... I mean, you can definitely do some kind of like more complicated stuff with like, you know, Blood Mage, I guess, in particular, and also like the mana stacking stuff in particular. So there's like certain combos like that where you have to like actually enable various things in order to like, you know, work together. TM wanted a 4-handed shield. Okay. You hope that the unique shield can be wielded in the main hand. Yeah, that's what last epoch did. They did like an axe and it was actually like a shield. And they gave me like block and it looked like a shield and stuff like that. I don't know, maybe they're gonna do something like that, you know, some janky solution where they don't actually add like a real, like, you know, dual shield mechanic, but they have like, you know, at least a unique item that doubles as like a shield. Crossbow, Chayuda, Monk, aka Gun Monk. Best party farm in PoE 2. I recommend stay tuned on MP's channel. Spell says it affects spells that affect an area around you or target or location, but not remote skills. Wait, let me see that. Yep, who's that? Dark Beast. Yo. Thank you for the 42 months, and how are you? Support spells that affect an area around you or a location. Support spells echo cause the effects to happen again after a short delay. Cannot support channeling skills or remote skills. I'm not sure what remote skills are. Traps and mines. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't really have like any of that right yet. A single attribute class is gonna be easier to build than dual ones? I don't think so. I think the attributes doesn't really have much to do with anything. You just want to be mindful about, you know, what kind of like types of items you equip. But you have a lot of freedom with like which attributes you're stacking. Because all of the travel nodes here, basically, all of these, you can choose either 5 dex or 5 strength or 5 int on all of these. And this basically means you can like build into anything you need right from the start. But I guess in most cases you'll probably have like, you know, different colors on your support gems. Because there's simply not that many support gems to like, you know, have the same color to support a certain skill. Like in PoE 1 we had so many options that you can actually make like a ranger and you have like, you know, green, 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 green on your bow skill. And that's it. And you just need dex. But this is not really how it's gonna happen here, I think. There's gonna be like lots of random colors all over the place of your gems. So you kind of have to like even it out a bit more, I think. Would it be a reason to combine one-hand mace with another weapon? Oh, good question. Can you actually combine 2 different types of weapons when dual wielding? I'm not actually sure if you can, but maybe. Another big stuff from Darko. Thank you as well for the 53 months. The instant mana leech just seems OP. Yeah, leech in general, instant leech is not that crazy anymore. Because leech I think is reduced to only 1 second now. So it actually happens very fast. And on top of this, your damage numbers are very low. So leech is also like just not as good as it used to be right now. I think I'll push endgame for a while. I'll try a bunch of classes first before going deep into mapping. I guess the plan is certainly that I use my first character to defeat all of the highest difficulty bosses once at least or something. And then we'll see where we end up and, you know, what I want to do. In fairness, if cast a minion death, Firestorm, detonate that, spell echo, shock chance, stormfire. Okay, sounds like a lot of blue gems there as well, right? I guess maybe on the spellcasters you have more options to combine similar color gems with like blue. But at least on my mercenary build, for example, it looked like all over the place when I tried to implement support gems for my stuff. Actually seems very nice, yeah. 50% chance against onslaught on killing blow with access. %100% increased armor break duration. Okay. This is pretty nutty, yeah. No access, only access. Yeah, actually I think not. But these are pretty good notes, yeah. 10 rage is also pretty good. Like both of these notes are pretty nuts, I think, for access. I like these armor break notes here, both of them. I might actually go for them. I think Resolute Technique might actually not be such a big downside anymore these days. But I also don't know how bad it is to stack accuracy. For many characters, apparently it's gonna be relatively easy. But it seems like getting like, you know, anywhere close to 100% crit and like lots of crit damage is probably not really a thing. Maybe until like very late game at least. Resolute Technique might actually be way better than it used to be. Like the Devastate support, other armor break stuff just isn't that necessary. Yeah, I guess we'll see like how much armor do these guys actually have. Maybe like it scales up a lot in late game or something, or especially like in the higher tiers of the maps or the high pinnacle bosses. But in general, like for example, this note here, like both armor break duration and 60% increased damage against enemies in fully broken armor. You can also just like break the armor like this, keep it broken and don't consume it, or only consume it at the very end. You know, there's like a certain timer. Let's say the timer is 5 seconds and now this becomes 10 seconds. So I actually have a 10-second window where I can just like a blast with a 60% increased damage, you know, for all of your attacks, and then eventually you finish with like the armor break consumption attack, for example. It sounds really nice, actually. Yo, Omega, thanks for the subs, dude. Accuracy might work for Grenadiers, because you can easily blind themselves. Yeah. I'm not sure if we're gonna put Flash multi-proj, to be honest, like Sigurd did in this video. I'm kind of skeptical, but we'll see, I guess. How the weapon swap mechanic works with the skill tree. Basically, you know, you're gonna get like, you know, let's say 10 or something points that you can assign to either weapon 1 or weapon 2. So you need to have 10 points left. Then you can select, okay, this is only for weapon 1. You assign them, they have like a different color. And then you choose weapon 2, and then you get your 10 points back. And you assign them to something else. And then, you know, those 10 points on either side will only activate whenever you have that weapon in hand, basically. So they will dynamically adjust. Thank you, Omega. Glad to hear that. Does armor just mitigate fizz damage? Yes. What do you think about Hammer of the Gods skill gem? Very funny. Certainly gonna be people doing Chronomancer just to play Hammer of the Gods for the memes. And I'm here to see it, man. You have like any other like cool reveals or videos or something? I feel like I've kind of watched a bunch of stuff now with the podcast. It was actually fun to watch. It's not about getting to level 100. True. Do not think you're gonna get anywhere close to level 100, guys. Which side is this? Yeah, I'll link it. I guess I added to my bookmarks. I mean, a lot of stuff is missing as well, so all these red nodes are unknown. But you get an idea. What do you think about the 2 Falcon nodes? What Falcon? What do you mean with that? Are we in last epoch again? I have 5k hours and never reached 98. Yeah, there's a lot of people like that, to be honest. I'm not sure if I've ever done 100. I think I have. I have a lot of characters at like, you know, 96, 97, 98. But yeah, somewhere around that is usually when I don't level more. Malfoy has a new video about making your own builds. Okay. I already made one like that as well. Like I think I kind of understand how to approach making a build and stuff like that. But maybe it would be interesting to hear if he has any like new insights. $100 is more about the grind. Yeah, I mean, if you make a build that doesn't die, it's actually not such a big problem to just grind it out. But the thing is that most of the time I don't play like immortal builds, or I want to like, you know, kind of like do challenging stuff, or I want to do bosses a lot and so on. And you know, if you want to grind all the way to 100, you actually have to kind of like skip bosses, for example, or like these dangerous bosses, let's say, like, you know, all the Maven stuff or whatever, the invitations, and I just kind of like doing this stuff a lot. I will not start hardcore now. I could do the monk footage and give some commentary. It's not a bad idea, actually. I'm probably not gonna stick around for that long anymore tonight, we'll see. I just wanna like check out a few more things. And most importantly, I want to check out some of the spell skill gems. How many spells are there actually? Spells are at least mentioned a lot, but it also means like spell damage and so on. But it would be interesting to see. What about if I type lightning? Oof. Cold, fire. Cold has by far the least amount of mentions, which is interesting. Okay. Arc. That's like a classic. Archmage. Wait, this is a buff actually. Wait, it's not a support, it's a buff. Cause your spells to cost additional mana and deal extra lightning damage based on maximum mana. Spells cost an additional 5% of your maximum mana. Yeah, you have to like really like fine tune your mana region with your maximum mana basically. To make sure that you don't run out. If you do like 1 cast per second, you need to have 5% of your mana per second. And if you like giga stack mana, as some people try to do, I think it's gonna be pretty tough actually. But it will probably be okay though, because you have mana flasks and they refill when you kill stuff. And then on bosses, you just won't have like perfect uptime anyway. There will be time where you just like run around and regen mana anyway. So I guess you can make it work and like fine tune it from there basically as you go. Yeah, ball lighting definitely looks very cool. 750% more chance to shock. Okay. Enjoy Godrix, by the way. Sounds very fun. I'm gonna have LAN party for 4 days. There's Essence Harvest. Which one is that? Essence Drain? What is Essence Harvest? Lands made a rudimentary estimate of what mana numbers we expected at 100, around 4.5k mana. I guess this is like including like all the mana stacking, right? Converting ES to mana and whatnot. That's a support. Recover 50 mana when a minion from supported skills dies. Okay, that's actually a lot of mana. And then you can do like the, there's like one of the keystones, right? Where like the minions just like die by themselves. Minion instability. What? I was just wondering, they changed the site, it's not just the keystones anymore. So they put like all of the stuff there. Minions are now 25% faster. Wait, no, it does not exist anymore? Ah, it's a support, okay. So you can actually like have some, yeah, that's actually not a bad tech, I guess. So you have, you know, some random minion, go like minion instability, go this, and you just get like mana back, pretty big chunks of it. Dealing 50% of the maximum life is fire damage to surrounding enemies. Reduce, okay, they only explode when you reduce a lot of, isn't there like another thing where they just like constantly burn and die? What is that? Yeah, Raging Spirits do that, but you have to like cast them manually. No. Infernal Legion. This one, yeah. Minions on supported skills take 20% of their maximum life as fire damage per second. So it takes 5 seconds for them to die, if they have 0 res. Yeah, I wonder how viable it would be to use this. You know, have like a bunch of these skellies, and like melee skeletons or something. They don't cost too much. Skeletal Brute is 46 spirits. 14 spirits. Yeah, like let's say take like, you know, 3 of these, it's like 90 spirit or 100 spirit with a bunch of like extra reservation cost. So I take 3 of these, and then the Archmage is 100 spirits, I need 200 spirit. Probably doable. Ah, look. Interesting. They also kill themselves anyway. Enrage all skeletal reavers, cause them to lose life over time and gain rage on hit. So yeah, so roughly every... That's not that much mana though, to be honest. But it's something. So if you do this combo, they need like, let's say 5 seconds to die, 4 seconds to come back. So it's like 9 seconds. So every 3 seconds on average you have like 1 skeletal reaver dying, giving you 50 mana. So it's a bit more than 15 mana per second for giving up like 100-ish spirit. That sounds like a lot. I'm not sure how viable this is, but I mean it will also do a bit of damage, right? It will actually like smack stuff and then will explode for a bunch of their life. I don't know, maybe it's not that terrible actually. Fiery Death. Killing Blossom supported skills against Ignite enemies have 6% chance to cause the enemy to explode. Uh-huh. What means explode exactly though? But it seems kind of nice. I might actually throw this into like one of my mercenary skills. But he has a support skill still 25% less damage. So I probably don't want to do that. And Necrotic Talisman. Well, that's not a good idea. Because then you can't use the amulet yourself, right? Necromantic Talisman. Yeah, it says it applies the amulet to your minions instead of you, so you don't get it yourself. So this is like a pretty big downside. Amulet is pretty strong usually. What is the T of the spell? This is like the lowest known value basically. So these can be made at level 1 and these can be made at like, I don't know, level 15 or level 18 or something. This is like somewhere in Act 2 probably. And it's like, you know, somewhere in Act 1. So you basically, as you level up, you get like higher and higher skill gems. And these are like the minimum tiers. What does Rage do? I think 1 Rage is 1% more melee attack damage, if I'm not mistaken. And it usually stacks to like 50 or something. So Raging Spirits are actually in the Spirit category. Reserve Spirit while active, your fire spells will also summon Raging Spirits, which are short-lived flaming skulls that rush at nearby enemies and rapidly attack them. Enemies will not directly engage these minions and can pass through them. Interesting. Yeah, so you can probably do this very easily then if you want to do Archmage stuff, at least as a fire caster. And not even that, you use a fire skill, it just needs to have the fire tag, but you actually do lightning damage, right, with Archmage? Yeah, so it adds lightning damage, so you're mostly gonna invest into lightning damage. But you have to use a fire skill in order to proc this. But then you constantly proc these guys, and then you don't have to go and ham with, like, you know, reserving more spirit for your skellies and these kind of things. Yeah, that seems like a very good way of doing it, but it only works with fire. Now the big question is, do they count as dying when they expire? They have a duration of 4 seconds, but do they actually die to trigger your, you know, minion death stuff? Maybe, maybe not. How does it work in how does it work in PoE 1? The discount, okay. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty interesting, actually. The Raging Spirit tech, basically. That was nerfed. Any amount of fire area can spawn into fire area spells. Summon a spirit per 1.5 meters of radius. I mean, it still means a spell with a fire tag. And I'm not sure what do you mean, like Firestorm or something, I guess? I'm planning to play a Witch Hunter. Yeah, nothing for my mercenary, unfortunately, but I'll definitely keep this in mind when I make a sorceress or something like that. Or Chronomancer, for example. Actually, what other spellcaster would lend itself to having fire skills? I mean, there's Infernalist, I guess, which probably has a bunch of stuff for spellcasting as Witch. That might be like the go-to there. How does support gems work with trigger on me and death? Do the support gems support the triggered spells? Yeah, if they're all linked together, they will all support it. Last Grasp. It's kind of has like natural synergy with the Raging Spirits, because I think the way they work is actually that they slowly lose life. And if that's the case and they don't just time out and disappear, then this is actually really good for Raging Spirits, I guess. Or also for the Skeletal Reavers. I think with minion stuff in general, it seems to be relatively strong if they don't have like shit base damage. Mana Flare support. Consumes your mana to deal fire damage. You can also add a mini instability, doesn't he seem to have a mana multiplier even? And then they explode even faster, and they do an extra explosion. Support damaging skills you use yourself, draining the life from one of your minions on use in order to boost the skill's damage. Only takes effect if you have a minion with enough life to drain the full amount. Supported skills remove 100% of your maximum life from a nearby minion on you, so deal 40% more damage. That's very cool. Like, this also allows you to get rid of your minions even faster, basically. Yeah, I could actually see this work really well. So you use like a fire spell, gear stack mana for Archmage, actually scale lightning damage, but with the fire spell you can summon these raging spirits. They have a bunch of supports that make them die faster and stuff like this here on your main skill, for example. I wonder what's there for like fire abilities. Let's start fire. Oh my god, there's 127 mentions of fire. Blazing Lancer Spear. Ah, there's also like, you know, fire at enemies and these kind of things. Oof. Yeah, Fireball. Let's see. Maybe I'm gonna do like a last minute switch to a Witcher or something. Ember Fusilade. I think we saw that somewhere, right? That looks like a pretty promising one, but you have to like channel it. Can accumulate up to 10 embers. Wait, none of these... Wait. I read the numbers. Like, these skills don't say that they have like added damage effectiveness or something like that. So do you just get like 100% no matter what? Like the Ember Fusillade, if you have like Archmage of it, do you just like shoot 10 embers and you get like, you know, 10 times 5% of your mana as extra damage or something? That seems like horribly broken. Multiple embers fight in the same fusillade will attempt to target different enemies. Embers deal force and more damage for each previous ember fight in sequence. However, duration is 1.3. Recasting the spell resets the duration for all active embers. Okay, so it's not channeled like the bone spear or something from the witch. You just cast it and then you can kind of like ramp them up and then release them. It's a really cool skill actually. You can just walk, cast, walk up in the pack and pff. Yeah, it looks really cool, I've seen it. Okay, so that's definitely a candidate here. Fireball. Launch a large ball of fire which explodes, firing a nova or smaller firebolt outward. Okay. Firestorm. Yeah, so there's like no information about like added damage effectiveness. Like here, for example, storm duration, 1 impact every 0.1 seconds. Like, how's that gonna work with Archmage, for example? The Nova is baseline on Fireball, yes. That's just part of the skill. But it doesn't say like how much the smaller fireballs do. I guess like in-game you actually have like tabs on the skills where it says like, okay, you know, the fireball and then the firebolts or something. But we don't have that here. But I imagine you get like all of this like Archmage buff on your Firestorm, for example. I'll be completely busted. Yeah, 1 impact, 0.1 seconds. Last 6 seconds. Like, I don't know. Flame Ball. Projectiles which pass through the wall deal 3 to 5 added fire damage. Actually, another thing about it, this might be worth actually including in like a mercenary build. Just put down the flame wall and then shoot through it. Flame blast. 200% more damage per stage. Oh, Hexblast seems to work a little bit differently. So it's not like scaling up with like number of curses on a target anymore. And now it does like multiple explosions instead of just one. Okay. And the other fire spells here. Rolling magma. Mob with fiery order deals area damage as it hits the ground. The skill chains, bouncing forward to deal damage multiple times. The number of bounces is refreshed when passing through a flame wall. Kinda funny. Yo, Sigil of Power, login. It's also so insanely strong, but this is like part of a base type, right? It's like on a certain stuff or something. But it's so strong. You can just link this with something like Area of Effect. So you have 4 stages, grants 14% more spell damage per stage, so 56% at the end. Gains a stage when you spend a total of 50% of your maximum mana while in area. Okay, that will probably take a while though, even with like Archmage. Actually, despite or rather because of Archmage, you don't actually hit us very fast, I just realized. Because as an Archmage guy, let's say you have like 3000 mana, like the base cost of the skill will be very little compared to your mana pool. But every spell you cast will consume a flat 5.35%. So you need actually like almost 10 casts in order to get there for one stage upgrade. So maybe Sigil Power is not that crazy then. Hardcore will be open, yes. That's durations in the game, yes. Actually, does triggering spells cost the mana? I'm not sure if they talked about this. So in PoE 1 they made that change at some point where triggered spells cost mana. But how's that in PoE 2? I've always hated rolling magma. Yeah, same. On the other hand, it felt pretty good in D4 though. Fireball build is basically rolling magma, but it feels pretty good there. But they have like ridiculously large AoE there. Probably Sigil, stay in one place. I mean, it's a pretty large area. Solar Orb. Creates a stationary fiery orb that periodically releases an explosion dealing fire damage. Casting your skill again will replace the previous orb. Enemies that are very close to the orb will take burning damage. I mean, now that I think about it, when you want to play Archmage and just like popcorn raging spirits together so that we get mana all the time, it is okay to sometimes cast skills that are not fire-based if they're like, you know, a long duration, like, you know, Orb of Storms, for example, I guess might be one of those cases where, you know, yeah, it's not a fire spell that triggers the Raging Spirits, but it's okay, because you can still spam our main spell That is a fire skill. How big do you think you can scale your cock though? Very big. Can you look at Flame Blast on a solo orb instead of yourself? Yeah. I'm not sure about Flame Blast. You also have to extend the channel. Probably not the best idea. What happens if a hardcore character dies? I think it'll be the same as PoE1. But I mean, they have been experimenting with the idea of like perma-killing characters in hardcore, I guess. With like the modest puzzle block maps that delete your character and stuff, even on softcore, when you die. Okay, there's actually not that many fire spells. Like Fireball, Fiery Orb, Flame Blast, Flame Wall, Firestorm. Is there anything else? Oh yeah, Ember Fusilade. Yeah, so this might actually be my candidate for this. Ember Fusilade. Mana stacking, Archmage, Raging Spirits to fuel the whole thing. With Essence Harvest. Yeah, Rolling Magma, true, but fuck that. This Ember Fusilade is a really cool skill as well. It just looks really fun. You can put less duration on Ember Fusilade to make them fire faster. Yeah, I don't think you want that necessarily. It seems like a waste of a support gem, if anything. And sometimes you generally want to always release it at 10, right? You can stack up to 10, and you want to definitely go up to 10 if you can, or if you know you will need those 10 at least, and more maybe. I don't think I would add less duration there. They can't do the same as PoE1 for early access launch, even they have to migrate to softcore or they have to void. There's no standard in Archive League. Yeah, the softcore is basically the standard, you know. There's hardcore and standard. What do you mean? There's just no leagues. Hardcore is like the non-season equivalent, basically. No. They aren't the same. It's more DPS because they trigger faster once you're done casting. Yeah, okay, true, I guess. So if you want to cast it 10 times in a row, you would basically shortcut, like, 1 out of the 10 casts a little bit. I don't think it's such an upside, though, to warrant a support gem. But I guess we'll see how it feels. Maybe it makes sense to make it less duration, just to, like, fire faster. The cast time is actually very short on this thing, 0.4. Ember Fusilade seems like a very strong choice. I'll definitely try this when I play like a witch or something. Interestingly, it's on Sorceress. But Sorceress so far doesn't actually have any fire synergies. I wonder if there's gonna be like a further Ascendancy that has like some more universal spellcasting stuff. You can put multi-barrage on it, 10 turns into 30. Are we sure about that? Seems kind of nutty actually, with multi-barrage. That's a lot of hits. Auto-targeting spell can be frustrating. I mean, you don't have to rely only on this, right? You can still add in like a Firestorm or whatever. Damn, I'm kind of excited to play this right now. It's like, damn, that could be really fun. Well, that's maybe a good candidate, but it's 20% chance for 8 proj. And then they fire in a circle as well, though. So I'm not sure how this will actually work with this at all. Wild shards there, I know this one. But maybe it doesn't matter if they fire in a circle because they will still seek out enemies. 20% chance to fire 8 in a circle. So let's say this works with Ember Fuselite and it just like behaves as normal and everything hits. So I get like 1.6 additional projectiles on average. Pretty good actually. If that's like actually working with Ember Fuselite. Your boy, you won't want to play Mercenary anymore. Why not? There will be clips of all 10 doing 8 proj. Like, are we actually sure this is how it works? Like, Wild Charge plus Ember Fuselite, and every single Fuselite has like a chance to trigger this, and they all work with like multi-proj. They're gonna have like ridiculous amounts of projectiles. Wild Charge grenades, POG. And that's like the worst combo imaginable, man. It's gonna have grenades in like random places. Actually, it only supports spell skills anyway. It doesn't work with attacks. Did you have the chance to try Mercenary if click to move? Yes, actually. I cannot recommend. Mercenary is really made for the WSD. Melee looks bad at start? I don't think so. Like, Warrior, I don't know, I think it's gonna be pretty nice. The Monk is also melee class and has lots of cool stuff, I think. I think gonna be just fine. Yeah, maybe not that many skills to choose from right now because like axes don't exist, swords don't exist, flails don't exist. You send a shock trooper. From danger. Okay, what is this? Sigil of Power, Archmage, Mana Remnants. Each turn grants 9 mana, and this costs 30 spirit of Herbalism, Cannibalism. Mana Tempest, what is that? Create an arcane storm around you. Storm empowers your spells with lightning damage, while making lightning spell projectiles and beams able to hit more targets. Storm will drain your mana while you remain in it, and any spells you cast add to the mana drain. Leaving the storm will cause it to dissipate. I've seen this actually. And this will drain your mana really fast though. I think this mobility will not help you here. That's only like when you like constantly cast something. And like also this here, like while using supported skills. Like you just cast this once and then it's there. Like this doesn't, I don't think this is the same as like, you know, while using. Like the same here and here. Like while active, that should work. Like inspiration, clarity, vitality, this should work. But while using should be like basically while you're actually doing the thing. Yeah, but I mean, how do you get mana? What's your plan? This psychic fragmentation could be interesting. Yeah, true, another one. That's really nice. 24% chance to cast 2 additional projectiles. Yeah, I mean, if that works on any Ember Fusillade, I guess it should work, right? When you think about it. Multi-proj should work with the Fusillade. Because basically if you cast it once and release it, it will be 1 projectile. So every cast is a projectile, you just kind of like ramp them up. So they should all have the extra projectiles. It should work actually. It's really cool. Yeah, and the thing is they also like auto-target, right? Launches at an enemy. Okay, it might be that the extra projectiles do not actually target, you know, it's like the middle one targets, but then maybe the side ones, they just, you know, they don't like seek out an enemy, but they go in the same direction, but they kind of like miss or something. I guess they can hit something in the pack. Lightning applies shock and juices up mana. Lightning exposure, overcharge. Conduction. That's a lot of shock stuff. Innovation. Regenerate 2 mana per second for 4 seconds when a supported skill shocks an enemy. 2 mana per second. I mean... Wait, there's no levels of support gems, right? So you can't actually ramp this up. 2 mana per second, man. And now what? I mean, you're spending like, I don't know, dozens or hundreds even with the Mana Tempest up. Mana support only works on Fizz. I mean, one thing you can try is to do like Blood Mage stuff. And just spend life instead. There's like some combo where you can go like Mind of Matter, have your damage to go to a mana pool, but then use your life pool to cast your spells. And then you have like, you know, energy shield recharge applies to your life pool, so you constantly get like lots of life regeneration basically from that. And like this you can basically infinitely sustain your like spell casting. But I guess, how does Archmage come into that? I'm not sure how Archmage will work. I guess it will still work with your mana. Where mana is also your life pool, so it's both at the same time. So I'm not sure how this will go, actually. Actually, no, Archmage should take from your life pool, but I'm not sure if that's confirmed. If you have Blood Mage. It won't work with Archmage. Okay, so Archmage will still take from mana, and the Blood Mage stuff will take from a life pool. Like the base cost of the skill will go from life pool, and Archmage will go from mana, or what? In that case, this idea is like pretty dead, I guess. Bone Lightning shocks every 0.2 seconds. I think Innovation will be a non-stackable buff, if you ask me. danger. I think you can only have one instance of this up at a time, so you get 2 mana per second for 4 seconds, and then you just refresh it. I'd be very surprised if it stacks. But maybe, if it does, then this is actually a relatively good combo. You're gonna get a lot of mana. If you can stack 5 instances of this per second, each instance being 8 mana baseline, then with some mana regen, something like, I don't know, maybe 20 mana per shock, 5 times per second per target. Yeah, then I can definitely see this gaining somewhere. But I don't think that's how it works. I would be surprised if innovation stacks. Don't think there's any way there's a support skill that gives you that little back if it can't stack. I don't know, have you seen some of those supports? But it does seem relatively little. On the other hand, I mean, it's like base mana regen that works with, like, you know, any mana regen multipliers. I mean, if it does stack, then it's gonna be relatively good. You have a favorite character in PoE? Not yet, but I'm leaning towards Mercenary for my starter at least. They would say if it wouldn't stack, I hope. I'm not sure if you have like other examples like this. I guess you have to try it and see. Definitely gonna be interesting to see like what you can do with Archmage. It's probably gonna be multiple combos that are gonna be pretty good, decent if you figure out the mana. If you're taking Infernal Flame Ascendancy node and can't go Archmage because they have no mana, is it fully charged Flame Blast the best way to get a huge ignite? Yeah, there's like a node where like all of your damage contributes to ignite or something, right? What's that again? One of these here? No, but which one are we talking about? Wasn't something like this? Pyromantic Pact. Was it a keystone? Pyromantic Pact and Infernal Flame doesn't work with mine, don't matter. Yeah, the Infernal Flame, yeah, Pyromantic Pact, exactly, okay. Maximum mana is replaced by maximum Infernal Flame. Gain Infernal Flame instead of spending mana for skill cost. Take maximum life and energy shield as fire damage when Infernal Flame reaches maximum. Lose all Infernal Flame on reaching maximum Infernal Flame. 10% of Infernal Flame lost per second if none was gained in the past 2 seconds. Dude, so many people are just gonna kill themselves with this. Like, they're gonna go Infernalist and like, Pork, I'm gonna take this thing. They have like, you know, 5% fire res or something. They just keep casting, and pff, they just explode, you know? Oh man. Okay, while not on low Infernal Flame, all damage from you and your minions contributes to ignite, chance, and magnitude. Bringer of Flame. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty good. But isn't it like something for like just proccing ignite for fire damage anyway? Like Flame Blast should do fire damage anyway, right? Yeah, it does have fire damage. Maybe there's like some other ways to get Ignite chance, I guess. Maybe from the tree. 100% more chance to ignite, but it still already needs to have a chance to ignite, right? It can't just use any fire skill and start igniting. Hmm. Yeah, there's no base chance for Emmons anymore. So in this case, the Infernus actually really allows you to get like some crazy ignite combos potentially. The thing is, it's like pretty inconsistent as well. It only works while not on low Infernal Flame. So I guess the idea here is that you have like a very small mana pool, very high mana cost, so that you fill it very fast while spamming your skills. But you constantly have to deal with like the self damage. So if you have like, you know, let's say 80 fire res, then you take 20% of your life as damage every time you fill it. But let's say you can do that like every few seconds. Then you would like have like, you know, very consistent, okay, there's like a chance to ignite and then there's no chance to ignite. Maybe you can somehow, you could use this mana tempest, for example, right, to like do this very quickly, but you also need to like a lot of life sustain somehow in order to make this work. So it seems pretty rough to actually make combo with this. Hammer and ignite. Hammer does a lot of damage, to be fair, yeah. It's like, I don't know what, like 1600 or something. 1300. You have to balance. Yeah, you can't really balance, that's the thing. There's no way to lose Infernal Flame besides waiting for at least 2 seconds to slowly lose Infernal Flame. Unless you somehow have a very large mana pool and a very low mana cost, so then you like ramp it up real fast to like not low, and then you kind of try to stay there. But I guess the better way of doing it would be just to try to have a very small mana pool and kind of like, you know, ramp through it really fast, basically. Just do like cycles of up and down all the time, and it's just try to out-heal it. You can't really lose Infernal Flame, you can only wait for 2 seconds to slowly lose 10% per second. I don't think this is like really such a viable strat. Heat proofing. That's the armor applies to fire damage, right? Does this count for this? Take maximum life and energy does fire damage. I guess it counts like a hit, so I guess you might be able to use armor and heat proofing. Maybe it works. Point is getting to where you don't care if you're triggering it. Yeah, exactly. And this will take a while, I think. You can't really expect to do this like anytime soon, I would say. Yeah, the hammer plus like this here. This could be a really fun build, actually, Hammer of the Gods. The funny thing is that Hammer of the Gods also feels more like a spell than it does like an attack, right? You have to use a melee weapon for it in order to proc it. But it actually like fits much better with a witch, I feel. It's a funny idea. Watch Connor's video. Yeah, I think after that tomorrow. I'll go back soon. I have to get up early. Bonk. Well, it's like bonk and then It slowly burns. I'm not sure what like all the ignite synergies are. Let's see if we can find some stuff that's saying ignite. Increase the effect of an ignite from critical hits. 6% increased critical hit chance. Wait, what? That is just like a small node here. Ah, no, increase. Okay, never mind. Whatever. Reduce the effect of ignite on you. Increase the effect of ignite. Increase damage of hits against ignited enemies. And it's kind of interesting actually. If you already ignite them and then have this actually now works for a follow-up ignite, right? Because the elements now scale off the damage done of the hit. So this should actually work as long as you already have an ignite running, right? Compared to like PoE 1 where damage of hits would never work for elements. We don't know much about it. Ignites the damage faster, effect of ignite. Nah, there's a lot of ignite effect and stuff. Increased chance to ignite. So I guess this only works if you already have a base chance to ignite from somewhere, right? Incendiary shot hits always ignite. %25 chance to ignite from volcano. Yeah, there's actually almost nothing here. Yeah, there's like almost nothing for ignite here that we know of. Increased chance to ignite. Increased effect of ignite. But yeah, there's certainly some classes here, like this looks actually like a flame. It has the effect of ignite here. $100 damage counts as 120 damage for determining ignite proc. I mean, then what does effect of ignite do? Like what you're saying is that if you have like 20% increased chance, then this would mean, you know, basically I can multiply to the effect. I don't think this is how it works. Effect of ignite should do that. If you have like 20% increased effect, you do 100 damage, then that actually means 120. But the chance to ignite is just like, you know, the one skill there, for example, said 25% chance to ignite, and then plus 20% of that would make it 30. Yeah, and magnitude. Yeah, I also heard there's like magnitude, which is probably the same thing, or maybe another multiplier, but I'm not sure where that is from exactly. Getting 5 supports for every skill is very hard. Yeah. If I could imply the duration scaling, who knows? I think there's actually ignite duration somewhere now. At least it used to be a thing. So maybe, you know, maybe there's gonna be some classes like here, for example. Maybe there's like ignite duration, for example, and stuff like that. We'll see, I guess. I do have to say it's a very artistic passive tree. It's very fun to look at this. I wonder how much these like patterns actually will help to like, you know, find a way around compared to before. So far I'm not really looking at the patterns of what stuff looks like. But I guess maybe I should a little bit more. It'll help you to like recognize what is what. 4k% increase to base damage as a conservative estimate. From what exactly? I mean from the Ignite? Hammer and Ignite, okay. Yeah, we'll see. Sounds like a fun combo. I wonder how viable this is. Hammer has a really long cooldown though. So needs definitely something else to kind of go with the whole thing. 24 seconds cooldown. So you really need to watch for those bosses. I mean, okay, you can actually get like the double use, I guess, and then follow up with it or something. How far is Ray's dual wield two-handers? It's not very far if you're like a mercenary or a warrior. It's here on the bottom left on the outer side. This one. So I guess something like level 30 or so I can get it. But you probably can't because you won't have the attributes for it. Yeah, one-shotting stuff. We'll see how viable this will really be. These bosses are pretty tanky, and even doing something like, 1000% damage or 2000% damage. I mean, look at the grenade stuff. We've seen lots of gameplay from mercenaries, and these grenades, they have like 500% damage. It's not bad. And you shoot like 3 of them, 4 of them at once, and then they do like boom, like 10% of the life of the boss or something. So I'm not sure if we're gonna see anything close to one-shotting bosses anytime soon. I mean, you can chunk them, I guess, but yeah. And even if that happens, I guess they're gonna nerf it, so they might just like make it a shorter cooldown with less damage or something. It's like an easy fix. How do you unlock the gems on the other classes? You click on the button that says show all gems. And that's it. Which class am I starting? Probably mercenary. But we'll see. Maybe we're gonna do some other funny shenanigans. Alright, I'm about to go, guys. But before I leave, I want to give one shout out to our newest sponsor, by the way. NordVPN. You might have seen this in the title already. They have a virtual private network service. You might have seen it before. So this is their website. They have a big sale running right now for Black Friday. So I just want to show this off real quick. You can get up to 4 months extra for free with 30-day money-back guarantee. And if you don't know, VPNs, they basically allow you to like surf anonymously, change your IP, change your digital footprint to, for example, appear as someone from another country and so on. And yeah, lots of other like safety features basically. So they have other stuff here like password manager and so on. So if you want to check it out, Hackermans, yes. Yeah, they can, for example, also help you to have like a faster connection. They can help you to like maybe go around like, a content block in your country if like certain services don't allow you to watch certain videos and these kind of things as well. No longer can Blizzard track you if you use this. Yeah, exactly. They also have the browser extension where you can just like change it here and you can quick connect, boom, and then it just changes to like another country or like the closest server or something. You can change it here. Very nice. So I've been trying this a little bit. Yeah, I would not recommend to pirate lots of content. That is still not in terms of the law, but yeah. Anyway, can recommend, go check it out, guys. NordVPN. You'll see more of them in the coming days. And as I said, they have a huge deal right now. 4 months for free and stuff like that. So maybe check it out if you're looking for a VPN. How's it work with Netflix? I think that works, yes. So, for example, Netflix is one of those cases where, you know, Netflix has like certain content in certain countries. For some reason, they block certain things in certain countries, I think. And you can actually go around that with VPN, yes. But yeah, in any case, guys, it's a bit late here. I'm gonna go. So let's see if we can raid someone. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be back tomorrow. Who do we raid? Let's raid Vigia. He's like a Brazilian streamer. I think he also streams in Brazilian, but I always wanted to raid him. He actually raided me many times. And I never managed to raid him back, so let's do it. He's also on PoE too, doing some stuff. I'm not sure if he's like talking to people or watching something, but we'll find out. In any case, send him some love, guys. He's like yeah, no typos. Let's check. Yeah, that looks correct. All right. So, hope you like this. See you guys.